Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and this is probably one of the most exciting videos that I have released on YouTube in my 7 years of YouTubing, just because of how long the video is and also how detailed and jam-packed with information it is. And in this video, I want to show you how to use Kartra, which is an all-in-one marketing platform that has everything you need to run a business online successfully. So if you have a business, you know that you need to have a website, you need to have a custom domain, you need to have an autoresponder software, maybe a membership site, a webinar site, all of that, and you need to glue it all together. Well, Kartra has all of that and more, so that you don't need to buy a bunch of different software. You have everything in one place. And let me tell you, Kartra does an amazing job at integrating everything, so it's all very fluid, very smooth, and very intuitive. So in this video, I want to take you through step by step in a very detailed and comprehensive tutorial or free course as you watch behind my shoulder in mastering Kartra. So we would go over absolutely everything you would see when you log into your Kartra account, ranging from creating your landing pages, creating your thank you page, your website, setting up an email autoresponder sequence, setting up a custom domain, a membership site, a webinar page, surveys, calendars, your own help desk and support hub. Everything like that, I'm going to show you how to do in this video. By the end of it, you should be a master of Kartra and you should have no problems running your own business online successfully as well. So we're going to get into this very shortly. Before we do, if I could ask you for a small favor, if you find value in this video, if you could please like and share this video with anybody that you think could find value in an all-in-one marketing solution such as Kartra, or anybody trying to learn how to use Kartra, just because I'm trying to get this video to as many people as possible, trying to help as many people as possible, because people would normally pay for a video like this, whether via a course or via paid consultations. And so I want to give all this away completely for free. So help me help others, all right? And so that out of the way, let's head over into our computer screen and let me show you how to use Kartra.
All right, and so here we are. I'm really excited because we just have so much to go over, but I promise you it's gonna be really fun and really valuable for you, all right? So stay tuned and let's jump straight in. So the first thing you guys need obviously is a Kartra account. So if you already have one, simply sign in. If you don't, I do offer you an exclusive offer. So if you guys just head over to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra in your browser, you're going to land on a page that looks like this, where I give you an exclusive 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first payment. So as long as you go to this website, go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, and use this coupon code, you will be eligible for that discount. So make sure to take advantage of it while it lasts. Once you go ahead and sign up and sign into your Kartra account, you will see a page that looks like this. So before we start creating our funnels and email sequences, let me first give you the lay of the land so you're not overwhelmed, so you know roughly where everything is, just so it's a little easier for you later on down the road. So the main options that we're going to be covering in this free course are going to be here on the left. So your products, communications, that's the emails, the pages like the websites or the landing pages, everything is here. You can make it smaller or you can expand it, whatever is easier. Now, I want to talk to you about these options here at the top. So the main option you guys should really focus on is if you click on your profile and click on settings, okay? So this is the main setting area that you should adjust before you get started, because once you do it here, it's going to be harder to change it later on. So for example, with your currency, you need to make sure you set the currency for whatever products you're selling right now. You want to change the time zone, change the time format, make the interface dark if you like. I like the light one. Change the GDPR and CCPA settings over here so you can adjust it as you see fit, whatever language you want to use. And then the front end pages languages is pretty cool. So if you set dynamic, then where the people are, say people in China, if you create a page in English, Kartra will automatically translate all your pages and everything to do with it to that language, so to Chinese in this example, which I think is super, super cool. It just allows you to reach international audience. For me, I'm going to set it to fixed language just because I am in a non-English speaking country, but when I'm going to my pages, when I'm setting it up, I do want to read it all in English, right? So that's why for me it's fixed, but I do suggest if you have an international reach, you go with dynamic. So that's this option that you should really focus on. The other options are pretty straightforward. So you have your dashboard, which is this main interface here. You can always come back to. You have your profile, so you want to come in here and just make sure your details are correct, your first name, last name, email, so on and so forth. This is going to be the support code that you are going to use when you contact support, and I'm going to show you exactly how you can do that as well. You have your team members, so you can add additional people to help you with your Kartra account. You have your billing, where it's obviously going to show what plan you're on, your payment history, payment details, everything like that. Your email notifications, so this is pretty cool. So you will be able to actually adjust all the different emails that Kartra sends automatically. So for example, if a customer requests a refund, you will be able to come in and adjust the default email that Kartra sends. So the cool thing I love about Kartra is that they send out all these emails automatically, but if you do want to come in and change them, you can, right? So rebill confirmation, subscription cancellation, everything like that. You can come in here and set it to whatever you want it to say if you want to. You can also change the emails to your affiliates or to your team. Okay, so there's that. Then you have the custom domains, which we will set up a custom domain together. So I'm going to remove all this and we're going to start from scratch and set it all up later on. You have the Kartra DKIM, which allows you to verify and authenticate your email. Right. So once we're going to be start sending communications, this will increase the chances for your emails to be delivered. Right. So that's what we're going to be doing here in another video. And then you have the settings, which I mentioned. And then these over here. So you have the news and alerts. So anything new that Kartra has coming out, like the ultimate content creator funnel event, you can take a look at it here. They have a bunch of them. You have the help desk. So this is really cool. So you can go to their learning center and look at some articles. They have documentation, technical documentation here. You can join the community, anything like that. For billing support questions, you can come here, or you can get help. So product support. So if I need help, I click on that. And then if I don't find my question here, I scroll down and find something here. So I can either submit a ticket or contact to somebody via chat. And when you submit a ticket, you do need the support code that I mentioned to you earlier that you get from your profile. And you'll just paste it here. You paste your subject, your message, and obviously you submit the request. So pretty simple. Their support is really, really, really good, okay? So especially if you're coming from like Google Ads support or these paid ad network support, Kartra support is amazing. The reps send you videos. They really give you really long, detailed replies. So I love that. Very good support. You have the certified partners. So if you need help building out your funnel or anything to do with Kartra, you can contact these certified professionals. But hopefully by the end of this video, you don't have to do that, right? Because that's what I'm trying to help you to show you how to do, is just how to do everything on your own, right? Because it might seem intimidating, but it's really not, especially after watching this video. And then you have this onboarding. So Kartra kind of guides you to tell you what you have to do. The first thing you need to do is create a product, then create a lead capture page, create a checkout page, so on and so forth. But you have me to guide you. So we're going to go in a specific order as well, so that everything makes sense and makes it easier for you to understand. So that's pretty much it for that. The one other thing I did want to mention is this media tab over here. And if you prefer, if you have many different assets that you want to upload onto your site or your email communications, anything like that, you can do so here via this tab. So you can upload your videos, upload your images, upload your files. And that way, once we actually build up a page, you can simply select that image or the file or video from your library, right? If you put everything here. You don't have to do that, but for those of you that want to kind of do things all at once, if you want to upload everything all at once, have it all available, you can do so. The way we're going to do it in this course is once we build out pages, for example, we'll just upload the documents or the images right there and then, okay? But that is pretty much it for this part. So in the next section, let's start from scratch. Let's build out a landing page and a thank you page, and then we're just going to grow from there, right? So we're going to start setting up our custom domain. We're going to start building out websites then, email communications, everything, so that we can kind of mesh everything together and have it up and running, all right? So I'll see you in the next section. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan. And in this video, I want to show you how to create a landing page with Kartra. Now, this is going to be the first of this series of the free course. But just because I'm doing this first doesn't mean that you too have to start with this. You can start with whatever you want, whether it's adding a product, setting up an email, automation, setting up your help desk or your calendar, it doesn't matter, but I'm doing this in a way that seems the most intuitive to me. All right, so let's get into it. So we're going to first go over here, head over into pages, and this is where we're going to create our landing page. And in an upcoming video, this is where we're also going to create our website and our sales page as well. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is click over here, click on page, and we're going to select what we want. So for this video, we're going to start with a landing page, right? A squeeze page. So we can just select squeeze page here on the left so that it only shows us the squeeze pages. And we can preview any one. For the purpose of this course, let's suppose we want to promote my free guide as a giveaway, right? So our freebie is going to be my free 55-page guide, which I am indeed offering on my website, ivanmena.com. And then for what we want to sell, let's suppose it's going to be a course, let's say a Google Ads course. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing for this Kartra course for all these videos in the series. Okay, so let's take a look at something that we like let's suppose this one, for example. We click on preview, and by the way, you might notice that it says placeholder here, and that's because we do need to create a form in a separate form builder with Kartra, which is going to be right over here on the left. So we will do that in the next video, in the next section. But for now, we can pick a very simple landing page. I don't want to make it too complicated. I think this one actually looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and click on select, and let's give it a name. So let's say, let's just say affiliate marketing guide, because that's what I'm offering. And then you would enter a category for what sort of category it belongs in. I already have a few categories here, but what you can do is you can click on manage my categories, and then you can quickly delete and add the ones you want. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and delete the financial advisor one. I'm going to delete health and fitness one. And let's suppose I'm going to keep this one as an online marketing one, right? And let's suppose you end up wanting to create different funnels, different landing pages. Well, you can create another category, which is what I had here before, which was health and fitness. You can click done, right? So that way it's a little bit easier to organize things. So we're going to go ahead and click done. And so we're going to select this online marketing category. And for the site, this is pretty cool. So when you create a bunch of pages together, like a landing page that then goes to a thank you page, which goes to a sales page, you want to integrate them together under one bundle, which is going to be one site, right? So they might be under one category, like online marketing, but you might have different sites under each category. And so that's what we're going to do here. So in this case, I'm going to click on manage my sites, and we have this one. So let's suppose we want to delete that, and we're going to give a name for this. So this is going to be our, let's say, affiliate marketing training site, right? So this website and everything included is going to be included here. And then we don't have any pages yet, so we have nothing to select, but we're going to create the site here. We're going to click done. And so now this specific landing page will be added under this site and this category. Now we could import all global elements from a site. So if we have an existing site, then we could kind of have the same theme, but we currently don't have that. So we can just leave it as is and click on create. And this is now going to take us to the page builder. So get familiar with this page builder, because it's going to be pretty much the same for our sales page, for our thank you page, for our membership site, things like that. It's going to be pretty similar. So this is our page. I like it, but let's suppose I want to add an image here of my guide, right? And let's suppose I want actually the image to be on the left and this to be on the right. So let me quickly give you a rundown of kind of what this looks like, what this is. So the first option here is you can choose by specific components, which are like specific elements, or you can choose by columns. And columns are where you put those elements, right? So we're going to stick with components here. You have page settings over here, so you can adjust your SEO parameters. So this is your page title, meta description, all that stuff. We're going to leave it as is for now. You have the tracking code you could add here. You can add different tags as well. So people that visit this page will automatically be assigned a tag, things like that. Page redirect, you can set a redirect so that a page instantly redirects to something else. But we're not going to use it. I don't think we need to. We're going to stick with the basic stuff. You have page styles where you can change your page background, change your content description, everything over here. You can go ahead and play around with it. Then you have sections. So these are like the big sections, like this whole thing where you see the picture, the text, that is a section, right? And then within the section, you're going to have your components. So that's where you're going to be dragging those components. You have pop-ups, you could create a pop-up, an alert bar, which is like that bar at the top. You have your help desk, which is basically your, it's going to be like a little icon. Let's say if you use a help desk, which I do have one set up, but we're going to go over that, so don't worry about it, where it's basically going to say get help in the bottom right of the page, okay? So we're not going to do that here. Then you have your code, so if you want to add specific code into a specific component, you can do that here. And that's pretty much it for all of that. Okay, so now that you're familiar with everything and all these options, we can go in and make the changes. So the first thing I want to do is I like my images to be on the left more, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to drag this, we're going to drop it over here. And then this, I believe, is a column actually. Let's see, this whole thing. Yeah, so you can see the column by the blue, right? You see that blue there. So actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I didn't grab it. Grab it again. We're going to drag this. We're going to move it into here, into this column, so just the way it was. And then what I want to do is I want to move this column. So I'm going to drag this column, move it here, and then boom, right? So then it just kind of swapped. So it's much easier than moving around the individual elements. And then I want to change this image, so I'm going to go into components now because this is an individual component. I'm going to click on edit style. And then this is where you can change everything you want about the image. I love how you can change the image opacity and the image blur as well. So that's pretty cool. That's something you normally have to do with a third-party tool. Kartra has it all here for you, right? Everything integrated. So it has much more than just a standalone landing page builder. And then, so over here, we're going to go, into image, and let's go ahead and replace our image. So we're going to click edit. And then I'm going to go ahead and select my image, which I already uploaded into that media folder. But if you want to upload a new image, you just click on select files over here. So I'm just going to click check mark here, click confirm, and then click apply. And we're going to close out of that. And it doesn't look like it's showing up. Let's see. Sorry, I believe that's because we made the image opacity 0. We want it to be 100. Oops. There you go. So that looks good, okay? You don't really have as much customization in terms of like if you want to make the image smaller, you want to make it bigger, you want to like move it a little bit to the left. You don't really have that. You have to stick in blocks really with Kartra, but that should still be fine. And really the default templates that they give you are really more than enough for what you have available, okay? So this looks good. I'm good here. So let's go ahead and change this title here now. So let's say get your free affiliate marketing guide. And then over here, we're going to say, learn how to make money with affiliate marketing and how to get started today, for example, right? And then you see that there's a lot of space over here. Box. What we want to do is we want to change the column. So we're going to come in here. We're going to look for this column, the blue one. And so when you come down over here to where it says vertical alignment, you can see that this image is like aligned at the bottom. So we don't want that, right? So if we want to align it center, it's going to be like this. Or if we want to align it at the top, it would select that. I think the center is good, right? So make it even with the image. And then if we click on this image as well, this is aligned, let's say center. Yeah, so now they're even like that. And you can, of course, if you click on these pencil icons as well, you can play around with the padding, right? So if you want to add a little more space from the top, detract a little space, things like that, you can do that. And so that looks good. Don't worry about the form. We will configure it in the next section, and then we're going to come back and add it. But for now, this is what we have here. So we're going to scroll down. You know what? Let's just keep things simple. I don't think we need this section. So I'm going to go ahead and select that little gear icon, and we're just going to delete that because we want to make a simple landing page, right? What our customers say, subscribe now. Yeah, so here we can add the same form. So we can say something like, oops, let's click on components. And I want to say, for example, get started now. Let's suppose we want to change the color of the text. So we're going to make it, let's say, bluish like that. I don't like this pink. So let's click here and let's click edit. And let's adjust the background color. Let's make it bluish, which is more so the color of my site. Click on apply, and now it's a little more blue. You can also click on background. You can add an image, which is what I believe they have here, right? They have this image with the little hexagons there, delay, or you can hide it if you like on certain devices, desktop, mobile, tablet, so on and so forth. So that looks good. And then over here, get your free 55-page affiliate marketing guide and start potentially earning money today. I make no get rich quick, make money right away promises. I highly suggest you guys have a job, a steady job first before you do affiliate marketing. Absolutely. And then over here, let's say copyright by. We're going to change this to say Ivan Mana Inc. We can have the one dot. You can click here on each icon and you can edit it. So you got to be careful with how you click, just because it doesn't really do a good job here. Like, you got to really be careful. Like that, for example, for Twitter, you come in here, you click on link, and then you would link to your Twitter profile, right? That's how you would change that. For the logo, let me go ahead and add that, because I didn't add the logo in my profile settings as I suggested that you should do. So we're just going to do that here. And actually, yeah, there you go. So we have that, right? We're going to work on that form. What our customers say, we can leave that. And actually, the guide is teal, right? So maybe let's see if we want to maintain consistency. So we're going to come into here, click on edit, and then we want to copy this, okay? And then we're going to come down here and use the same color just to maintain that consistency. Click on apply. And now it looks a little more similar. And then actually, let's suppose for this text as well, we click on more colors. That should do it. So looks pretty good. Looks pretty good what our customers say. So let me just at least change this. Let's say join the list of happy, I don't want to say customers because it's a free guide. Join the list of happy people who downloaded this free guide. Let's just say that, right? And then you can come in here and just say nice things. Let's say this guide was incredible. And then we're just going to keep it simple. Like that, okay? So just at least so we have something that's not like just in Latin, right? And so this is our landing page, okay? So we're pretty much done with this. So let's go ahead and create our thank you page, and then we are going to create our form and add the form in here, okay? And like I said, there's no one linear path for how you have to do this. You could go in and do your form first and then come back and do your landing page, but every part you do does require the other part. So if you do your form, for example, it's going to ask you for the link to your thank you page, right? Because after somebody completes the form, they need to go to a thank you page. So there's no real right answer. You can also show columns here. You can turn autosave on, which is what I do recommend. And as far as I can tell, the page does look good. If we want to add a little more space here, though, if I click on columns here and we click on, actually we can click on edit the whole section. We can come over here and then increase the margin a little bit, and that is just going to increase more space there, okay? So that I think looks a little better. So let's go ahead and hit save progress. We can also preview to see what the page looks like. So let's go ahead and preview it here and open preview. And this is our landing page, okay? So I am indeed offering a affiliate marketing guide, what our customers say, and boom, okay? So very simple, very straightforward landing page. It looks really nice. I think it looks very professional. Alternatively, by the way, what you could also do is you don't need to have like a form. What you could do is you can go into components and you can add a button. So play around with all these. There's just so many options for me to just, cover in one video. I think it'll take a few hours to just go over in detail like every single thing, but everything is really straightforward. You just drag anything you need. So if you wanted to, you could drag this button. So you have to click the button and then you would select the button and then you would drag it. So let's put the button here, but actually, for example, let's suppose we want to drag it a little bit lower right there, right? So that's going to be our button. So instead of a form, you could have a pop-up form. So if you click on edit button here, you can click on link, and then you can click pop and opt-in form, and then we're going to create our form, right? But basically, it's going to be a pop-up. So if you want to do it that way instead, you could, but we're not going to do that. So we're just going to click done over here, and then we're going to remove this button. Just an option that I wanted to share with you. So like I said, we're good here. Let's go ahead and publish this live, and then let's quickly do our thank you page, and then we'll move on to the next section. So this is going to be our page link. Okay, so we can copy it. Let's see what it looks like. And boom, here it is. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it looks pretty good for a landing page. We could also get the code and upload it on your server, on your website, but I'm not too familiar with it, to be honest. And for those of us using Kartra, I think we're mainly using it for like an all-in-one solution, right? Not to publish it somewhere else, right? So once we're good with that, we're going to click return to dashboard, and we're good with this. So now let's go ahead and add a thank you page so that we can integrate the two. And so after somebody submits the form, which we'll create in the next section, they'll go to the thank you page. So we're going to click on page over here, and let's select thank you pages over here. And you see all these templates over here. You could, of course, start with a blank page and start completely fresh. That's up to you. I'm going to, let's see which one looks good. Thank you for registering. Thank you for registering. I think something simple and straightforward like this one should be okay. I don't think we need something too complicated. So we're going to say affiliate marketing guide, and then we're going to say thank you page, right? Not to confuse it with our sales page, for example. So there's a limit. So let's say thank you page. Category, this is indeed online marketing, and the site, it is the affiliate marketing. We're good as is. So now let's just go ahead and change this up a little bit again. So again, we're going to click on edit style. Give it a second to load. We're going to click on image here. We're going to change the image to our logo. We're going to hit apply. And then that looks fine. We're going to say thank you. You have successfully signed up for our guide. Go ahead and download your freebie. And then this button, we're going to allow them to download the file, right? So I already downloaded the file. So what we can do is we can click on link. So we're going to click on the button, click on link, and then we're going to select download a file. And then we're going to scroll down, select the file, and it's going to be a document. And because I already uploaded the file to that media section that I told you about, we can just select it from here. But you could just go ahead and select the file, drag and drop it over here, and use it the same thing. So we're just going to select that. And so now when somebody clicks on this button, they will download this guide, right? It's actually going to show up in their browser window, and I'm going to show you here in a second. So I think that looks good. Again, it's very, very straightforward. There's nothing really to see here except maybe this. I did start my brand actually in 2017, so that looks good. We're going to say save progress, and then we're going to publish live, and then we're going to see what it looks like. So let's get the code link. If we paste it here, if we click on download now, you're going to see the download right away, right? And then people can just download it. They can click the download button here and it'll be downloaded to their phone. So this is the short version of my guide. My actual guide is 55 pages long, I believe. So this is just like the first 8 pages, but just so we can use something as an example, right? So if you want the guide yourself, just head over to ivanmena.com, and I do offer you the guide there. So that is how that works. So let's go ahead and come back now. Let's return to dashboard. So we have all these. And so now what we're going to do in the next section is create our form so that we can come back in here and enter the form on our landing page, all right? And again, if you guys don't have Kartra yet, if you want to take advantage of an exclusive offer, if you go to go.ivanmena.com/Kartra, I do give you a 30-day free trial and a 20% off on your first month after the trial is over. So an exclusive offer you cannot get just by going to Kartra.com. So make sure to take advantage of it. That said, that is it for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan. And in this video, I want to show you how to create a form in Kartra so that we can add this form and start collecting email leads on this landing page that we've created in our previous video in this series, in this free course. All right. So what we're going to do is just go in here and click on forms on the left-hand side. And I already have this form, so let me just go ahead and delete it. And we're going to start a brand new one. So we're going to click on form over here, the bottom right. We're going to give it a name. Okay, so this form is going to be our affiliate marketing ebook form. Okay, so we're going to be, like I said, giving away our affiliate marketing guide, right? Our free guide, which is what I am offering. So we're just going to fill in all these steps from left to right. So the first part here is the form field. So what do you want to have? What do you want to collect? Do you want to collect the first name, the email, maybe anything else? So if you want to add a new field, you can just click on new field over here. And you can create your own custom field with any of these options. Or you have existing fields, which is more so the basic. 99% of you won't need any custom field. You'll just need the basic stuff like last name, maybe company, phone number, address, even that is already, most of you guys won't need that. But let's suppose we want to also collect last name as an example. And in this case, there's just a text input. There's no option. So for the field label, it's going to be what it says for the user. And then for the field placeholder, what I like to say is give users instructions. So enter your last name here, ... for example, right? You can also make it mandatory or you can make it optional. So in this case, let's make it optional. So we're going to go ahead and hit save, and then we can just drag them, rearrange them, right? So we can say first is first name, then it's last name, then it's email. And if you want to edit any of these, you just click on edit. And then we're going to say again here, enter your first name here. Then we're going to copy that. Now this one we do want mandatory, and then we're going to edit the email. And then we're going to say that same thing here, edit, enter your email here, ... Did we say the same thing for the enter your first name here, right? It should be enter your, and it should be with a capital N. Oops, perfectionist stuff. Oops, sorry. Enter your first name here, ... We're gonna hit save. There you go. And this is basically what forms do you, what fields do you want to be included here, right? So I think that looks pretty good. You can click on edit on the button as well and change the text. So in this case, let's say it's going to be send me my guide now, for example. We're going to hit save. These are things that you cannot change in the actual landing page, right? So once we go back and create our website or anything like that, you cannot change these parts, okay? So the forms you do need to change here. So we're going to go ahead and hit save for that part. So that looks good. If you're happy with what it is, you're going to hit save. And then you have the option for a single opt-in or a double opt-in. So a single opt-in means once a user submits the form, they get immediately added to the list, okay? A double opt-in means once a user submits the form, they will get an email asking them to confirm their subscription. And once they confirm it, then they'll be added to the list. So a double opt-in is a good way to ensure that you have quality leads, right? People that actually have access to the email, that check the email, that know how to read, that know how to follow instructions. However, I prefer single opt-in just because it gives me everybody, right? So even people who don't read, even people who don't check their emails, whatever, maybe this one time they will check the email and they'll read and they'll buy, right? So I don't want to exclude anybody. And if I do see a bad contact that has signed up to my list, well, heck, I can just remove them manually, right? So I prefer to have everybody and then just manually remove the bad people rather than just having, in this case, Kartra automatically select them or people automatically choose to enter the list or not, right? So we're just going to hit save for that. I'm happy with this. Now for the success page, we do have our success page, right? We did create our Kartra page. So we're going to select the page. We'll click Kartra. Our site is affiliate marketing and our thank you page, right? So when somebody fills in the form on our landing page, they will be taken to this YouTube page, which is one of the reasons why it's good that we created the landing and thank you page first before creating this form. So we're going to hit save. We're going to say save and next. And then we could send a welcome message to anybody after they complete registration. So you can click change over here and you can send a welcome email. However, what we're going to do instead is once we get to the communication section, we are going to create an automation sequence. Okay, so when somebody enters a form, we're going to say that they're going to be added to a list, and people that get added to the list will get emails sent to them, including the welcome email. Okay, so that's why for here, we're going to say no. Later on in one of the next videos in this series, we're going to click on communications. All right. So that looks good. Let's click on save and next. Now, this is another really cool feature that I really like with Kartra is that for every single option, everything you do here with Kartra, whether it's creating this form, creating a webinar, creating a product, creating an email list, you have the option to assign tags. Okay, so I love this and I think this is important. You should definitely do this because it helps you organize your list so much easier later on down the road, and you can choose who you want to send your emails to later on at a glance because they'll have tags attached to them, right? So anybody that fills in this form, I do want to send them a tag. So let's say no category in particular, and then we don't have any entries, so we're going to create a new tag. And we're going to say for this one, for example, signups, right? Leads. Let's say leads, right? So later on, we'll be able to email these leads, people who signed up to the form. So people who signed up to the affiliate marketing guide, for example. And then for the category, so we can create a new category here. Again, this financial advisor category is from an old one. So let's suppose this one is affiliate marketing. And then we can change the categories and all that once we get into communications. I'll show you how, but for now, this looks good. And then if you want to keep your list relevant, if you don't want to have somebody that signs up today to the guide, like 10 years later, right, they might not be as relevant. So if you want to set a deadline here, you could. I'm going to keep it off. I think you'll be able to tell by engagement if somebody doesn't engage very much with your content. You'll be able to tell that they're not relevant, and then you can remove them. So we're just going to keep it as is. So I like that tag option. So anybody that fills in this form will be assigned a lead tag. That's what we're doing here. So really, really cool. Anybody that submits the form will be subscribed to a list. Okay, so this is something we do want to do. So anybody that fills in this form will be subscribed to a list. So let's see what list we have. So I already created some lists here, but we're going to create a new one, and we're going to name this let's say affiliate guide signups. Okay. And then from this list, this is where we'll be able to send them emails. And this is the public description name. So signed up for the free guide. So the name of the list only you see, but the public description everybody sees. When they unsubscribe, they're going to see this. Okay. So we're going to click on create over here, and that looks good. So we're going to hit save. Now, note, one thing I do want to mention is that for this thing, for example, subscribe to lists or assign to tags, you can set all this up in the automation. So once we get to the communication automation, you can do this there, okay? You don't have to do all of this here. You don't have to. But it's easier just because it's kind of, it's part of the process here while we do it. So in my opinion, it's much better to do it here, but we could do it via communications. So if you do have a sequence set up, then you can subscribe them to a sequence. I have some sequences set up for people who purchased and just a random sequence. So don't worry about that. So we're just going to click on don't subscribe to any sequence, and we're going to click save. And then automation rules. So again, we're going to set all this up once we actually go into communication. So don't worry about that for now. We're going to click save and next. And then where are you planning to display this form? So the reason why it's asking is because if you want to embed this form somewhere else, then they're going to give you a code. So you'll be able to launch the form builder, you'll be able to edit the code there, and then they're going to give you the code to enter that form. But we don't need to do that because we are using it in Kartra, which is what I love. It just integrates everything so smoothly, so simple. So that should be it. So we're going to hit save and next. And that is it. Okay, so if we go back to our forms, we see the form right here, okay? And if you come back here, you can click edit, you can get the code. The code is not necessary because we can add it back to our page. So if we come back to our pages here, now if we go back to our affiliate marketing page, click edit, edit. Now we can actually substitute this placeholder with the actual form. So we can come down here and we can click edit. So by the way, notice here how it says assets on the page, right? So this tells you that there are two errors basically because it's in red, right? So that means that there are two assets on the page, but we have to select it. We didn't select it. So what you can do is you can just click edit style right here, or you can click over there as well. That's fine. And then you can select the opt-in form and you can click apply and boom, right? Just like that, everything is here. It looks like it's good to go. But we do want to style it. So if you want to style the button, for example, and we want to make it the same color as this, what was that color? Something like that? Nope. Okay. So what we can do is we can just take a look at this. Let's come back in here and see what the color of that is. And we're going to copy it. And then we're going to come back here to edit the form. Let's click edit. Button. And then we're going to add it here, click on apply. Okay, so something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And yeah, so when somebody fills in this form, they will be taken to that thank you page. And on that thank you page, they will get the guide, right? So as you can see, all these pieces are starting to come together, right? Bit by bit by bit, your entire online business is starting to come together, okay? So there's that. And then over here as well. So we're going to come in here, click on the little pencil icon as well. We're going to select the form, click on apply, and we're going to do the same thing. So let's go to button. Let's change it. By the way, guys, there are so many options for you to edit, right? Like you can edit the button corners, the button shadow, you know, like what it says here, the fields, the form, everything like that. And by the way, over here, it should say, it should not say start saving now. So that is actually, that should not say that. I don't know why it doesn't, to be honest. It should say, like, send me my guide, right? And then we can copy it, click apply, something like that. It should actually be from what you've set in the form. Not sure why it doesn't here, but regardless, it just makes it easier for us, I guess, for us to just change it here. So we can come back in here. Send me my guide and boom, right? And there you go, right? So it says edit to configure your form, but actually over here you see it's 2 now, right? So if you click here, you see the 2 assets and they are ready. So they are working, okay? So let's go ahead and actually test this now. So let's click save process. And let's just, now that we've created the form, let's make sure that everything works, that everything is connected. So we do need to publish it live first. We're gonna get the page link. So let's see what we've done so far. Next. And that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and enter our details here. For example, Ivan Mana, ivanmana.com. Let's click on send me my guide. And boom, there you go, right? And then we're going to click on download now. And then what we could also do is we could set up an email. So you would also get an email. They would not only get it here, but they would get an email. Alternatively, what you could do is you could give them a message on the thank you page saying, hey, check your email, right? That way you force people to kind of open your email, to interact with you in some way, right? So you could do it that way as well. You don't have to offer them anything on the thank you page. So that is it for this part, okay? So we've created our landing page, created our thank you page, created our form. So now let's go ahead and let's create our website. Let's create a sales page, okay? So after this thank you page, what do we want people to do? Well, we want people to buy our course in this case. I have a Google Ads course. I have many courses, but one of them is Google Ads. And let's suppose that's the goal, okay? So we need to create this sales page, which we could also use as a website, okay? So we'll have everything there. We'll create a thank you page as well for that. And then we will go in and do all the other things like change the domain, set up the communications, everything like that, all right? If you don't have Kartra already, I really, really believe it's one of the best all-in-one marketing solutions, just with how easy and smooth it integrates everything. So if you haven't taken advantage of my offer yet at go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, I give you a 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first purchase after that trial, on your first month, for example, right? So really a good exclusive offer you cannot get anywhere else or just by going to Kartra.com. So that said, that is all for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan. And in this video, I want to show you how to create a website and sales page here with Kartra. And the reason why I'm bundling the two together is because we're going to create a website, and on that website, we will also have information about our product, which in our case is a Google Ads course. So that could serve as our sales page, all right? So let's get straight into it. So in the previous sections, if you haven't been following along in the series, we have created a landing page, a thank you page, a form, and we integrated everything together. So now we want to create this next step, right? So after the form, where do we want to send people? Well, the goal is to sell our course, right? Or in your case, maybe to sell your services. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create this website/sales page. So I'm going to go ahead and click on page over here. And we're going to look for a long sales page. So I'm going to select this option here because some of them have the option to actually build out your website as well. So if I preview this one, for example, see, this one has all these website options, which we're going to do here. We're going to, if not all of those options, we're going to do most of them just so you get an idea for how it works. You have something like this. I like this white, this white background is just so much nicer for like to see in general, I think. This one looks all right. So yeah, you can play around with it. There's a lot of options. I actually really like this one. So let's go ahead and select this option here. And we're going to give it a name. So let's suppose Google Ads course, let's say sales page, which will also be a website. So in that case, maybe let's say main sales page. All right. And then we're going to enter a category. So we selected online marketing. We set that as our category last time. And we want it to belong to this site, right? Because it's part of the same kind of funnel. People go to this landing page, they get the form, they land on the thank you page, and then we're going to send them here, right? Via email or via maybe a button on the thank you page, for the free guide, not for the sale. So we're going to click on create. And this is where we're going to make our edits. So you should be pretty familiar with all these components. I showed it to you in the landing page builder video, but basically you have all your options here on the left. Like if you want to add new components, components are basically elements like text, buttons, and you have your sections, which are like the big, like entire sections. Like for example, the header menu over here, you can choose and you can drag it, right? So like it's a complete section basically, full of elements. And yeah, so that looks good. Let's go into settings real quick. SEO parameters. Yeah, that looks good. Page meta description. Maybe we can say Google Ads training course. And then for keywords, we can say Google Ads tutorial maybe. Page author, we'll say Ivan Mena. And this is just for the SEO, right? And then we're going to hit apply. And then we're going to go back. Later on, I will also show you how to set up your custom domain and your favicon, so that the site looks complete. All right. So that looks good. So like I was saying, this is going to be our home page and our sales page. So we want to promote our Google Ads course, my Google Ads course, which I have on my website, right? So that's the direction we're going to be headed in. So let me first add my logo here. So I'm going to click edit over here. I'm going to click edit here. And we already uploaded our logo to the other landing page, right? So we can just drag it. We can just select it from here. We can hit on apply. And lo and behold, it's over here. You have all the sections here, which we will update as well. If you want to remove any of these, let's suppose we don't want why us, I'm just gonna click on, this might be difficult. Okay, so I can't seem to get to remove it. It's a little bug, might have to contact support. But if you want to add more sections, you can just click on the clone option over here. And I'm not gonna click it because I don't wanna be able to not remove it again, but that's how you add more options. And then you can go ahead and click on edit style, and then you can change the name of it. So if you want another section that says, let's see, what are we missing? Learn more about us or something. You can write that here, learn more about us or something, okay? You can do that. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. So these are the options here. Now, we're gonna go out and we're gonna create, let's say, a contact page or a service page. And then what you'd be able to do is click on edit, click on link, and then we'll be able to take people to that page. So we're going to say link to another page, right? And then we'll be able to select that specific Kartra page that we create. So let's keep that for now. Let's just focus on the text here. So for this, let's change this to learn everything you need about Google Ads, for example. And let's suppose we want to just select this part and we want to make it, let's say, in line with our logo color there, which is a little darker blue. Learn everything you need about Google Ads. And then over here we can say something like this comprehensive and detailed 5-hour or so training course, which I do have on my site at ivanmana.com, will show you everything you need to know about creating and running profitable Google Ads campaigns, okay? So I'm trying to make this as realistic as possible, right? Make all these examples as realistic as possible. And then download now, so we don't want that. For this button, what we want to do is we want to take them to, let's say, a product purchase form, right? So we're gonna, once we set up the product, we're gonna say product checkout, and then we're gonna select the product. So in our case, we don't have any product yet, but we will in an upcoming video. And then we're gonna come back here and integrate all this together so that when somebody clicks the button, like get started now, they'll get the checkout box, they'll go on the thank you page, and they'll be emailed instructions for how to log into their Kartra membership site, which we're gonna create in the next section, okay? So I'm not gonna say download now, I'm gonna say, let's say for example, we're gonna go to text, we're gonna say, purchase now, or we can say get started now, or enroll now, right? Let's click on apply. And then if you want to change anything to do with the button, you can come over here and change the color, change the background color, all that. And in fact, well, actually the yellow looks good. I think I'm going to leave it as yellow, but you could make it bluish. Let me actually quickly go to my site and see what color it is on on my site so we can make it consistent. Okay, so for me it is actually yellow, but it is blue when you hover over it, and then it's blue over here and it's yellow when you hover over it. So there is no hover option unfortunately here with Kartra, but that's okay. So yeah, so these are the settings, and actually let's say we want to center this button so it's a little more centered there. And if we want to make it, if we want to make the button itself a little bigger, if we want to make it occupy the entire area there, we can do that. And then we can click on icon, and then I like that we can add an icon. So let's add like a little purchase, little add to cart or something. Let's see, cart, shopping cart. So maybe cart, just like that. Hit on apply, and then it's gonna show up over here, right? So purchase now. Okay, so we have that. So let's add an image now, an image of like a Google Ads course. So we can click on edit style here, and we can click edit image. I don't have an image uploaded here, so what we can do is we can go to royalty free images, and we can see if we can find something to do with maybe Google Ads. So that sounds pretty cool, right? That looks pretty cool. So any of these, because it shows a person using Google. So let's say this one, it shows the little data, you know, shows what people can learn. But of course, if you have like an image of your product, you would add it here. And we're gonna just go ahead and use that. I do have an image of my product as well, obviously on my site, but just for simplicity, we're just gonna stick with something like that. Gonna click done. As you can see here, this is a little bit down, right? So then what we wanna do is we wanna select columns over here. And then we want to select the column. So we're going to select it over here, edit style. And then the alignment, we want it to align center or top. So it's not like squeezed, you know, all the way at the bottom here. We could also do top, so it matches that. That could work. Because I believe this one is aligned top. Let's say, yeah. So actually, let's do both center. Let's center both. And then come in here and center this one. And so now it looks a little nicer, right? So we have learn everything you need to know about Google Ads. And you know what? For this one, let's click on components now. I don't like how it's like so left aligned. Let's center it like that. And let's make it a little bit smaller just so it fits in one line, I think. I don't like how it like just the one little word there, right? So can I come in here? Let's click on default. Yeah, that's the default. So let's make it a little smaller. It goes by rems. So this is 1.8, so it's this one over here. So let's make it, it's 1.6. I think that just looks a little better. And for this one now, let's go back to columns. We do probably want to top align it. It doesn't look too good if it's centered. So that looks much better. So I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so so like I said, we want to make a sales page, right? So we want more information. So over here, for example, we could say detailed and comprehensive, and then over here we could say 5 hours of exclusive content that you get to see while watching me show you everything behind my shoulder. And then for this button as well, let's suppose we also want to say like get started now, right? And we want to take them to that download button, the download link. So we could say get started now. We can hit on apply, and that looks good. And then over here, let's say videos and resources included, and then we could say lots of easy to understand videos and resources so you can get started yourself very easily. Again, something like that. And then over here we can say let's say let's say enroll now, something like that. Okay, and that looks good. So let's suppose this, like, we're good with that. You know, let's suppose 2 is enough. So we're gonna come over here, we're gonna look for the columns, look for this section here. We're just gonna delete it. Okay, because I don't want to spend too much time. I kind of want to make a good enough page so we can use as an example, but I also don't want to spend like too many hours doing it, right? So even this section I think is okay, you know, just for our illustration purposes. I think you understand how to do it. I think you have a good idea, so I don't think we need to do too much. But yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So let me go ahead then and let's change this. So let's write something over here. Let's write something else. Let's say like included, let's say detailed case studies. And then we could say you will see many case studies from successful campaigns that show you how to run your own profitable marketing campaigns. Okay, so as you can see, it's very simple. You just select what you want to change and you just change it. And in general, everything that Kartra, like all the templates they have, are generally pretty good. They're enough to kind of have everything in place, right? You don't need to change much. Even these images are pretty good, but if you do want to change it, you click on edit style, and you can just change the images there. Again, for the button, let's say we want to say sign me up, for example. Let's do that. And then over here, so yeah, special offer. Let's say skyrocket your business, or just skyrocket your business in, let's say, 30 days. I don't know how long it takes for people to watch my course. You know, everyone's different, but let's say 30 days. The course will teach you step-by-step how to double, if not triple, your traffic. And then the course is actually $149 as a one-time payment. So we're going to change that. We're going to say 149 ... Add to cart. That's good. That's good. And then we'll say this course. So that's actually perfect because this is a course. This course will teach you step-by-step how to send high-quality traffic to your website. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is let me head over to my website and copy an image that we can use here, and I'll be right back.
A few moments later.
All right, so I went ahead and grabbed an image from my site. It's not an ideal image, but you know, it's a little better than a placeholder, I think. And this does look pretty small, so you can resize it over here. But unfortunately, it's as big as it gets because this is just like a collection of images. It would be better to go in and kind of, you know, select each individual image. But for simplicity, I just went to my site and just copy pasted, so it's much easier. But that's basically how this would work. And that is, I believe, pretty much it for this sales page. So there is a 30 days money back guarantee. I like to say something like that. And then I can say here, I offer you a 30-day money back guarantee upon meeting certain criteria. Actually, I'd have to check my own rules because I don't remember. There are certain rules like I don't want people to take the full course and then just say, oh, I want a refund, right? So I have certain restrictions. So that's why I want to say, you know, certain conditions apply. And then you could even link them here. So you could highlight that, and then you could go to link, and then you could add your link, right, to your refund policy. I believe it's ivanamana.com/refund policy, right? So I'm going to do that, and I believe it's a 14-day, you should say 14-day money back guarantee. And then this one, you are protected. No, you are protected by our, and then here we can say Ivan Mana, president. That sounds nice. I'm the president of my YouTube channel. I offer you a 14-day. Okay, so something like that. And then, yeah, I mean, we could add our logo here as well. Let's just make this page as complete as we can. And then we're going to go on and start making our other pages, right? Like the contact us page, stuff like that, and just connect them. But it should be pretty simple. Let's leave that as is. I think it's all pretty straightforward. And you know what? One more thing I do want to do is, instead of saying purchase now over here, let me take people to this link over here. And then from here, if I click on here, and for this link, we want to take people to the product checkout, right? But then for this one, let's suppose we want to send people to the bottom of that page, right? So let's look at what section this is. So we're going to click here, and it says section 5, okay? So for this one, what we want to do is we want to click here, edit style. We want to say link, and then we want to say scroll to a particular section of a page, and we want to scroll to section 5. Because that way, people don't just instantly get this pop-up of buy course. That way they get to scroll down, realizing that there's more information for them to see. And then when they click here, then they'll be able to make that sale, okay? So that looks pretty good. We could go to tablet, and Kartra does a very good job of making everything mobile responsive. But if you do want to change anything on tablet or mobile, you can do so over here, right? So But I'm pretty happy with the way it looks, so we're just going to keep it as is, and then we're going to turn autosave on. We should have turned that on at the beginning. We're going to hit save progress, and let's quickly preview this page. Let's preview it, see what it looks like. Okay, let's open preview. So here's the page. Okay, I think it looks pretty nice, pretty clean. Like I said, Kartra does a nice job. And then if people click this option here, purchase now, boom, they scroll to this page right over here. So they realize that, hey, you know, there's other stuff here. And then if they click here, we didn't set it up yet, but we will once we set up our product, that there'll be a like a product checkout form that you can select to either take to another page or a pop-up. Okay, so we'll probably do a pop-up, but doesn't matter. So that's basically that. And so now what I want to do is create all these different sub pages, right? Like a contact us page, about us page, services page, everything like that. And then we're going to create a thank you page so that where people would land after they purchase this course, right? And then that should pretty much be it for our whole sales funnel in terms of landing page, sales page, everything like that. Now, one other thing we can do if you do want to maintain consistency between these pages, right? That's where this import option comes in. So if you hit on, sites, you can export everything that you like from this page. So if you want to export the tracking codes, you want to have the same SEO parameters, you want to have header menu, footer, right? Anything like that, you can save it, apply to all pages in the site. So that's, yeah, so that's our entire affiliate marketing site. We're going to hit on apply. And now we will be able to use these when we create these other pages. Okay. So close out of that. So again, let's just, okay, it's saved. So let's publish it live again. And let's just grab this link here. Let's paste it here so we can have it for our reference. And then let's return back to our dashboard. So now if we create a page, so let's suppose we want to create this contact page, right? So we're going to start from a blank page because they don't have a contact us page per se, but they will have it in the sections. When we add a section, very, very, very easy to do. So we're just going to select blank page for this one. We're going to say contact us. We want to say online marketing category, affiliate marketing training, and then we want to import all those elements, right? Let's suppose we want to have the same header, the same footer. You can choose this option here if you want to maintain consistency. So we can click on create. Although most likely, to be honest, we'll probably end up deleting it because let's suppose we want like a standalone contact page, right? We don't want like to have all this information here. But this is how this import works. So if you want to maintain that same consistency, that's what you would do. So, well, maybe we can keep it, that's fine. So if we go into sections here, over here, and we look for our contact us here, contact, we can click on there, and then we can drag this over here, right? So let's suppose we want to drag that right there, and then boom, now all of a sudden, everything just looks nice and dandy, right? And then obviously you would have filled this in at first before, you know, it looks nasty, but that's how that works. And then over here, you would just come in here and you would just change these things up. So let's click on edit text. Let's say Ivan at ivanmana.com. Let's suppose that's the number. Let's suppose that's that. Okay, so enter the right details. Let's make it like, oops, click on edit text again. 3, for example, whatever. And then you would say get in touch with me, and that looks pretty good. So I'm actually pretty happy with this page. So we can go ahead and hit save progress, and it's as simple as that, right? So you would do that for every page of your site that you want. So you're going to click on sections and then look at what options they have. So team is going to be why us, probably, right? Service might be, I don't see service, so you might have to do it. But for example, testimonials could be why us, right? About could be team. Features could be something else, right? Features right here, right? So it's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. And then for the home page, we would enter this page. So now we're gonna edit style, right? And then you might have to do some work because you might have to kind of go in to every single page and edit it on every page. But the good news is that you don't need to know the URL, right? You can just say link to another page. And you can say the home page, we want to link it to another Kartra page for our affiliate marketing website. And we want to link it to our main sales page. And we can open it in a new tab. So for example, if you don't want to keep the same header, the same footer, right? You can take people to just the contact us page. And that way, or if you take them to a new tab, that won't matter because they'll still stay on their current tab, right? So that's an option you can do. But if you want to make a full-fledged website, that's how this would work. So we have that. Again, I'm going to enable autosave. There's no reason not to. And the site has been saved. And we're going to just publish this now. And we don't need the code. That's okay. We'll just click close. We'll click return to dashboard. And so it says not published yet, but give it a second. Let's maybe refresh the page. Not yet. Okay. So give it a few moments. In the meantime, let's create, let's say, an about page, right? So again, you would do the same thing. You click on page. We're going to select blank template. We're going to say about us. We're going to select the category, the site. We're going to import the elements. We're going to click create. And it should be pretty quick. So this is, I said, about. So about would probably be team, right? So we're going to click sections. We're going to click, it's going to be our team. And then we select the template. And yeah, all of them look pretty good. I like this one, meet our team. We're going to drag it here. Kartra makes it very, very, very easy for you. And then, yeah, you would just go in here and you would just edit. And I think these might be the actual Kartra employees. I'm not sure, but you would go in and you would just change it like lead CEO, right? Me, yeah. And then, you know, you would add a little image of me or something like that. But that's what that is. Meet our team. These dedicated professionals have done an outstanding job delivering an outstanding service to you or something like that, okay? And yeah, so that's the about page. And so we would do the same thing. We click on home, we click edit style. We'll wait a second for it to load, click on link, and then we want to take people to another page. Again, we're going to select another Kartra page. We're going to select affiliate marketing training. We're going to select the sales page, right? Yes. And then we want to do the same thing for the contact now, right? So we're going to click on contact. We're going to click on link. We're going to click on link to another page, another Kartra page, the same website, and then our contact us page. Boom, right? And Kartra makes it very easy to kind of find and integrate everything. And that looks pretty good. We're going to hit autosave. That doesn't quite look like me, but you would change the image right there. And hopefully by now you have an idea for how all this works, like how to add the elements, how to add the sections. You know, it's pretty simple. You just drag and drop, guys. That is it. Okay. So maybe let's do one more. Let's just do one more page here, because I think you get the idea for how to create this website. So we're going to publish live. And we do not need the code. So let's go back. Let's return to dashboard. And so the contact us now, as you can see, is live. The about us is about to be live. And let's do maybe why us or features. Yeah, either one, right? So we're going to click on page, click on blank page. What did I say? Why us? So why us could be like our testimonials, right? Online marketing, affiliate marketing. Yes, we want to import everything, or you say no if you don't want to. If you want to make like a standalone page, you can do that as well. And we're going to click on sections. We're going to say there's the features one if you want to do the features. And then the testimonials is going to be why us. And then no, I don't like that one actually. No. Let's delete it. Let's say we want to add. Yeah, these look nice. These look nice. I like that. I like that. Let's pick this one. Second, there you go. Okay, so let's see, we could say why us? Here's what our customers say. And then this is where you would do the why us page. So you would copy paste your testimonial here, right? And everything else is pretty straightforward. If you want to add more, by the way, right, if you click on columns, you would be able to wait for the column here. You would be able to duplicate this, right? So if you want to add more, oops, wait for it. wait for that green, and then boom, you duplicated it. If you want to add more space, as you can see, it's a little squeezed now. I'm just going to go click on edit style here. And at the top, we want to add a little bit more margin. And now there's a little more space, okay? And yeah, so that would be that. So you would save progress, and then you would do the same thing for your contact page now, right? Your About Us page. So you're going to select components, click here, edit style, and then you would go to link to another page, go to link to Kartra page, link to this site, and that's going to be the Contact Us page. So that's the Contact Us, boom. And then all of these things we will actually go over in this course as well. So how to do a Kartra calendar, how to do a survey, how to do a webinar, WhatsApp, there's no course on that, but you just enter your WhatsApp number. Opt-in form, we already did, right? All of these very, very, very simple and very, very smooth integration. So I'm not going to go in and change it for all of these, but you know how to do it now. So we'll just click on Save Progress. I think that should be enough for you to get an idea how to build this website, how to build a sales page. So we're just going to publish it. But what I would like to do is, at least on the sales page, I would like to change all these, right? So let's go back to our Course Me and sales page. We're going to click on edit over here. We're going to click edit again. And for this one, we do want to change the top bars, right? So because the sales page is like the most important page, the page we're going to send people to after they get our free guide, for example, with traffic. So we're going to click contact over here. And we do want to adjust that now. So we're going to click link to another page. So that is that. For the home page, we're not going to change anything just because right now it's set to none, right? So if people click the home page, nothing's going to happen. So that's fine. So now that we've done that, let's save progress. And the site has been saved, but we do have to publish it, okay? So you do have to publish it before it actually shows up. That's important. So now that we've done that, click close, come back here, we're going to refresh this. And now if we click on home, nothing happens. But if we click on Why Us, boom, we're taken to our testimonials page. If we click on contact, we're taken to this page. If we click on about, for this page, we didn't set up the about page, but if we go back to our home page and we click on about, we will be taken to this page, okay? So it's very, very fast, very smooth integration. If we click on home page, we can get back here. And that is pretty much it for how to set that up, right? So one more thing, let's just create our thank you page real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the last step, which is creating the membership site before we go in and start actually enhancing that, what we have. So we're gonna click on new page here. And we can do thank you page. We can use this format, but we're going to say thank you for purchase instead. So, well, we used this one for last time, so we can probably do the same. So let's pick the same template. I actually like this one. So let's say thank you purchase. Okay, so that's the thank you for the purchase page. So after somebody clicks the button on the sales page that says add to cart, there's going to be a pop-up for the product checkout page, which we will set up. And then after they buy, they'll be taken to this page. And then Kartra will email them instructions for how to log into that course, right? And that course now we're going to create in this membership site in the next section. So we're going to select this category. We're going to select the site. We do not want to import elements because we want to make it like a standalone separate thank you page, right? As we had before. So this one is a thank you purchase. So let's go ahead and add our logo again. Like I said, I told you should have added the logo in your profile settings because now you have to do it every time here. But that's not a big deal because luckily we have it here already. Apply. And then we say thank you. This one we say thank you for your purchase. You are now ready to get started. You're now ready to master Google Ads and, let's say, skyrocket your business reach. And so what we want to do is Kartra will automatically send them an email. So we just want to let people know. So we're going to remove this button here and we're going to say check your email for login instructions. And then we could say, for example, If you don't see it, check the spam folder. But in this course, I will show you how to improve the authenticity of your email so that you have the highest chances of getting them sent out, so people don't have to check their spam, okay? And then here, let's say we want to bold it. I'm going to Control B to bold. And this one I want to italicize. So we're just going to click that. And I think that looks pretty good. Over here, let's suppose for this image, let's suppose we want a different image, so it's not the same. So we come in royalty-free images and we say thumbs up. Let's try that. Yeah, I like that. Looks like a nice image. So I'm gonna use that, click confirm, click apply. And it's a little too big for my taste. It's a little too big for my taste. So let's go ahead and resize it a little bit. Let's make it like that, okay? And there you go. That looks good. So that's our thank you sales page, okay? And then we're gonna turn auto save on. We're going to save progress. And we're going to publish live, and then we're going to go back to our interface, okay? So, congratulations, we have successfully created our landing page, which then takes people to the thank you page, which then takes people to the sales page, which is right here, which then, if they buy, takes people to the purchase page, okay? And so now what I want to do, now what I'm going to show you is how to create this membership site, because once they get these email instructions from Kartra, they need to be able to log in somewhere. Right? So we need to create this membership site where we will have our course, okay? And then after that, we're gonna go in and set up the custom domain, we're gonna set up the email communications, we're gonna set up a favicon, and then we're gonna set up any other additional features you might need, like webinars, calendars, surveys, help desk, super cool stuff. Really excited to show you because I just think it's amazing. If you guys don't have Kartra and you do wanna check it out, if you go to go.ivanamana.com/Kartra. I offer you an exclusive 30-day free trial and a 20% off on your first payment after the trial, okay? An exclusive offer you cannot get just by searching online or going to Kartra.com. So take advantage of it if you do want to have this all-in-one marketing platform. You want to have everything in one place for your business, and Kartra does an amazing job of doing that, all right? So thank you for watching this section. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to create a membership site with Kartra. So in the previous videos, we've set up a landing page, a thank you page, we've set up a full website with a sales page and a thank you sales confirmation page. And so now it's time to create this membership site where we will have our product, right? So in this case, our product is a Google Ads course. So we need to create this membership site so we can have our course videos on the site. So that's exactly what I'm going to show you here in this video so that everything is integrated nice and smoothly. So the first thing we're going to do is click on memberships right over here. And so we're just going to create a new membership here. If you have many different memberships, you'll be able to create a portal. Right, so over here, if you have many different courses, you'll be able to create the portal over here. So pretty simple. I'll delete that as well. And let's go back into membership. So let's click on membership over here and let's give it a name. So this is going to be our Google Ads course, okay? Then we're going to click on create. And so the first thing it's asking you, so we're going to go from left to right. And the next part after this is we're going to actually edit our membership area, right? So that people see what it looks like. So this is the Google Ads course. Now our sales promotional page is going to be our Kartra page that we created in a previous video, which is going to be this Google Ads course main sales page right over there. So we're going to hit save. Then we do want to make it password protected, right? We don't want anybody to just be able to log in. But if you are offering this course completely for free, then you can say no password is required and everybody gets free access. But we do want to make it password required where Kartra will email all the instructions for this, okay? So you don't have to worry about that. We're going to click save and next. And so now we need to come in and create the content of the site. Okay, so we're going to click on Launch Builder over here. And this is how we'll be making our membership site look. Okay, so you have the header here at the top. You can change the color right over here. So this color actually is pretty good. It matches our logo color. So we're going to keep it at that. And then the accent color is the color of whenever you select a specific category, like over here, you see we're selecting home, it's going to be the color of that. Or when you click on preview, it's going to be the color of either the progress bar or this section here. If you select this layout over here, it's going to be that section on the left below your logo. So that's what the accent color is. So I think we can make it dark. I think that looks pretty good, looks pretty solid. And then everything that people select will be in dark, right, or black. So the first thing we want to do is add the host, I think, right? So information about yourself, who you are. And you have these different templates. I like this one over here. And then you would enter Ivan Mana, enter your bio. So you would say, I'm just an affiliate marketer and have been doing it for the past 7 years, okay? And then that's what it's going to look like. And then here, as you can see, that's that black, right? And then you can add the icons. Let's say you want to add your Instagram icon in Instagram. So instagram.com/ I believe it's just, that's how you do it. You can add your Facebook. I don't remember what my Facebook URL is actually. Facebook.com/real Ivan Mana, I believe. Let's see. Well, that's for my, okay, so I forgot to put the .com, obviously. So it's this one, Online Marketing Essentials. So we can put that here, for example. If you have a Twitter bio, I think Twitter is like HTTPS, shoot, I don't even know if it's X or twitter.com or what is it now. I'll just leave that out. But that's what that is. YouTube channel, let's do that. So it's going to be HTTPS, youtube.com/Ivan Mana, and then email. And email, we're going to say Ivan at ivanmana.com. Okay, so it's going to look like that. Let me go ahead and add an image of myself as well, just so we can make it a little more realistic. All right, so I went ahead and added this image of me. So let's click next. Let's click confirm. Let's make sure it looks good here. So we're just going to maybe something like that. Maybe, yeah, that looks fine, I think. Click confirm. And yeah. So if you want to edit it again, you can just click the little pencil icon and then just drag it maybe up a little bit, maybe a little like this. Sorry, perfectionist stuff. I just want to make this site as perfect as possible to use in our example. So I think that looks good. That looks much better. And we're going to hit save, okay? So this section here will stay the entire time. You don't have to keep re-adding this over here, okay? And by the way, you know what? I don't like the accent color. Let me make it maybe like another variation of this blue. So maybe something like that. And then you have the links here, but we do want to add more, right? So we can add a progress bar as well. So people will be able to see where they are. The default is 4 out of 8, but of course, depending on where they are, it's going to show them depending on the number of posts they have. And then you have the product here. So if you want to add a different product, so let's suppose in addition to this course, I'm also offering consultations. We can add that product here and we can say, hey, do you want to reach out to me for consultations? So that would be a really cool kind of upsell, right? But the main thing we need is to add this featured post here. That's the main thing we have to add. And over here, we're just going to give it a header. We don't have any posts yet. So let's just say home. You can enter an icon. Now, don't be confused because you can scroll down even more, right? And this icon will show up really when somebody selects it from the category from the top. That's where this icon shows up. So that looks good. We'll click add. And then we'll click save. And that's going to show up our featured posts. Okay, so we'll be able to select the posts once we actually add them. Right now, like I said, we don't have anything. And the way this is organized, the way your membership course is organized is when you click over here, you click on edit, you will be able to create categories, subcategories, and then posts. Okay, so that's the organization structure inside of Kartra. So let's suppose our category, we want to name our first category. So in our Google Ads course, if we look at our course, let me just go ahead and show you that page and then we'll be able to kind of replicate it, right? So if we go to Google Ads Mastery and we scroll down a little bit here, so we have this, like we have section 1 introduction and then we have these things, right? So I'm not going to do the whole thing, but just to give you an idea. So this one could be section 1. We're going to hit save and then we say introduction. So we're going to add a subcategory. So we're going to select here, we're going to select here, and we're going to say introduction, and then we can say 1 minute. You do have a character limit, by the way, on the names of the categories and subcategories, so you can't make it too long. So let's see if this one will fit. So if we want to add another category here, we're going to go ahead and do that. Might have to remove the number of minutes for some of them in case it doesn't fit. So I'm just going to do 2 categories for the purpose of this video, which I think is more than enough for for you to get an idea for how to do this, right? So we're going to do that. We're going to add another category, which is going to be section 2. And by the way, section 1, let's name it introduction, right? So we're going to edit this. We're going to say section 1, introduction, boom, all caps. Okay, I like that. And then we're going to come back here, section 2, before we get started. So let's rename this to be section 2 before we get started. And then we're going to add subcategories to it as well. So join our exclusive Facebook group. Do this before running your ads, subcategory. So I'm just using this as a template, right? So that, and by the way, see here, there's no space for the 2 minutes. So I'll say 2 min, something like that. And then this one, there's definitely not going to be any space. So overview. So let's say advertiser terms and conditions. Let's do that. We're going to hit save. Okay, so you would keep going, okay, and you would keep adding categories and sections. I have like 7 or 8 or 11, 12. Yeah, so we're not going to do that here in this video, right? But that should give you an idea for how to do it, how to get started. So what we're going to do here, the goal, right, how we're going to structure this is we're going to create one post per subcategory. You can do a different way. You could have, for example, under, let's say, why use Google Ads, you could have many different posts. Okay, so if you want to break it down even further, you could do that. But right now, as you can see, this is what it looks like, right? It looks like that, and I like it. I think it looks pretty clean, pretty neat. So the first thing here is, let's suppose we want some sort of introductory video, right? Like, welcome to the site, welcome to the course. So we're going to look for a video here. We're going to drag it right over here. And we could take a video from YouTube, for example. We could take it from Kartra. So because some of my videos are quite long, for the purpose of this video, I'm just going to use YouTube. But what you would do is you would click on upload new video, and then you would just upload your videos here to Kartra. Like here I have this introductory video, okay? Like I said, for the purpose of this video, let me just find some YouTube video that we can use here as an example, and I'll plug it in here. All right, so I went ahead and grabbed the URL of one of my main featured videos on my channel, which might not be super relevant here, but we'll just add it here, you know, easiest way to make money with ClickBank. And then, yeah, that's basically it. You could also add a headline. So if you want over here, you would add, so that's the home page, but then you would add a headline. So you would say, welcome to the course. Please watch this quick, in this case it's not quick, but you would make a quick introductory video before you get started. Okay, so something like that. And then you could write text. And you could say, make sure to go through every section so you don't miss anything out. Something like that, okay? And then you can add a divider, you can add a download button if you have additional resources, links, anything like that, you would add it here. So for example, I would add a resource here. So the box title, we would say resources. For the name of the resource, we would say Google Ads account. And then for the link, it's going to be an external URL, and it's going to be, let's say, ads.google.com, right? So that's where people need to go to first create their Google Ad account. We're going to hit save, and boom, you have it very, very nice and dandy over here. And then you can click edit. You can add any other additional options that you want. So really cool stuff. I really like it. And that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and save what we have for now. So I'm just going to save progress, but we're not done. We do need to fill in these parts over here now, right? So that's our homepage. Now, if we click on any one of these, if we click on introduction, you'll see that it's blank. If you click on this one, you'll see that it's blank. But then if you click on homepage, boom, looks nice and dandy. So let's start filling in the content. So we want to come over here on the first section here, introduction, right? And then you might think that you have to redo everything, but actually, as long as you add this post, where is it? New post, everything will be pre-populated for you automatically. So let's give this post a name. So this one was introduction, so we'll keep it at that. So the way we're going to structure this is we're going to have one post per subcategory, okay? And then we'll have as many subcategories as we need per section. Like I said, alternatively, what you can do, for example, is you could have the one big category, and then you could have 4 posts under that category. You can do it that way. I think this way is going to be much easier because then people will be able to see the exact subcategories as they hover over the category. So that's why we're doing it this way. So the post name, this one's going to be introduction. The post description, introduction. It is under this category. It is under this subcategory. You could add an icon as well. So this is going to be a video. So we can select the video icon and then we're going to hit save. Okay, and then everything else is going to be pre-populated here, and you're going to see this section here at the top. You'll see everything else at the bottom. So if people come back to home, they'll see this, but then if they select introduction, they'll see that. And this introduction should have a little icon since we've added the icon for it, but this icon will not always show up depending on your theme. Okay, so depending on what theme you have, that's where that icon will show up. And I'm going to show you exactly what that's going to look like here shortly when we preview it. But for over here, we're going to drag another video, for example, right? And then we're going to have this introductory video. So, let's say we're going to use our small video that I've uploaded here as an example, okay? But you would obviously add your own introduction. And that's basically the idea, right? So once you're done with that, we're going to go to this next section, why use Google Ads. We're going to come in here, we're going to drag the new post section over here. And then this section was why use Google Ads. Why use Google Ads? And then this is going to be a video. And then we're going to hit save. And we're going to drag another video over here, right? And let's suppose, again, just for simplicity, we're going to select the same video, but you would obviously upload your own. And so now when people go to introduction, they get this content. People go to Google Ads, they see this content. They will see the progress bar of all the posts in the course that's available. We're going to hit save progress so we don't lose anything. And let me think if there's anything else we need to add. Create your Google Ads account. Yeah. So I think that looks pretty good. Again, right, if you want to add resources, you can do that here. Everything here. If you want to add a calendar, a survey, which we will get into, so don't worry about that. But these are the options that you have. Can't really think of anything else mind-blowing to share with you. Like you have the announcement bar, the marquees, like like a banner, basically. So if you want to drag this announcement bar here at the top and say something like, special offer now for my consultations. Special offer now for consultations, right? And then we can have a link to our consultations page, for example, okay? So you can do that, you can hit save, and then that's what it's going to look like on every page that people go to. So, and then over here, we don't really have much content yet, but we will soon. And that's basically what that would be. So let's remove that. The marquee is just like a little image. So you can have a text here, ASDF, and it's just going to look like this. But I don't think it's necessary, so we're going to remove it. But these are basically all the options that you need to know about. Okay, so you would just follow the steps. So that's why I use Google Ads. Create your Google Ads account. You would just do the same thing. You would drag the post over here. You would name it. Create, I'm just copying and pasting, create. It's going to be a video, and we hit save. And then we're going to drag the video again, drag it over here, Kartra video. Let me know please in the comments below if I'm missing something, if there's something you want to know about, because as far as I can tell, that's pretty much all there is to know about it. But let's suppose we want to go to this join our exclusive Facebook group. Now this one doesn't have a video, right? This one has just links, for example. So we're going to drag the post here as well. And we're going to say join our exclusive Facebook group. But for this one, it's not a video. This one's going to be like, let's say here, people. Here, an image of people, right? We're going to hit save. And so that's what that's going to look like. And then over here, we want to add a resources and links. And so we would add, for example, so the box title is resources and links. And then this one we could say join our exclusive Facebook group. And then we're going to link it to facebook.com/online marketing essentials, one of my first names. We're going to hit add, and then we can add something else. So let's suppose we want to add name of resource, right? Now let's say Kartra free trial. And then we're going to give external URL. We're going to say go.ivanmana.com/Kartra. So you would have your own affiliate links on your site, right? In your membership site. We're going to hit save. And then boom, that's what that's going to look like. So pretty straightforward. So I think that's pretty much it. I don't think we need to go in and kind of change every single thing here. I think you get the idea. So you would just go in there and just keep adding more sections, keep adding more posts. If you think this is too long, like introduction before we get started, you can just go ahead and remove that and just say section 2, section 1, and then over here you could say, or you can remove the section 1 and say introduction before we get started, you know, anything like that. By the way, you have my profile. So this is for people, right? This is what people are going to see. Like if they go to sitemap, they're going to see all this under introduction. They'll see the one post. Why use Google Ads? They'll see the post. So this is what the people will see. So they get an idea. They log out. They can search for anything here as well. And then we can hit save progress again. So well, let me quickly show you if you add more than one post to a section. So how would we do this? Let's go to, let's go to introduction, and let's, as an example, let's scroll up. Let's add another post. Let's say introduction part 2, for example. We're going to add here, and then for this one, we'll say work in progress, and we'll hit save. So now you would be able to see those icons. So we're going to save progress. Let's preview. Let me show you this one, for example. So if we click on introduction again, we should see these. If we have to click on it, we can't hover over it. So even if you just have one post, it should show up just that one. So like over here. And then we see the video, right? And then we come over here, join our exclusive Facebook group. It's got that little person there. And so that's basically it. So that's how you would do this, how you would create this membership site. So you would have everything here and you would select your template. So if you want this one, for example, instead, you would do that. And this one, I believe, does not have, right? So depending on the template, this one will not have those icons. So that's why the other one is kind of cool. But depending on what you like better. And so once we're good with that, we can actually select our theme and then click save and exit. And by the way, really quickly, let me see if we added the logo. Did we add the logo to this? No, we did not. I forgot. Oops. Okay. So let's go ahead and edit this. We'll click at it. And we just want to add our logo again, make it look nice and professional. So we're going to select this one, click confirm, and hit save. And then you can change any options as well over here, right? So anything you want to change, you can change the name. So if you want to say, instead of sitemap, like, you know, what's included, for example, you can do that, or table of contents, anything like that. And the logo doesn't actually look good here with the colors, so I selected my white logo instead. I think it's going to look much better with the white there. Yeah, I think it looks better. And that's pretty much it then. So now we can hit save progress. And now if we preview it, save and preview, that's what it's going to look like. Logo's a little bit big, so you might want to make it smaller because that's the actual size of the logo. Mine's pretty big, so probably want to make it smaller, but that's basically it. Hopefully you guys have an idea for how to do this. So once you're happy with that, you click on save and exit. And so now we have our membership site ready. We're good to go. We're going to hit save and next. Now over here, you have the option to enable or disable comments, right? So if you want to enable comments for every single video, you can. Maybe you don't want to for the introduction. Maybe you don't want to for the exclusive Facebook group. But for these ones you do, you would just select where you want to enable comments, okay? And then you can either auto-approve all comments or they must be approved by you. So that's up to you. We're going to hit save and next. Then you have access levels. So this is pretty cool. So maybe you will have different packages. Maybe for this membership site, for this product, right? Maybe you have the silver package, the gold package, and the platinum package. And maybe the silver package only has access to these videos and they don't have access to the next, right? Or maybe they don't have access to the Facebook group. So then you would be able to add these levels here. So you would say, okay, let's add a level and let's name it gold, right? And then for this one, we're going to edit it. We're going to say, for example, silver. And then we're going to say add level, we're going to say platinum, right? So maybe you'll have levels. So you can say, hey, you know, if you buy this course at the platinum level, you're going to get access to the Facebook group. But until then, you don't. Or I'm not going to show you how to create a Google Ads account. You know, I'll show you how to create a campaign, but I'm not going to show you how to create an account unless you sign up for the gold plan at least, right? So that's basically where you would do this. You just select which plan level has access to what. So you just select that here. Over here you have the instant access, or do you want to give it after a certain days, after signing up, or on a specific date. Let's say it's not ready yet, but it will be ready in 2 months. You would be able to set that here, okay? So that looks good. We're going to hit save. Let's say we're happy with that. And then this allows you to decide how do you want those people, let's say at the silver level to see these posts. Do you want them to see it, or do you want them to just not see it at all? So that's what you would be able to set here. You would say, okay, I want it to just not be displayed at all. Or I want it to displayed but be unclickable. Or I want it to be displayed and pop a teaser window, right? And so this teaser window will basically say, hey, you need to upgrade your plan. You need to upgrade your plan to be able to sign up, right? To be able to see this video. And then here you can click on edit, and this is what it's going to look like. This is what that window is going to look like. So it's going to look like this, like, hey, content lock, you don't have access, right? Or over here, you can create a video and you could say, hey, do you want to learn more? Do you want to watch this video? Well, you got to upgrade your plan. So you would do that here, and you would upload your video. You would click next, and then you're going to upload your video, and then that's how that would work. Okay, so let's keep it simple. No video, this. So people that don't have access to content, they will see this message, and it'll prompt them to hopefully upgrade the plan. So that's how that works. So we're going to hit save here. Click save and next. You have the progress. So this is a little different than the progress bar I showed you. The progress bar there is limited. So it just shows people how many posts they've seen out of how many. Whereas this one, first of all, you are able to choose whether you want to force linear progression or not with this progress bar. Second of all, this progress bar shows up at the bottom, and it allows people to see exactly what they missed or didn't. So for example, if you allow people to not have linear progression, they will see that, hey, I missed this post here in the middle, right? And that I need to maybe go back to it. So that's the difference between those two progress bars. I think this is pretty cool. I'm trying to think. I think forcing linear progression could be good, but at the same time, it might make people feel constrained. So I think I'm going to go with this option here for my course. Like if you are familiar with how to create a Google Ads account, you don't have to watch that section. So that's going to be the progression for me. And then over here, you can choose with the access level. So you have the first tier, which I wish it told you what tier it was, right? This is the silver, this is the gold, this is the platinum. So they have access to all of this. And this is basically saying, what do you want to include? Which lessons do you want to include as part of that progress bar? And then when somebody completes your course, do you want it to just keep it at 100%, or do you want to prompt a little completion badge saying, congratulations, you completed the course? I think this looks pretty cool. I think why not? You can choose your template over here. I think the gold one looks the best because gold, association with victory, top place. I think the first template actually looks the best. And so we can move up. And then, yeah, so one more point about this progress bar is that if you have some points like this, like join our exclusive Facebook group, it doesn't matter if people watch it, like that's not part of the course. So maybe we want to disable it, right? For every level. Well, we only have it at the platinum level, but that's the idea. It's like some parts that aren't part of the actual content, maybe you want to exclude it. So we're going to click save. That looks good. Save next. Now we don't have any customer support, but if we do have support, let's suppose this one I have, it's going to show up. It's going to be one of the options that people will be able to contact, right? So they'll be able to contact you, and then all the support tickets will show up here within Kartra. So don't worry about this. I will show you how to set this up. Really, really cool feature. We will do it in an upcoming video. And then, yeah, so don't enable customer support for now since we don't have any, any that we've created. And then over here, you have a welcome email. So you can choose to send an email to somebody when they sign up. Again, we can do this via communications tab over here. Now, if you don't want to send any special communications to people that sign up, you can easily send them a welcome email. So we can select this, we can hit save, and then we can keep going. And in this case, it's saying enabled DKIM missing, which is fine because we will set it up together. Do not worry. So just click OK for now, and that's fine. So Kartra is going to send them a welcome email with credentials, with a welcome message of your choice. And then this welcome message is something that you would update over here, right, under your email notifications. So if you come over here, let me open this in a new tab. So this is going to be over here, and it's going to be under membership welcome notifications. So it's going to be this one, right? So this is the one that if you click edit, it says, welcome, you're our latest brand new member. Here are the details, so that's kind of this email. And yeah, like I said, don't worry about this. We will correct that. We will work on that. So we're going to hit next. Close out of those windows there. And so Kartra actually allows you to edit your email here. So you don't actually have to go into email notifications, but now you know where to go to edit any of those emails, because sometimes Kartra doesn't give you the option to edit it, right? Sometimes it just says we're going to send the email like that. So Good to know. So that looks good. If you don't want to change anything, you just leave it as is. You click next, and then you can assign tags. You can subscribe to lists. So again, I love this stuff. I think it's absolutely essential to set up. So if you click change, yes, I do believe you need to assign tags to people who will sign up to this membership. Absolutely, I think you do. So we're going to say this is going to be under affiliate marketing. And we do have some tags here. We have the leads, right? People that signed up to our guide. But we want to create a new tag. We want to say membership users, right? So how do you call it? Members? Yeah, so let's say course members, right? So this is going to be the list, this group of people that have signed up to this membership site that are part of the site. And then again, we'll just say course members, or we can offer more details, people that are part of the membership site. You can enter a category. It is affiliate marketing category, and no tag expiration. We'll click create. And now it's going to be like this, right? And I love to assign tags, as I mentioned, because later on, once we set up communications, email autoresponders, it's just so much easier to be able to select who you want to send your emails to, because they'll have the category. You can also create a list, right? So you can subscribe them automatically to a list, and you could say, so we have our affiliate guide signups. We can create another list. We can say members, right? Let's say for this one, it's going to be Google Ads course members. And then we can actually do the same public description. So this is what people actually see this part. Everybody sees this, like when they unsubscribe. And this one's just for your reference. We're going to click create, and we're going to hit add. So people that get access to this membership, they will be added to this email list automatically, okay? And then if we have sequences, you would subscribe them to a sequence. We don't. If you have any automation rule, you would set it up here. Don't worry about that. We will get into automations once we go into communications, okay? Everything will be there. So we're just going to hit save and everything. So they're going to be added to this new email list, to this new tag. We're going to hit save and next. And congratulations, our membership portal has been saved, okay? So now we do need to connect it to a product, okay? And once we connect it to a product, everything will make sense. But for now, if we go back into our memberships here, we see our course over here. And if we get the login link, let's say a member login, right? That's the Kartra default page. If you have your own Kartra, if you have your own design for the member login page, you can do that here. But I think the default login page is more than enough. So this is for the users. This is what people will see, and then this is for the admin. So if you want to log in as an admin, you'll be able to come in here and see what this looks like inside the interface. And then this is the link that people will get actual access to, right? So they will get access to this, and then they're also going to get their login credentials in the email when they buy the product, but we have to create the product, okay? And so now that we've done all this, it's time to create our product. It's time to set everything together and have this product that people can click and check out and get ready to buy, right? Before we set up the product, we do need to set up payment integrations though. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to set up a PayPal and Stripe payment integration, but I'm also going to show you how to set up integrations in general for anything, no matter what you're using. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do that here in Kartra. And if you haven't signed up to Kartra yet, guys, if you head over to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, I do offer you a 30-day free trial and a 20% off on your first payment after the trial. So a really good exclusive offer you cannot get anywhere else, or just by going to Kartra.com. So take advantage of that. So stay tuned, and then we're going to add our product and connect everything together. It's going to be super exciting. We're almost there in creating our automated system. All right, I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up your payment integration with Kartra, because at this point in our free course we want to create a product, right? We want to integrate the product, but to do that we first need to integrate our payment gateway. So for this video I'm going to show you how to do PayPal and Stripe, as those are the most popular and the ones I personally use. But if you want to integrate anything else, I will show you roughly what you should be looking out for and how to set it up, all right? So the first thing we want to do is click on integrations over here. And let me give you the basic idea. So if you have something other than PayPal or Stripe, let's, like for example here, Square, you can click here, you can click on new integration, and you can read their technical documentation. So for the most part, it's going to consist of connecting, so logging in to your account, and then looking for a certain code, okay, looking for a certain secret key, so to speak. That's for the most part what it's going to consist of. So let me show you how to do it here with Stripe first of all. So I'm going to click on new integration here with Stripe. And it just asks us to get our secret key and publishable key. So what I'm going to do here is log into my Stripe account, and I'm going to show you where to get those details. All right, and so here I am inside my test Stripe account. So you want to click on developers here at the top, and you want to click on API keys. And what you need is your publishable key and your secret key over here. So you need the publishable key and secret key. So you should have the publishable key here. However, if you don't have the secret key, I'll show you how to create that as well. So all you're going to do is click to copy this publishable key, come over here and paste it here. So Control C, Control V. And now we just need the secret key. So I already created this Kartra secret key right over here. Now, when you get the secret key, you only get to see it one time, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and delete this key here. And I'm just going to create another secret key in case you don't currently have one. So you're just going to click on Create Secret Key. You do want to select this option over here, because if you select this option, they give you a restricted key option, but that is not enough. You do need the secret key. You're going to click on Create Secret Key. You're going to verify your account. I'm going to do that in a second. And then you're going to enter a name. So let's say Kartra secret key, and we're going to click create, and you will only see this secret key one time, okay? You will not see it any other time. So what you want to do is you want to just copy that key, come back into Kartra and paste it here. You will not see this key again, so make sure to save it in a private space, or you'll have to create a new one. All right, and you can enter a note for why you need this key, but Kartra secret key title should be enough. You're going to click done, and then here you have your secret key. And that should be it for Stripe. So you can click on create, and that integration is complete, but we do need to do one more thing. We need to add this in our Stripe account. So you're going to copy this, Control C, and then we're going to come back here. We're going to go into webhooks, and as you can see, I already have this account here, but let me see if I can delete it so we can start from scratch again. So you're going to go to webhooks, you're going to click add an endpoint, and then you're just going to enter it over here, and you would enter the description. So you would say Kartra payment integration, and you would leave everything else as is. So you would leave it as your current version, events on your account, leave it as is, and click add endpoint. Oops, and we forgot to select the events. So you need to click on all events, and you have to select all events. Okay, so all of this information will be taken back to Kartra, right? Especially the billing portal, because you need them to know what's going on with your billing, with your payments, so that the two connect. So you're going to click on add events, and you're just going to scroll all the way down here, and then you're going to say add endpoint. And now you should see it over here. So if you go back to webhooks, you'll see the exact same one I had before. And that should pretty much be it. Okay, so that's done. You can click X, and the two should be integrated. You can always click edit, and you can make sure everything is here. So that is pretty much it for the Stripe integration. If you want to integrate PayPal, you're just going to scroll down, select PayPal, click on new integration, and you will need to connect to PayPal. So you're going to log into PayPal, and then there is a certain key, like similar API key, you will need to add. So let me go ahead and log out of my Stripe account, and then we're going to connect it to PayPal. All right, so we're going to click connect, and I'm just going to go ahead and log into my PayPal account via this way. Sometimes you might get an error, which will say like 404 connection gateway error or something like that. Just refresh the page and refresh it as many times as you need for it to work. So I'm going to go ahead and click on login and log into my PayPal account, and I'll see you on the inside. So there you go, I just saw a bad request, right? So that's what I mean. So you just have to keep refreshing the page until it does work. I don't know why this is happening, but you gotta do it. All right, and so I was able to log in, and it's asking for us to give permission to Kartra. So we do wanna say agree and consent. And now that that's done, it's automatically integrated. You can see the email has been added automatically, but we do need this PDP token. And if you're unsure what it is, you can click on, again, technical documentation, but I'm gonna guide you to show you where to get it. So you do actually now have to log into your PayPal account. So what I'm gonna do is log in, and I'm gonna show you where to look for once you're inside your PayPal account. And then once you are inside your PayPal account, you're just gonna click on account settings, or you're going to look for account settings wherever they are. You're going to click on website payments, and you're going to look for website preferences. And then you're going to go ahead and click update. And then PayPal is going to give you this secret key. here. So if you scroll down, you're going to see this identity token, and that's that token you need. Okay, so you're going to copy that token, come back here and add it here. And here, as you can see, it says PDT token, right? So that's that payment data transfer token that we need. Once you're done with that, you're going to click on create, and it's going to say integration completed. And there you go. Congratulations. You have integrated PayPal, Stripe. If you are using, again, any other payment processor like AuthorizeNet, just follow the same steps, guys. Click on new integration and just click on technical documentation, read what they need. So for this case, likely you're going to need to log into the site. You're going to need to look for these keys. Okay, that's pretty much it. So in the next section, we're going to go ahead and actually set up our product. Now that we've set these up, and then we're going to connect that product to our membership site and to our sales page. All right. We're going to do all of this via Kartra. It's an amazing all-in-one marketing software. If you guys don't have it already, if you head over to go.ivanmena.com/Kartra, I give you a 30-day free trial and a 20% off on your first payment after the trial. So definitely take advantage of that offer. That said, I will see you in the next section. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up your product here with Kartra so that you can integrate it with your membership site, your product sales page, your payment integrations as we've done in the previous sections. So for the purpose of this course and this tutorial, I am promoting my Google Ads course. So that's going to be our product. However, in your case, if you want to create a bump offer, a freebie, an upsell, a downsell, anything like that, it will follow the exact same steps. Okay, so I'm just going to guide you through and show you what options are available to do so. So the first thing we need to do now that we have integrated our payment processors, as you've seen in the previous section, we're going to click on products over here. And we're going to go ahead and click on products right there to create a new one. So in this case, this is going to be our main product. It's going to be our Google Ads course. And it will be our main product, not an upsell or downsell. So we're going to click on create. And just like with anything else with Kartra, it's going to guide us through the whole process, left to right, top to bottom, in creating our product. So what is the official name of our product? Well, it's going to be Google Ads Masterclass. And for the description, it's going to say, let's say 5 hours of Google Ads training. And we can list this product in the marketplace so that other Kartra users will actually be able to see this product and either buy it or sign up as affiliates. So it's going to be a really cool way for you to actually get some free traffic. I'm going to keep it private just because this is going to be a test product, because my product is hosted on my website. But for you, it would be great if you would list it publicly here. You can also change an image. Don't forget that. So let's go ahead and add a nice image of Google Ads or something like that. We're going to click on change. If you don't already have an image of your product, as I believe I have some over here, you can just click on user gallery, royalty-free images, and click, let's say, Google Ads, or maybe let's type in Masterclass and see what we get. We don't get much. So let's say Google Ads. And let's suppose this image is good. We're going to click add, and we're going to click confirm. And let's suppose that's the image of our course, right? So it looks pretty cool. You can crop it to maybe say something like that, click on next, and there you go. And then we're going to hit save. Oh, and it says first character must be a Latin letter. So I went ahead and changed the description so it doesn't look awkward with that 5 written out, and I'll click save. That looks a little better. And then we can select if you want to connect it with PayPal or with credit card. So if you select PayPal, you just select your PayPal integration, and then we can click credit card and we can select our credit card integration. And now both of them will be able to be used for payments for this product. And we're going to hit save, and then we're going to click save and next. And then here's the really cool part. I really like this because there's just so much customization available here within Kartra. So first of all, you can have a one-time price. You can have a recurring monthly price. You can have installments. You can have recurring installments. Lots of options. Really, really cool. I do have the one price for my product, which is $149. So I'm just going to enter it here. And then price description, it's going to be, let's say, one-time payment. But we could create different price points. So I have had some people asking me, hey, if they could pay me, $50 a month, for example. So you can set that up here. You can add another price point that people could potentially pay. And then you can enable a first initial payment. So if you do have this recurring monthly commission with a 30-day trial, you can come in here and say, okay, so you're going to pay me $1 for 30 days as a trial, and then you're going to pay the $149, for example. You can do that. Also, if you have many different price points, you would select one of them as the default because you want to prioritize one of them as the main one that you like. So let's suppose this is going to be our main one, and then we're going to add another price point, which is going to be installments. we're going to say 3-month installment payment plan. And then this one's going to be, let's say, $59 a month, 3 installments monthly. Okay, and then again, you can activate the initial payment. You can set as a default price, and then you have instant versus delayed cancellation. So if somebody cancels, as you know, like if you have a membership site, or if you're part of a software and you have a 30-day free trial, if you cancel that free trial 15 days into that trial, they could cancel it right away, so you no longer have access, or they could give you permission to access the remainder of your 30 days. So that's what this is. So if you select it on this, it's instant cancellation. If you say delayed, then your customers will continue having access until the end of the period that they've paid for. So I'm going to keep it to delayed because that's usually the standard. And then these are the 2 plans, right? And then you see the little heart here, which means that's the default price. And then for price 2, we see that's off. And so that's basically it for this part. There's many options, play around with it depending on your own product. If there's a shipping cost, you would do it here. We have a digital product, there's no shipping cost. If there's a sales tax, you would apply it here or not, up to you. Then you have a refund policy, so 30 days, 60 days, whatever it is you like. We can hit save, and we can hit save and next. So now this is the product page, right? So for both of these price points, the thank you page URL is going to be our Kartra site that we've created. It's going to be our thank you purchase page right here, right? So for both of these price points, it's going to be the same page. So we're just going to select them both. Thank you purchase. So when somebody finishes the purchase, they will be redirected to this page. But pay attention to the note here. It says if you want an upsell or a one-time offer, you would set your page here. So if you're promoting an upsell product, like another continuation to the course, you would add that URL here. But in this case, after somebody makes the purchase, they will be taken to this page. We're going to hit save, and we need to enter the product page here. So our product page is going to be our website, our sales page that we've created, right? Which is going to be our main sales page. So that's why I like to create these pages first before creating the product, so we have it all nice and handy here. So we're going to hit save and next. And if you're unsure how to create those pages, you want to learn how to make a thank you page, sales page, all that, I do cover that in my previous videos, in my previous sections. So make sure to check those out first, because in this course, we are going step by step, right, from left to right. So your checkout and field. So this is going to be your checkout page. So what do you want it to look like? So this is the Kartra page, default page, which I believe looks really freaking good. Like many of these Kartra default things just look so good, so professional. You can have an overlay pop-up, okay? Or you can embed it. So they're going to give you a link, and then you'll be able to embed it into your own website. So I actually like this hosted checkout page, and you can select the template. So you can go through. You can't unfortunately change the colors, but you can scroll through all the different themes they have. So I think this one looks pretty cool because it matches the colors of my logo. But they have all these different options. Let's see. Yeah, so that one's a little big. So I like the initial ones. I like this one. It's very, very simple, very straight to the point. I think it's better this way so people aren't overwhelmed, right? But you could also do the same customization with an overlay. So we're going to hit save. I think we're happy with that. You can have a page branding logo. So when somebody checks out, they'll see the logo, right? So we do want to add that. So I'm going to add my darker color logo. Click confirm. Display. So you could have on the checkout page, you could have a help desk icon. So if people have help, I think this is pretty cool to have. So people feel like there's somebody, they don't feel like they're alone, right? They feel like you are legitimate and you do offer support. So in this case, I do have a support desk enabled. So we would just select it, but we will go over how to create your own help desk support, and it's integrated with email integration, everything like that. So don't worry about that. But for the time being, let's imagine we don't have support, which we don't. So we'll click no need for now. Product quantity. So if you want to let users buy more than one unit, or in our case, it's a course, right? So there's no point to kind of making the people buy over and over again. And by the way, if you ever want an idea for what something will look like, you can just click on it and Kartra just shows you. So over here, you can say, the minimum quantity and the maximum quantity for what you would allow. So it'll just look like this. So it looks pretty cool. So We're going to hit save. Express checkout, you can go with the full checkout experience, so it has every single part, the billing details, the pay now, the product information, or a one-click confirmation. So this is more so if people already bought and their details are stored, then they'll just see the option that says pay now. They click and all their billing details will be activated. So their payment card, information, they don't have to re-enter that. So this is much easier, but we're just going to go with a full checkout experience here for now, just so people feel a little more safe so that they need to re-enter and to re-verify all their information. Cart abandonment tagging. So this is really cool as well. So we definitely want to add that. So for people that land on the checkout page, but they end up not buying, we do want to set it up. So multi-price. So for both of these prices under affiliate marketing category. So we have these two tags, by the way. Let me show you what we've done so far. We have the course members and the leads, right? We want to create another tag, which is going to be cart abandoners. All right. And then for the description, we're just going to copy that here. For the category, affiliate marketing, no expiration date, we'll click create. So now we'll be able to target in our email integrations, in our email sequences, people that abandoned the cart. We can send them specific emails, which is really, really cool. I love that. Terms and conditions. So if you have some terms you want to add, like let's say, I agree to the terms. And then the terms will be highlighted. People will be able to highlight it. It's going to say something like, there is a 14-day money-back guarantee policy, assuming you don't watch over 20% of the course, which I believe I'd have to recheck exactly what it is, but this is roughly what my refund policy is. So that's what I'm going to have here. Bump offers if you have another offer. Okay, so you will need to create another product, and then you will be able to add this product here. So you'll be able to select it. And then this is going to be your bump offer. And a bump offer looks like this. Let me see if I can show you here. It's going to look like that, right? Underneath the checkout. So just before people say buy, they will have the option to enable the order. So you're going to set it here. We don't have a product or another product, but once you create another product, you will be able to select it here, okay? So we're going to say don't activate for that, but it's a really cool feature to squeeze as much money as possible from your customers, roughly speaking. But of course, they'll find value in your products, hopefully. Okay, and then you have the post-sale stuff now. So your customer list, if we want to select or subscribe them to a certain list, so people who purchased, so maybe we want to add them to the group of people who purchased, right? So I'm going to create a new list because those ones I'm going to update. So we'll say people who, or how would I say this? Customers, we'll say customers. Let's say course customers. And then for the public description, what people see, we'll say people who bought the Google Ads course. We want to specify because if we end up creating many different courses, as I have 7 courses, we want to be able to specify, right? So maybe we want to add them to 2 lists. We want to add them to the course customers list, and then we also want to add them to the specifically Google Ads list, right? So for both, actually, we want to add them. So we're going to come in here, we're going to say create new list, and we're also going to say Google Ads customers. And then we'll say people who bought the Google Ads course. Okay, so that one's going to be this. And then for the other one, it's just anybody that bought any course, okay? So we want to select the Google Ads customers and course customers in general for both price points, course customers and Google Ads. Okay, so we're going to hit save here and then tag our customers. So again, we did assign a tag. Sorry, so this is the tag for people that will actually buy. Okay, so for this one, we do want to select for both price points, we want to select the course members, people who bought, and then for price point 2, we want to do the same thing. Course members, okay? And so now we've also tagged them. So we've added them to a list and we've tagged them here. So we're gonna hit save. And then here is where how people would access their content, okay? So you have here an integrated membership. So if you have a membership somewhere else, you would go into integrations and you would make sure to integrate it. And then you would select that integration here. If you click on downloadable file, then you would select the file and people would get access to that file as soon as they purchase your product. as soon as they go through the checkout page and buy and everything goes through successfully. If there's no digital page, no digital product, then you would select this option and then you would follow through with the details for sending off your physical product. In our case, we do have a membership site that we've created, right? So for both of these price points, we're going to send people to our Google Ads, let's say the Platinum, right? So we'll give them access to everything. So this is our membership site that we've created, right? So once somebody buys, they'll be taken to the thank you page, but then they will also get emailed their login link and all the details for how to log into the membership site. They'll get those emails that you saw already. You can update via the email notification section, right? Then you're going to hit on save. And you can also, again, set any automation rules. We're going to leave that off because I will get into communications later on, but for now, we don't want to do any of that. We're going to hit save and next. And then here you can choose affiliates. So affiliates will be able to see your product and promote it, and you'll be able to pay them for sales. So this is amazing. There's no reason for you not to have it, really, unless you have like some private product that you don't want to be exposed, you don't want to be super public. You would activate it, and then you would say how much you want to pay your affiliates. So you can pay, for example, for this, right, for the initial, you would pay your affiliates 20%. And for affiliates of affiliates, so people that your affiliates recruit to promote your product, those ones you would pay, for example, 5%. Then there's also a new commission tier. So let's say your better affiliates, you would give them 30%. These are your high-end affiliates. And manage affiliates, we don't have any yet, so there's no point clicking on that. But for price 2 here, because you have the recurring charges, you will be able to set your different metrics here. So here as well, initial charge 20%, 5%. But then for any initial charge, let's say you want to give them only 10%. Something like that, okay? Following, let's say 2 charges. Something like that, okay? So that's the idea. That's how you would do here. And then affiliates opt-in means if you want to pay affiliates for signing up. So we offer a free affiliate marketing guide. Do you want to pay your affiliates to sign up to that form? So you'll be able to select the form which we created, the affiliate marketing ebook form, and you can pay them, let's say $2 for every lead. So that's pretty cool. So we can do that here. We can save. And then you have all these options, your affiliate list. You can tag your affiliates. You have payment milestones, which is when you want to pay your affiliates. The landing page for your affiliate traffic, which is your main product page. And then the look and feel of your default affiliate sign-up page, which looks pretty basic again, or you can create your own page if you like, up to you. But actually we're gonna, I think, let's hit save. So we're going to stick with this for now, and we're going to hit save and next. But for affiliates, make sure you do have the option that says that your product is public, right? At the beginning of this, like under basic info or something, or pages, make sure you have the product as public, because otherwise affiliates won't be able to find it. And so now what you could also do is you could paste this code in the body section of your landing page, and that way you'll be able to track the visitors and calculate conversion rates for this product. So what you do want to do is you want to copy this, and you want to go to your product main landing page, which is this one, Google Ads main course page. So we're going to go into pages. We're going to look for this page, which is this one. We're going to click on edit, and we want to add this code there so that we'll be able to track how many people land on the sales page, right? How many visitors we get, and then how many sales we get from here as well. So we're going to go into settings. We're going to go into tracking code, and I believe they wanted to actually do it in the body section. And we're going to scroll down, click on apply, and close out of that. Click here, click Save Progress. And then we're going to publish it live. We're going to close, and then we're going to go back to our dashboard. And so that looks good. So now we've added everything here. So one thing we do want to do is we do want to click on our page here, edit, and we do want to actually set up our product now that we have the product. So on our product checkout button, which is going to be here. So this button will take us down here. And then this one, we want to edit it. And by the way, we want to change the color of that icon to match the other one. So give it a second to load. And the icon, let me just change it to the same color. I want to make it so it's consistent. Click on apply. And we're gonna hit save, and now at least it's the same color. Sorry, that was bugging me. And so now we can click on link, and we can say pop a product checkout. And now we're going to select our product, which is the Google Ads course, and it's going to select, we're going to choose the exact product, choose the price. So which prices do you want to show up when somebody clicks that? And then we can use the default Kartra checkout form or the overlay pop-up checkout form. So all of them look pretty good. Let me quickly show you what it's going to look like. So this is the default form. And then these are going to be the pop-up, the pop-ups, right? So it's going to look like this. So the traditional one basically goes from you selecting your payment plan, clicking on continue, entering all your details, and then entering your payment details. And then if you select the two-step checkout, it just does it in reverse. So you first enter your billing, then you select what you want in the cart, and then you enter the payment. So I actually like the traditional checkout. I think it looks good. So we're going to click on apply. And then we're going to hit here, save progress. And we're going to publish it live. Let's close out of this so we can open this page again. So we're going to get the page link. So let's test it out and see what it looks like. So people are going to scroll through it. They'll say, oh, nice, let me purchase. And then they should be scrolled to this page. Then they click on add to cart. And then once they fill in all these details, they will be taken to that thank you page that we've set when we've created our product, right? And the thank you page we said was, so let's go, let me show you. So after they fill these details in, they'll be taken to the thank you purchase page. Click on that page. It's going to look like this, okay? And that's basically it for this part, okay? So we've integrated everything. So let's summarize what we have so far. So we have the landing page with a form. So if somebody signs up to that form, they're going to be taken to the thank you page. And on that thank you page, they can download their resource. And then what we're going to do is via emails, we're going to send them to the sales page as well. And what we could also do is go to the thank you page and add a link to our sales page as well. And then from the sales page, if they like the product, they can buy it. And they'll be taken to the thank you page, okay? So we've created kind of this whole funnel. Everything's working smoothly. Everything's integrated together very well. And now what I want to do is make the pages look nice, okay? So now that we've done this, it's time to make everything look nicer because this page that we have, this URL link, does not look good, does not look pleasant. So what we're going to do is now I'm going to show you how to set up your own custom domain, okay? So that your page looks very nice, looks the way you want it to look. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set up our email integration to verify and authenticate our emails. And then we're going to set up the email communications. All right. So that is the plan. If you don't have Kartra yet, check it out at go.ivanmana.com/Kartra. I offer you a free 30-day free trial and a 20% off on your first payment. So it's an exclusive offer you cannot get just by going to Kartra.com or searching the web. And that is it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up your custom domain with Kartra as well as add a favicon, because we've spent all this time in the previous videos setting up our landing page, our sales page, our website, all of that, and now it's time to make it look very nice and professional, right? So our website has a nice URL, has a nice favicon on it, everything like that, ready and good to go, okay? So let's get straight into it. The first thing we're going to do is head over here and click on custom domains. And we're going to start from scratch. So we're going to click on domain over here. And the first thing you want to do is buy a domain, or at least have a domain available. So what I've done is I've purchased this domain called adnetworkexpert.com purely for Kartra. Okay. Now there are a few different variations you will be able to have here, and I will explain everything. So pay attention to this because this is very important. Especially if you have your own website, you don't want to break your website, okay? So this next part, these next few minutes, guys, is very important. Pay attention, all right? So we have two options here. You can use the main domain. Main domain means www.domain, or you can use a subdomain. Subdomain means anything other than www. So it could be, like in this case, app is the subdomain. You see that? app.kartra.com. It's not www.kartra, it's app.kartra.com. You could create any subdomain you want. It could be go.your domain. It could be Ivan.your domain. It could be tracking.your domain. Granted, there are exceptions. I don't think you can do like brand name subdomains or profane subdomains, things like that. Sometimes the domain registrar won't allow you, so keep that in mind. But for the most part, you can choose anything you want for the subdomain, okay? So in this case, for example, let's suppose we want to do both. Let's suppose we want to create a main domain for our sales page, and then we want to create a subdomain for the landing page. So our landing page could be like leads.ourwebsite.com. Now, if you already have a main domain, you cannot select this option, okay? If you already have a domain that says www.yourdomain.com, you cannot select this option because it's going to break your domain. If you already have a domain, you need to select subdomain. Like if you already have a website associated with your domain. In my case, I bought a brand new domain. So if you have a brand new domain that has nothing associated with it, then you can select main domain or subdomain. Either way is fine, okay? If you have already a website from another source, you cannot use main domain, okay? So very important. So let's do both. Let's start with subdomain and then we're gonna go with main domain. So let's create this subdomain first for our landing page, which is gonna say something like, let's say start.ourdomain.com. It's gonna be this one, okay? So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it here. And then here's where you can add a favicon. Very sneaky, by the way. It took me a while to find that. But let's add a favicon here before we proceed, before we save. I'm going to hit change. And then here's my favicon that I've added. Click next. Click confirm, okay? So that looks pretty good, pretty solid actually. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's not supposed to be big. So now we're going to click next and we're just going to follow the steps. So you can click on the integration guide to learn more, but it's pretty straightforward. So let me guide you how to do it. So what we need to do is come in here, your domain. Now you might not be using Namecheap. You might be using GoDaddy, HostGator, whatever it is. So look for the advanced DNS settings of whatever registrar you're using. Okay, look for the advanced DNS settings. I recommend Namecheap. Been using them for like 7 years, never changed. They've been very, very nice to me. I never had issues. So I'm just going to delete all these domains here. So again, look for the DNS settings for your domain. And then we're going to come back here and then whatever subdomain you want to add. So we said we want to add start, right? I think we said start. So then we're going to add a CNAME record. We're going to come here. We're going to look for CNAME record and we're going to type in start over here. And then for the value, we're going to enter this value right over here. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to say save. Okay. And that should pretty much be it. So for your subdomain, that is all you guys have to do. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to hit save. And then you have the index page. So where do you want to take people to if they land on just the main page? So if they don't type anything with the slash, if they just type in yourdomain.com, where do you want to take people to? So we want to take people to our main sales page. And then for the 404 page, we don't have one. So let's just put something here. Let's maybe say, well, we'll take them to the sales page. So if there's a page that isn't actually available, then they'll be redirected to this page. So that's what we've set up here. So we're going to hit save. We're going to hit close. And then here, yeah, start.adnetwork.com. So this is now processing it. They say it might take a few days, but honestly, it should be done in a few hours, maybe even a few minutes sometimes. Because this is a brand new domain, this might take a few hours, okay? So we're gonna click on domain now, and let's suppose now we wanna add the www version. So that one is a little more complicated because there's one more step we need to take. So let me click over here. Let's enter this domain here. We're gonna click add. Click here, we're gonna add a favicon for this one as well. Gonna hit change, and let's look for this favicon here. Click on confirm. And we're going to hit, oops. Yes, reconfirm it. Click next. What's going on? Let's click next again. Sometimes it doesn't click well. So for this part, what we have to do is we need to add the CNAME record for it, but we also need to redirect just the root domain to redirect it to www. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's do the CNAME record again here. So we're going to add another CNAME record. And this one's going to be www. And then we're going to point it to our Kartra account. So this will allow them to communicate. I can't seem to get it. There you go. Or you could have just copied that. So that's it for that part, right? Now, so this will work, okay? Right now, this will work by itself. If somebody types in www.adnetworkexpert.com, our site's going to work fine, okay? But what if somebody types in adnetworkexpert.com without the www? That's where this redirection come in. So we're going to come in here and we're going to look for redirect domain and we're going to say add redirect. So it tells us what to do. So it says redirect this to the www. So we're going to say this should redirect to this. We're going to paste it here. Okay, so we need to include the HTTPS. So if somebody types in just adnetworkexpert.com, we want to redirect them to the HTTPS. So we're going to hit save. And now we're done with this part. So now we can say, yes, we have completed this successfully. Again, we're going to indicate our page. So we want to take people to our sales pages, both of them. And we're going to hit next. And we're going to hit done. And now let's see if we can refresh and see if anything's ready yet. Might not be, but that is how you set your own domain, okay? So what I'm going to do is probably give it a few hours just to make sure this is all nice and dandy. And then we're going to go into our pages and actually use this domain instead, okay? So we're going to actually set it up so that these domains work as opposed to the other ones we had, the nasty looking ones, all right? So I'll see you shortly.
A few moments later.
All right, and so everything is actually fully connected now. Surprisingly, it took about 5 minutes, and that's really good considering it's a brand new domain. I just bought it right now, just before doing the video. So let me now show you how to actually connect it to your pages. Pretty simple. You're just gonna go to pages, and for example, for our landing page right over here, we're gonna click on get code or link, and we're gonna say get the page link, and then we're gonna edit it. And then we're gonna now select our page. So it's start, right? For our landing page, we wanna say start, and we wanna say, let's say free guide, for example. And then we're gonna hit save. And then this is now gonna be our URL. So take a look at it. I think it looks pretty good. It is secure. So it should have this little secure icon. Sometimes you might not see it, but it'll be there. And then it's got the favicon, right? So looks pretty good. And then if we go to, let's go to, for example, so you would do the same thing, like for the thank you page, you would click on get copy link. You would come in here, you would change this to say start at thank you, right? And then that's the thank you page URL. And it looks like this. And it looks pretty good. And then let me show you for the sales page, for example, right? This one we want to do the main link. So for this one, we want to say ad network. We want to use the main domain, right? And then we want to say, let's say home. Let's say home page. We're going to hit save. And then this is going to be our home URL, right? So if somebody goes through from our landing page to our thank you page, they'll land here. And then if you click here, it'll say connection is secure. So everything is done very well, very simple. And again, if they click on contact, we did not set up the contact page, right? So we do want to do that. So what you should normally do is go through every page, which I will do, just not to take up your time, and just set it up so it's like that on every page. All right, and so I went ahead and just changed the URL for everything here so that if we get the code and if you see what the page will look like, now as you navigate through the web, it's going to have the same favicon and the same domain. So if you click on contact now, I changed it to contact us, you go to service, or you go to about. Sorry, we didn't set it up for that page. So let's go back to home. Let's go to about from here. It says about us. Let's go to, I think we said why us, right? With the same favicon, the same domain URL. You go to home. We didn't set up home for that page. So yeah, so everything's good to go. You got your own domain for this and then for your own landing page, okay? So everything's good to go. So now what I want to do is before we start sending off communications and setting up these automated sequences, what I want to do is verify our email domain, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a email here. So I'm going to purchase a private email here so that we can use this domain as the email. Like it'll say Ivan@adnetworkexpert.com, for example. And then we'll authenticate. So in the next section, I want to show you how to authenticate your email so that it has the highest chances of being delivered once we actually set up our email autoresponder sequence, all right? So that is it for this video. I hope you found value. If you still haven't tried Kartra, check it out. I offer you a free 30-day trial as well as a 20% off on your first purchase if you just go to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra. All right. That said, thank you for watching. I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to authenticate and verify your own custom domain email using DKIM and DMARC. Now, don't worry about what those terms mean. I have no idea what they mean, but what they do is basically allow you to verify and authenticate your email so that once you send out emails using custom autoresponder sequences, the deliverability of those emails vastly increases, okay? So the chances that people will receive your emails greatly go up. And so I'm going to show you how to do that here in this video. So what I've done here is, in one of the previous videos, we've purchased the domain adnetworkexpert.com. And what I've done is I've actually bought a private email associated with this domain as well using Namecheap, okay? So we're going to set everything up here using this domain and this email that I purchased, which later on down the road, once we set up the help desk, this is going to be really helpful for you, okay? So let's go back into dashboard and let's select our domain here. Let's click on manage. Let's go back to advanced DNS settings. So we're going to do two things, okay? Technically, we need 3. We also need an SPF record, but if you are doing everything here inside Kartra, and if you go to integrations, if you have this integration here with Kartra Mail, you don't have to worry about SPF. So most of you won't have to worry about that because everything is done here via Kartra, all right? So the first thing we want to do is come over here under integrations, click on edit, and we want to make our send from email and reply to email our default email that we're going to be using. So in my case, I bought this email at Yvonne at adnetworkexpert.com. Let me quickly show you. If I go to private email, it's this one right here. And if I click on manage and I scroll down a little bit, this is that email that I bought. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and copy this email. So that's step 1. You want to, it's not letting me do it. You want to set whatever email you're using, whatever email you want to use, you want to enter it here. You could also send a test email to any email, make sure it's working, and change your name, change your gateway name if you like, and click edit. And we haven't set anything up yet, so that's okay, but we will. So click on edit here and gateway configured. Okay, so everything is good here. We've set it up with our email. So now we have to actually verify it. We have to make sure that everything is going to be authenticated. Emails will be sent out. So we're going to do 2 things. The first is the DKIM. So click on Kartra Mail DKIM over here, and we're going to configure our record. So Kartra is going to tell you what to do. Okay, all you got to do is listen to them. Open up your ears, okay? Listen to your heart. Listen to Kartra. They're going to guide you. So the first thing we're going to do is say enter our domain. So our domain is this part right here, adnetworkexpert.com. We're going to click add DKIM record. And now Kartra is going to give us instructions that we have to follow. Okay, so we have to come in here and we have to add these CNAME records into our domain. So let's go back into our dashboard. And we're going to look for our domain here, adnetworkexpert.com, and we're going to go to advanced DNS. So just like we set these CNAME records for our domain, we're going to also enter them here as well. So let's go back. So we need to enter 3 CNAME records. So we're going to copy this host. We're going to come in here. We're going to say add new record, CNAME record. We're going to paste the host here, and we're going to paste this here. Now I will mention a very important point here, so pay attention after I do this. I'm going to mention something very important for you guys that will affect the deliverability, okay? But first, I just want to paste all this, get it over with, so we can move on to the next part. I'm going to put that here, and one more CNAME record, and we're going to copy this here. And there you go. Okay, now here's this important point. I am using Namecheap. Okay, you might be using something else, so you have to contact your domain registrar and ask them. Namecheap already automatically adds this part, my domain name, to the end. Therefore, I don't need to put it twice. So I don't need to put this whole thing that they told me that Kartra tells you to do, because Namecheap is going to add an additional adnetworkexpert.com at the end. We don't want that. So what we do want to do for Namecheap specifically, I don't know about your domain registrar. You'd have to check with them. You would have to remove this part, or just without the dot. That part. Remove it. Or sorry, remove the dot as well. And click next. Okay, so we just wanted to say that for Namecheap. Over here as well, we're going to select everything and just say domain key. And for this one, do the same. Come in here and delete that. And that should be it, okay? So what you can do if you're not sure, if you really don't want to contact support, is just enter the whole thing here. And if it tells you that there's an issue or error configuring, or it just doesn't configure for a very, very long time, more than 24 hours, then you can go in and try deleting your domain part with the dot there, okay? So delete that, just put in that. Try that, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and click finish here. And because we've already connected our custom domain, this is done automatically. So it's automatically connected, which increases the authenticity of our email. But we're not done, okay? We need to do one more thing, and that is DMARC records. That is not something that you're going to see here as you try to authenticate the domain, but it is something that's going to help you. So to do that, you can click on helpdesk, click on Kartra, and type in DMARC over here under search, because they're going to tell you exactly what to write, and that is what we need. So it's under this Kartra mail here, it's this post, and we need to add another record, another TXT record to this. So we're going to scroll down a little bit, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and this is what we want to add, okay? Right there. So we want to add, let's see, where is it? This part right here with your domain at domain.com, okay? Your email domain. So we're going to enter DMARC for the host. So we're going to come back here. We're going to click add new record. Say TXT for the host is going to be DMARC. And then for the value content, we're going to drag all of this, including that semicolon at the end. Don't forget that. You do need that in the RUA report to get access. That's fine. So now we're just going to change this to mail to Yvonne at, right? And this one is what? adnetworkexpert.com. Yvonne at adnetworkexpert.com. Now we're going to hit save. And so now we've verified our domain via DKIM, which you saw set connected. It's been verified, and the DMARC. If you want to test the DMARC, what you're going to do, or what you could do if you like, this should be it, is if you go to this DMARC check tool, you can enter your domain name. Let's come in here again. Let's copy it. Let's enter here, say DMARC lookup. And it's going to say that it's been added, right? So if you haven't added it, it's going to say, no, it hasn't been added. So if I add some fake domain here, which doesn't exist, click on DMARC, it's going to say DMARC record not published. But if we use ours here, DMARC lookup, it says it's been published, all right? And that's pretty much it, okay? So you know that it's configured properly. The DMARC policy not enabled. Honestly, I'm not sure what that is. You can click on more info and learn more if you like. But generally, you know, it says DMARC has been found. The record is valid for this domain, okay? So you should be good to go. So now in Kartra, once we start sending these email messages, these email autoresponders to people, they will have the highest chances to be delivered, as high as possible, because we've verified everything we possibly could, all right? So that is it for this video. If you guys haven't started with Kartra yet, I do invite you to take advantage of my exclusive offer at go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, where you get a free 30-day free trial and then 20% off on your first month after the trial. All right. So that is it. In the next section, we're going to actually start sending out these emails and setting up these autoresponder sequences so that we can actually do something out of all these pages that we've created, and so we can keep in touch with these people outside of these pages that we've set up, all right? I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up an email sequence or an autoresponder sequence here with Kartra. So in the previous sections, we've set up our whole entire funnel, right? Our membership site, our landing page, our thank you page, our sales page, integrated everything together. But now we want to send out emails, right? We want to keep those people in the loop. We want to sell them something later on down the road when they're not actively visiting our website. How do we do that? I'm going to show you here in this video. So the first thing we need to do is click on communications. Now, before we actually delve into these communications and start creating these email sequences, let me quickly show you these few options here. So under each tab, you have these kind of subcategories, right? So under leads, you have your leads. So anybody that signs up, you can click on leads and you can create a new lead, or you can import a batch of leads however you want to. Also, any leads that automatically are generated through signing up in the form will show up here as well. You have your lists here, which we have created. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually delete some of the leads that I had before in the past before creating this course. And that was, I believe, these two. And then these are the ones that we've created, right? So these are the lists that we've created that people will be landing on. So people who bought the Google Ads course will automatically be added to the list. People that signed up to the free affiliate marketing guide on our landing page will be added to this list over here. So you could create a new list if you want, but as we created the pages, as we created the membership sites, we had the opportunity to create our lists there. And so that's what we did. That's why you see them here. You also see your tags here. So these are all the tags that we will be able to target, which is, again, really cool feature I love with Kartra and in general with email marketing. You can tag your audiences, and then we can send out emails to cart abandoners. We can send out emails to course members. So the cool thing about tags is that, for example, people that haven't signed up yet to your list, but they've abandoned the cart, you can't add them to a list, right? There's no cart abandoner email list because these people aren't interested. Maybe they haven't bought, maybe they haven't signed up. But with tags, you can reach them because Kartra keeps track of that. So Kartra could keep track of people that haven't bought. So these are all the tags. So it's really cool. You have your analytics here, so you'll be able to see how all your lists are doing, your sequences, your broadcasts, all the views, revenue, how much it generated, everything over here, how active it is each list. So to get an idea for where your strengths are. And that's for your list. You have the same for your leads, for broadcasts. And then we come to communication. So this is the part that we'll be spending most of the time in here in this video. So you have the broadcast. So broadcast is a one-time message that you'll be sending to your recipient. So if you click on add broadcast, you'll be able to enter the name and then select who do you want to send this email to. So you can send it either to a list or to people with tags. So if we do this, select no category, click on create, you will be able to customize your message here. So if we send it by mail, right? All of this we've set up in the previous section. So make sure your email is verified, and then you can send it to recipients. So people who have a certain tag. So let's say they have this tag, cart abandoners, right? We can send it to these cart abandoners. We can send them a specific email here in the next section. So we don't have any leads, so we can't really send it here, but assuming you would, that's how this would work. Or we could send it to, let's say, to people that are subscribed to a list, people that have signed up to our affiliate guide. We can send it here. Again, we don't have anybody. We can't proceed because we're not going to send the email to nobody, but that's how this is going to work. So really, really cool with these broadcasts. But we're going to go back and we're going to go to sequences, okay? And this sequences is what I want to focus on. So we're going to create a sequence so that we're going to create two sequences. One is for people that signed up to our affiliate marketing guide, and let's say we want to upsell them some of our products, some of our courses, okay? So we're going to create a sequence for that. Another sequence we're going to do is for people that have purchased already, people that purchased my Google Ads course, for example. Specifically, we can create a sequence to try to show them other products that we have, my Microsoft Ads course, Facebook Ads course, so on and so forth. You could create as many sequences as you like. You could create a sequence for cart abandoners as well. People that abandoned the cart, you could send them a sequence trying to keep sending them emails. Why did you abandon the cart? Asking them, try not to be spammy, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these lists here that I have, these sequences, so we can start from the beginning. And there you go. And so let's create a new sequence. We'll click on create new. And for this one, let's say affiliate guide signups. Now this is for your reference. That's the name of the sequence. This is going to be the public description of this sequence. So if somebody unsubscribes from your list or from a specific sequence, they're going to see this. So people who signed up for the free guide, for example, we're going to say create. And now we're going to be taken to the sequence builder. And it kind of works similar as with landing pages. You have all your options here on the left, and then you can sort how you want to arrange it, arrange horizontally if you prefer, have it go from left to right or go from top to bottom, up to you, zoom in, zoom out, okay, up to you, and then click done and exit when you're done. So you have the main sequence. You also have a subsequence. A subsequence basically is the same as a sequence, but there's no steps. We can't delete it. Basically, if you run out of room at the main sequence, you can use the subsequence. That's what that is. And then here is where you would set all of your criteria, okay? So for this, like I said, we want to target people that have subscribed to our list, okay? So anybody that downloads the free guide, they're going to be added to our list, okay? So we're going to click plus here. And we're going to say people that were added to our list or people that signed into the opt-in form. So our list is affiliate guide signups. These are the people we want to target. So once a lead subscribes to this list, what do we want to do? Well, we're going to set it right here. So once they do that, once they get subscribed to a list or once they get added to a list, we want to send them an email. Now, an important note that I'd like to mention, actually, let me just click cancel here real quick. The reason why I said here that people who join a list is because on our form, we had the option to say, hey, when somebody submits a form, add them to this list, okay? So that's why we're doing it here. If you said no to that part, if you didn't add them to a list, then what you'd have to do is you'd have to say, people that opt in to my form, we're going to say click add. We want them to be added to a list. So in that case, we would select this step, and then we would select another intermediary step, which is here on subscribe to list. Okay. In this case, we don't have to do that because they are already added to a list. So right off the bat, we can start sending emails. Okay. So we're going to say send email, or you can say send SMS if you like. And we don't have to add or remove tags because we already have. So right after the previous step, we want to send them an email. So we want to send it on any day, any hour is okay. Communication, we're going to enter a name of the broadcast. So this is just for your reference, and we're going to name it, let's say, welcome email, right? Welcome email. Here's your guide. This is the gateway that we've set up. So we're good here. And then recipients. So we want to, like, who do we want to target? We want to target people that have subscribed to our affiliate guide signups, right? We're going to click add, and then that's who we're targeting. And then you can split test. You can create different versions of an email, or you can just have one. Split tests are nice, but I'll say one for simplicity. And then here you're going to enter the subject. Over here you have these cool variables. So if you have somebody's first name, you can enter, for example, in the subject, hey, first name, here is your free guide, for example. And what you could also do is attach files. So if you want, you could also attach your free guide here as well. So they not only get it on the thank you page, but they also get it via this email. Alternatively, you can make it so they don't get it on the thank you page, so that they only get it on the email, right? That way they're more likely to interact and to check your emails in the future. Preview text is optional. So you could say, for example, hey, and then again, we're going to say, hey, first name, welcome, and here is your guide. So this is like the first thing that somebody's going to see, right? The preview of the message before they open it. So it's optional because if you don't set it, whatever you actually say in the description, that's what's going to show up first. So let's copy this. Let's say here, and we don't have any latest draft, so we're just going to ignore that, but we will compose a message here. So we're going to say, hey, first name, here's your free guide. And we could say, click, for example, click here to download it. And then what we can do is we can attach a link to our guide if we have it, right? So we can click here. We could also take them to the thank you page, for example. So we can get the URL of our thank you page and possibly even add it here, right? We can do that, but we're just going to ignore it for now. So let's imagine, right? So let's say click here. We're going to click here and we're going to say protocol is HTTPS. And let me actually quickly pull up that URL just so we can make things a little more realistic. All right, so this here was our thank you page that somebody landed on when they subscribed to the forum. So we can just use that. And we could enter it here, or alternatively, again, you can just attach the file and they don't have to click it, right? Up to you. Here's your free guide. Click here to download. It contains 55 pages of very useful content that can help you learn about affiliate marketing and how you can start making money with it. Over these next few weeks, I'll be sending you more helpful emails to share tips and suggestions with you. And we can say, so stay tuned. You can say Yvonne M. Okay, and then if you want, what I like to do is select that and add a little color, add a little background color to the back, so it stands out a little bit. And that looks pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with that email. You can send a test email to make sure it works. I think we're good here. We're going to click next. We're checking the spam score. You can do an advanced automation here if you want, like if a lead opens this email or if a lead clicks on a link in this email, let's suppose this link, then we want to give them 10 points, for example. This is pretty cool, right? And then you can target people with a certain number of points. So pretty cool stuff. Or you can add them to another tag. You can say, hey, people who click this link, I want to send them a email clicker tag, for example. So you can do that. Advanced automation's pretty cool. I'm just going to click cancel for now. We're just going to stick with kind of the basic, right? The default. But that's basically what this would be like. So we're going to go ahead and activate this now. We have to activate the email. We're going to drag it more here, and then we're going to connect the two. And there you go. So now when somebody gets added to this list, which they will once they submit the form, automatically we've set that up, they will immediately get this welcome email. If you click on here, you'll be able to see everything at a glance. You can click here to go right away to the edit part, okay? So we will be able to test this as well. We will test this to make sure it's working. But let's first set up maybe another email here. And let me quickly show you these options here. So you know what send email is, you know what send SMS is. These are these options here. You can add or remove tags. So let's suppose somebody reaches this step. You can remove a certain tag from them, or you can add a tag from them. You can subscribe them to a list, unsubscribe them from a sequence, depending on what step they take. You have a basic automation. Let me show you what that looks like. So basic automation is, for example, after a previous step, we want to do something. We want to add people to a step, or we want to subscribe people somewhere, right? So if a user reaches this step, this one right here, then we want to assign them a tag or do something with them, okay? So that's what this basic automation is. It just adds a little kind of step, a little action that you want them to take. Then you have a true and false split. This one is pretty cool. So this one says, if a user does this, then we're going to do this. So let me show you an example. So if a user, let's say if a user has clicked on a tracking link, or not, no, let's do clicked because it's easier. So any link. So if a user has clicked on any link in our emails, then we want to send them another email. And then we're going to add more emails underneath here. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit more. So you would connect it to this true, right? So if somebody opens links, you're going to send them these emails. If somebody doesn't, then maybe you want to unsubscribe them. Maybe you want to either unsubscribe them from a sequence, or maybe remove their tag because that tag is no longer relevant to them, right? So that's what this is. So let's delete that. You have the go to, which basically just takes people to a specific step. So what you can do is, if you are running out of space here, for example, you can say go to, and you can say, okay, after they reach this step, I want them to go to, let's suppose, another email. So in this case, we only have the one email, but if you create another email on your subsequent step, you would be able to select it here. So I'll show you that actually in a second. And then once you're done, so yeah, so wait means you want to wait a certain number of days, and then you have complete. Now for some of these guys, they are kind of redundant, right? Because if I enter another email here, let's suppose we want to enter another email 2 days from now, you have this option here, wait a number of days, right? So some of these options on the left are redundant and are a part of what you see here, all right? But just kind of for more organization, for peace of mind, they give you those options on the left as well. So for this email, after they receive that initial email, we want to wait 2 days and we want to send them another email. So we're going to click next, any time of day. For this one, we're going to say, let's say 2, right? For email 2. This one's going to be, have you checked out my course? So this is just for your reference, but it's going to be easier to see. And then again, we're going to say recipients. So recipients that are subscribed to this list, the affiliate guide signups, or you could have said anybody who reaches this step, which they will after the 2 days has passed. Either way is fine. There are many options how you could go about it. So we're going to send it to that list. We're going to add a single email, and then we're going to say, for example, we're going to say again, hey, first name. Oops, copy. Hey, first name. Have you heard about Google Ads, for example? We can add that here, and then we can add that here, and then we could say, we could write something here. So we could say, if you have a business and are looking to generate quality traffic, Google Ads is the perfect solution for you. I actually cover Google Ads in very thorough detail in my training course. Check it out by clicking here. And then we would link to our training course, right? So to our sales page. So if we go to home, let's see if that, yeah. I believe we said home for this one. So I believe the URL was adnetworkexpert.com/home. And so this is that page we want to take them to, right? So we can come in here, we can copy that, and we could add it here by clicking here. And we could add a link, HTTPS, we can add it here. It has the HTTPS in there. Good, we'll click next, get out by clicking here. Also, let me know what you think. I'm curious. And then we'll say talk soon. Yvonne M, for example. We can come in here, we could highlight it. I like it to be in this color. And yeah, so that could be our email, right? So we can hit next. We can hit create. And there you go. So I'm going to zoom in actually a little bit. And we're going to drag it over here. And if something's uneven, let's suppose you put this one here and you want to center it perfectly, you click on arrange items and it just does it. Well, let's first activate it. And let's connect it. And then if you click on arrange items, it's going to make it all nice and dandy for you. Okay. So that's your welcome email. It's your first email. And if you want more space, because this is getting kind of close, again, what you could do is you could create another email here, and then over here you would click go to. You would use the go to element, and then you would take them to that next email, right? So that's how that would work. So you can keep adding emails. You can click, you can select send email over here, and you can send, you can say email 3, email 4, email 5, however many you want to. Once you are done, click on or use this complete option just because it tells Kartra that your email sequence is done. So your email sequence will still work, but if you use this complete feature, then it just tells Kartra that it's done. So we're just going to go ahead and drag it here and make it something like that. And that looks good. So we're going to click done and exit. And so this is now our sequence that we've completed. So let's go ahead and test it out. So let's go to let's start, right? Sorry, I just checked. So it's start./free guide. So that's the one that we've created at the very beginning, right? So let's go ahead and test it out. So that looks right. So I'm going to click send me my guide. I'm going to be taken to this page, and let me go ahead and check my email to make sure that I've received that first email sequence email.
A few moments later.
All right, and so I actually had to use a different email. I used this one, steve19911121111@gmail.com, just because the other email I've been using so much for testing that it's already associated me as a lead so many times that it just doesn't send me any more emails. So once somebody enters their brand new email that hasn't been in the system before, this is what it's going to look like. So, hey Yvonne, here's your free guide. Right click here, download it. People will be taken to this thank you page. And yeah, people can unsubscribe, they can edit the details, and then when they unsubscribe, see, this is the list, people who signed up for the free guide or signed up for the free guide. So these are the mailing lists that they're automatically added to the sequences once they sign up. And so people will be able to select which one they want to be unsubscribed from. So that's what that is. That's the email here that we've set up. So now let's do one more email sequence, right? Let's do one for people who purchased the course, for example. So we're going to click on add sequence, and we're going to say, let's say Google Ads purchase. And then here we can say purchased the Google Ads course. We'll click create. And so we are going to create a rule. So let's come over here and let's see. So we can either do order, people that have ordered, right? Or people have already been added to the list after they bought. We've set it up that way, right? So we've set it up once we set up our product that anybody that purchases that product gets added to this list. Okay, so that's already automatic. We don't have to do anything. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to hit save. So anybody that's on this list will be getting our emails. So I'm just going to create one email here just for simplicity since we already know how to do it. So day and time like that. Communication. So hope you enjoy the course. And then we could create another email saying, hey, have you checked out my Microsoft Ads course, for example, right? So again, we've set all that up. So send to, we want to send to anybody reaching this step or people that are subscribed to the list. It's the same thing. Google Ad course members. We're going to hit save. We're going to do a single email. And then here we're going to say, again, I like to use first name. So we're going to copy this. We're going to say, hey, first name. Hope you are enjoying the course, right? Because first you want to give people value. You want to show them you're there. You don't want to start selling right away. So, hey, just wanted, let me scroll down a little bit so you see. Just wanted to check in to make sure you were okay. You recently bought my Google Ads course, and I sincerely hope that you are enjoying it. And then we can say, just so you know, I am here in case you have any questions. So fire away and I'll be happy to help. Yvonne M. Okay, so now we've created a separate sequence now for people that have purchased, right? So we can create a bunch of these sequences. We can create another one for cart abandoners, for example. Yeah, so that looks good. Test, create, and then we can click on, we can make complete, or we can send another email, right? Again, we just drag and drop the other email and we submit it. Now, if you want to create an email sequence for cart abandoners, for example, you click here and then you say tag, and then you say cart abandoners, right? And so then you're going to be targeting anybody that is a cart abandoner, and then you would do the same thing. You would send the email to cart abandoners. So anybody that reaches that step, then you would say will be sent that email. So that's what you would do here. Alternatively, over here, if you click on edit, when it says here recipients, if you click here, you can say and people who have a tag, people who have the tag for cart abandoners. That's how you would do that. Okay, so that's basically it. I hope you get the idea. You know, we can keep adding more emails, but I think it's redundant at this point. I think you have a good idea of how this works. I think you know everything there is to know about these automations. Pretty straightforward. You do have advanced automations here as well. So they're basically just the if and then automation. So the same one that we created before with the if then, right? You can do them here as well. So they're all kind of interconnected. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure why this is here as opposed to here, but you do have these here as well, the if then, right? So that's gonna be this one's true false split. And then you would say, if a person does this, then you would send them something else. Okay, so same idea. Alternatively, you have this basic automation as well. You can do it this way, where you can do it all in one. So if then, so same thing. Okay, that's what I'm trying to show you. So that's pretty much it. So congratulations, we've set up our funnel, our website, our landing page, integrated the product together, and now we have these sequences that are going to be sent out to people who purchased the course and people that have signed up, right? And then if you go back to leads, by the way, but with this new email, you can click here and it tells you all this information about the contact, right? So where they are, what lists they pertain to, what emails, what sequences, what emails they've opened. So, right, so this lead actually has opened other emails in the past, but then I've deleted it. And so now they've opened this welcome email here, right? So then they'll be getting new emails, what websites, surveys, calendars. You'll see how active the person is. So really, really cool stuff. If you put in the contact form to get their Facebook, Instagram, anything like that, you will see it here as well. All right, so that's pretty much it. I hope you found value in this video. I hope you are very familiar now with how to send out these emails. If you haven't signed up to Kartra yet, or you want to get started with it, I do offer you an exclusive discount if you go to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, where I give you a 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first payment after the trial. So an exclusive offer you cannot get just by going to Kartra.com. So that is it for this part. In the next sections, I do want to go over these other features: webinar, calendar, surveys, help desk, funnels. I want to set all that up with you together and show you how you can integrate it and connect it with your funnel. All right. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan. And in this video, I want to show you how to set up your help desk in Kartra so that you get a nice little help icon in the bottom right of your page. And you can not only help your customers, but you can also manage everything here within Kartra. So all those people that are going to your membership site, your order form page, your sales funnel, landing page, and so on, they will be able to contact you for help. So let's get into it. Let me show you how to set it up. So the first thing you need to do is click on help desks over here. And you will be able to see your tickets here. You'll have your live chat option over here, but don't worry, we'll get to that later. So just click on new help desk over here and we're going to give it a name. So let's suppose customer support for courses, or if you end up having different niches or different fields that you set up here in Kartra, maybe you want to do different help desks. So you want to make the name as specific as possible. And so we're going to go here from left to right, and then I'm actually going to show you how it works. It's pretty cool within your emails. So you can either host the help desk in Kartra, which is what we're going to do here, or you can host it in your own site. If that's the case, you're just going to link your URL. They're going to give you the code, and then you'll paste the code on your website, and you can choose which option you like for it to look like over there. But of course, the goal of this series of this course is to show you how you can utilize everything you need here within Kartra with just the one platform. So we're going to go ahead and hit save here. Then this is going to be the design template for the right side of the page. Okay, so when somebody enters your help desk, there's going to be the left side and the right side. The right side is what you see here. So you can customize it. You can't change the color manually, but you can select a theme. So you can set something that maybe looks more similar to your regular website design, which in my case is going to be bluish, something like that. Let's see if there's any other sort of blue, dark blue, okay. And then this dark option as well. So that actually looks pretty good, pretty similar to my website design. So we're going to hit save. And this isn't only for the login. This is also for the part where people will actually submit a ticket. So that's going to be the color of that button as well. So you're going to hit save, and then this is going to be the left side of the page. So what somebody sees when they go in your help desk, but it's going to be on the left side, right? So you can select, again, your theme just by selecting all these options here. You can also change the overlay color. You can change the opacity. You can change your image, set your own image if you like. I do like these images. I think I like this third one best, pretty professional. And then you can say, have questions. We have answers, something like that, or whatever you want to say. And that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So we're going to hit save. And of course, by the end of all this, you will see exactly what it looks like, how it works, how the emails work, how people can respond, everything. I'll show you. It's pretty cool. And so here you have your departments, right? So if you have a big team, you'll be able to add as many departments as you like. Technical support, however many other supports you want to add, you can do that. If you want to keep a certain one private so that people don't see it, but you see it so that you're able to categorize it better, you can do so. So we're just going to disable it. Click on save. And here's where you can activate your support channels. So you do have this live chat option, but you need a higher end plan. I think mine is the second or third or so, and you need one of the higher plans to activate it, but these are good enough as is. So obviously you want to enable your support ticket, which you'll be able to see tickets here and respond to them. So that's a given if you're doing a help desk. So you can say your average response time if you want, and average is more so AVG, I think. And then you're going to click on activate channel. If you offer phone support, you can do so here as well. You can say for billing support, contact this number, and then for technical support, contact this number. And then you'll specify your hours, click on activate. If you're using Skype, you would enter your Skype ID. Let's say Kartra. Let's say add network support. And then let's suppose it's the same options. You click on activate and then you hit save, and that's it. And then for live chat, you do the same thing. You just enable live chat and then you'll be able to contact people via here. But again, you'll need a higher plan for that. So we're going to hit save. And now this is pretty cool. So you can make it so that people exclusively interact via help desk. So people will receive an email notification and then they need to log in. Kartra will provide your customers, anybody that submits a ticket, with the login credentials, so email and password. And then they'll be able to, within this help desk platform, ask and respond to questions. Or you can enable seamless email communication, which is really cool, so that not only can people just email you right away, they don't even need to go to the help desk. And B, even if they do go to the help desk and you respond to them via the help desk, they will get an email and they'll be able to respond to that email. So this is much better, I think, because I don't know how familiar you guys are with, customer support, technical support, but usually most of it is done via email, right? So if you have to log in, it just adds another extra kind of frustration step that I think is unnecessary. So we're going to enable seamless email communication. Now, I did buy in one of the previous sessions a domain, right? adnetworkexpert.com. And then I actually purchased a custom email for that, Yvonne@adnetworkexpert.com. So I'm using this special dedicated email for my Kartra funnel, for my project here, right? So I'm going to select it all. Okay, let's just do that. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. And this is going to be my support email. And then I'm going to name it. So Yvonne Mana. Make sure there's no space before it. Make sure there's no space after. Okay, good. And then if somebody emails you, which department do you want it to go to? Because when someone emails you, they don't have the option, right? So by default, let's say it's going to be technical support. For this to work, you do need to set up a forwarding rule. So this isn't enough to just set this up and that's it. You do need to go into your mailbox. So this is my mailbox, private email that came with Namecheap. And you have to click on settings here. If you're using Gmail, same thing, you're going to click on settings, right? If you're using whatever other email you're using, just look for the settings. And then you're going to look for, I believe it's under mail, and then auto forward. So we need to forward this, right, to what they told you to do. So it's this one. So you're going to copy this whole thing, Control C, come back here, say auto forward, and forward all emails to this address. Again, make sure there's no extra spaces, nothing like that. You can keep a copy of the message so that you see it here as well. And then you're going to say apply changes. And so that's it for this part. So now if we go back to our mail, auto forwarding is active, and any emails that customer sends will show up here as well as the Kartra help desk. Really, really cool, guys. Really, really cool. I'm going to show you how this works, but I was very pleasantly surprised. So let's move this over here. And so now that that's done, we've confirmed that. Let's hit save. Let's click save and next. You would add a wiki as well. So a wiki is like a Wikipedia, like a knowledge help center. So people can come in here to look for a specific thing. So it's going to be something like this. If I show you here in another tab, like what Kartra has here, Learning Center. If I click on Start Learning, basically people can search for things, right? They can look for specific things before asking you for help. So that's what you're doing here. So if you only have one product, then you can just enter that one product because we only have one course, right? But if you have multiple products and multiple different avenues for which you want to offer support for, you would enter all of them here. Now, in our case, we only have Google Ads course, so we can enter that here. That's okay. And then we're going to hit save. And so now we can choose if we want to actually enable this wiki knowledge base or not. So if we do, it's going to show up as another tab. So you'll see later on, once we create this, people will have the login option, they will have the submit ticket option, they will have a billing option, and then they're going to have the wiki option if you choose to select it. And from here, people are going to be able to look for answers to questions. So I'm going to check mark this on just so you can see what it looks like. But if you want people to come to you just for help, you don't want to write out a knowledge base because it might have to be detailed, you can click on here, all right? So let's just add a category or two just so you see what it will look like. So we'll click add category, and let's say, we'll say Google Ads course. And then for the description, well, we could say, let's say Google Ads questions and answers, something like that. We're gonna say create. And then within the category, now we can add an article. So we're gonna add an article here. We're gonna say, for example, how to enter billing information, for example, right? And then we can say to enter billing info, simply head over into settings and add it. And then you can add keywords. So let's say Google Ads billing. So this is so that people, when they search for something, they'll be able to find this article. Billing, Google Ads billing, something like that. This is going to be associated for this product. So we're going to highlight that. We're going to say create. And so now this is going to be associated with this one. We could add another category such as payments, for example. So let's say payments and billing. We answer all payment related questions. And then here you would add multiple articles, right? Like how do I get a refund? How do I do this, this, and that? So how do I cancel? To cancel, simply email us at ivan@adnetworkexpert.com and we'll help you, blah, 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 whatever you want to say. Here you want to say cancel, cancellation, stop plan, right? Whatever keywords it's related to, you'd select your product and hit on create. And so now you have these articles over here. So when you hover over each category, you'll be able to see all the different articles that you will have here. Okay. And then once we finish this whole thing, you will see what this looks like. So I think that's enough for now. Let's click save. Then we'll go save and next. And then in that help desk portal, like I said, the login, ask a question, this is where you can select whether you want people to actually see that billing section or not. So I'm going to say yes, again, just so you see what that looks like. But I also don't see anything wrong with adding it just so people know exactly what it looks like. All right. So we're going to hit save. And then because you enabled that billing section, well, you can also allow people to request refunds. I think yes. And over here, by the way, you can manually review every refund request or you can execute them automatically. I think automatically is okay. You can allow people to cancel subscriptions or do not cancel subscriptions. And again, automatic, or you want to review every one. So whether you have, this is for the cancel subscriptions and this is for the actual refunds. So we're going to hit save. And here you can capture people that end up asking you a question as a lead, or you can say no. So the default is no. I think it makes sense. I don't think people want to be emailed with something like, hey, I noticed you contacted our help desk. Let me sell you something, right? But if you do, you would select this option here. You would hit save, and then you would be able to fill in these options, right? You would assign a tag. So it doesn't have to be spammy like what I just mentioned, but you could say, yes, assign a tag. You can say, create new tag. Let's say, question askers, right? Something like that. You can do that. And then here again, let's say people who ask. So maybe they're a little more involved, for example, right? You'd say affiliate marketing, and you would say create. And so now anybody that asks questions, you'll give them a tag of question askers. Just for your reference, I don't think you'll be doing much with that. If you have a list, if you have a sequence that you want to add them to as well, you would do so over here. But we're going to leave that. We'll click save and next. And that is it. So the help desk has been done, but we do want to change the custom domain here as well. So we're going to click here. We're going to go to, let's say this one, and let's say help. That's our URL here. And so let me now show you what this is going to look like. Let's open this in a new tab here. So here's your image, right? So first people are taken to the wiki. So that's what the wiki looks like. People click on Google Ads and then they'll see all the information here. Let's go back here to the wiki maybe. Then they have payments and billing. So whatever articles, whatever FAQs, frequently asked questions that people ask you that you have, you can post them here, okay? Whatever the most frequent questions are. You can even not add anything at first, wait until you get some questions and then kind of put them into categories. Say, this is the most frequently asked question that I've been getting. Let's create this wiki on it, right? Then you have your orders. So this is gonna be the billing section. Then you have the tickets. So Kartra is going to email people with the login and the password so they can log in here and see all their tickets. And then here they would enter their questions. Okay, so this is where we're going to actually practice, and let me show you what this is going to look like. So with the email, let's say we'll use my email, ivanmana.com, phone number optional, department. Let's suppose I need help with billing. I need a refund. And then I'm going to write here, I'm going to say, hello, I need a refund. Give me a refund, please. Now. All right. People can attach a file, really convenient, because some options don't give you that option to add a file, which really sucks. There's also the phone support, which, if you click on it, you'll see the different phone numbers, Skype, you'll see the Skype IDs, and of course the normal ticket. So we'll click on submit. And ticket has been sent. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this and see what this is going to look like inside Kartra as well as inside your actual email. So inside Kartra, you will see a little red warning here, a little red, not a warning, a little red indication that there's a new ticket. So you're going to click here and it's going to say this, right? And you'll be able to add a label to it. You'll be able to see the previous conversations. You can transfer agent, postpone the ticket. So kind of keep it as read for now until a later time. You can click here and say, okay, I'm going to respond to it again on the 18th. You can do that. So before we proceed further, let me show you what this is going to look like inside the actual email. All right, and so inside your email, in this case, ivan@ivanmana.com, the email that we use to send the support ticket, I have received 2 emails. The first one is telling me that there is a new support ticket that has been updated. So somebody submitted a new support ticket. Now, the reason why you might see this email is because in my Kartra account, my main email in my profile is ivan@ivanmana.com. So they're basically letting me know here that, hey, in your Kartra account, somebody sent you a ticket. So that's why you get that email. The other email that you should have received is this one. Now, this is the one that actually pertains to the help desk saying, hey, thank you for your ticket. We've received it, right? So imagine this account, this email is the user, right? That's me. I'm the user here in this example. And I got this notification because I submitted a ticket. And then here's the password. Here's the email to log in to see the ticket thread. So now within Kartra, let's respond and let's see how that gets reflected. So we're going to say new reply. By the way, you can have canned responses. I'm going to show you how to do that as well. Those are pretty cool. You can say, hello. Hello. What do you mean by that? Can you please clarify? And then we can assign this ticket to me so that I'm the only one that's going to respond to the ticket. If you have multiple support agents, email me if there's a reply or post as a private note. So if you want to post something as a private note to your other teammates, you can do so. But we're going to deselect that. We're going to keep everything as is. We're going to say post message. So now what should happen is we should now receive this email in over here, right? So we should know that we have received a response. So let's see if we can refresh and see if we get a response. And so here we got the response, right? So because we responded via Kartra, here's the reply. Hello, what do you mean by that? Can you please clarify, right? And so now what we can do is we can either log into this portal and keep the conversation going, or we could reply here and we can say this, and we can hit send. So again, it's coming from Ivan at ivanmana.com. That's the customer, right? And then within Kartra, if we hit refresh, and so I had to refresh the page several times, but then you see the response right here. I need a refund. Don't you get it, right? And over here in our email, we see it over here as well. So if we go back to our email here, if you hit on reply, you'll see that it will go to Ivan at adnetworkexpert.com. Right? So it will go to this email because that's who you're replying to, but it will also show up in Kartra because we set it up that way. And so this is how the conversation is going to keep going. People can keep replying via their email and it will land in your Kartra, and you will also get it here if you wish. You can change the auto forwarding option. So if you go back to auto forwarding, you can set it so you don't see anything here, for example, that you only see everything in Kartra. So if you go back to settings, click on auto forward. I believe it's going to be this option, keep a copy of the message. I believe so. But basically, you'll be able to connect to people via email and via your Kartra. So really, really cool, really, really smooth integrations. Pretty happy with that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Hopefully, this gives you an idea for how this works. Now we've tested it. We know it works, right? So let me show you some of these other features here they have. So obviously, live chat, you do need to... Let me just click on my plans and show you. So I believe it's going to be this professional plan at least that you need. Over here, if you click on, yeah, live chat. So you need at least the professional minus Kartra growth, but that's the idea. You have analytics, so you'll be able to see stats for how many people contact you, you know, how many average tickets there are, how many average responses, all of that. And then you have, yeah, so the basic help desk, and then you have tickets here. You have canned responses, so this is pretty cool. So this one I already created before. Let me just go ahead and close that or delete that. And we're going to add another response. So yeah, I mean, like, how do I cancel or how do I get a refund? Oops. How do I get a refund? So that's the response name. It's only 40 characters and they don't even allow question marks. So that's okay. So we can say here, hey there, you know, to get a refund, simply go to, I don't know, adnetworkexpert.com/refund request and fill in your details. Thank you. Okay, so this is going to be a canned response, for example. You can enter more if you like by clicking on over here. You have signatures. Before I show you how they actually look like, let me show you signatures and then I'll go in and show you. So here you have different owners, so you can add a signature. So this is the only team member right now that's on this account, right? That's me. So what you can do is click add new signature and you can say Ivan Mana at let's say adnetworkexpert.com, for example, and that's going to be my signature, right? So then you no longer have to manually add it yourself when you reply to tickets. And then you have labels, so you can label specific tickets. So you can say, okay, this is very important, highly important, not important, you know, low priority, high priority, top priority. You can do that. So you can say, for example, high priority, need urgent care, reply in 2 hours, right? let me copy the whole thing. Let me click on create, add label, and let me say, let's say low priority. And then for this one, we're going to say reply in 2 days or up to 2 days or however you want to do it. And so now let's go back to tickets and let me show you what this actually looks like. So over here, you can add a label now. So you can say, okay, this one is going to be high priority because this guy looks angry, right? So high priority, respond in an hour quickly, or get somebody else, right? Get another person to respond ASAP, something like that. You can change your status here. So you probably don't want to delete it or resolve it until it's done. And then when you reply, so this is going to be your signature right here, right? You don't have to do anything. And then you can select a canned response. Where's our canned response? Not showing up here. That's odd. Let's go back to canned responses. Did it not save or something? Yeah, looks like it's here. Oh, sorry, we didn't assign it a help desk. We have to assign it to this help desk, right? We forgot to do that, my bad. So if you don't see it, that's why. So let's come back here. So you have your signature and then you click on your reply. Oops, click on your reply. And then here you can say embed and it's going to be here and that's it, right? So very simple. Now I don't have to type anything and then I'm going to click post message and then I should get it here. And if we refresh several times, I should get it in the email. Okay, so I had to refresh it one more time, but here it is, right? To get a refund, simply go here and fill in your details. So Ivan Mana at Ad Network Expert. And so that's pretty much it. So now if you go anywhere, like if you go to, I think, pages, for example, right? And you go to, let's say, your sales page. If you go to edit, you'll be able to toggle now this help desk option on the left. So you click here, you say display, if you have Kartra or if you're using from somewhere else, you click here and then you need to paste the code. But we have Kartra, we have customer support courses, and then you can choose what you want it to look like. They have all these options here, the common this one with a nice looking lady there. They like to do that. And then, yeah, I think if you go back, let me see. Yeah, so I like this one, right? And then you can display a bubble message, so something that shows up immediately upon landing, display only to returning visitors, or just display to everybody, basically. So we can say to everybody, name of support agent, let's say Ivan Mana. Hey, how can I help you today? And it's going to be a little pop-up right there, right? And then you can select your theme. Yeah, there's not too many options, but I think it looks pretty good anyway. The red one's really flashy. I think white one's the least invasive, right? And so once you've applied that, make sure it's saved. Just click on Save Progress again, just to be safe. Let's close out of that. And then we publish live. And let's see now what it's going to look like. So we'll get the code, homepage, home. And now we should see the little help icon. Hey, how can I help you? People click here. People go to support. If you have live chat, there's going to be the live chat option. And then people submit a ticket. Okay. So that's how this works. That's how you set up your help desk for your site, for any of your pages, and have it all integrated together so that you can reply and have all these conversations within Kartra. If you guys haven't tried Kartra yet, make sure to take advantage of my exclusive offer by going to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra. I give you a 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first purchase after the trial. All right. So a really cool discount that you can take advantage of so you too can benefit from all these cool additional Kartra features that they have. All right. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next section. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up your webinar here in Kartra, which is a great way for you to get a group of people together as you explain something to them and then pitch your product at the end. And so for example, we could create a webinar and then put it on our sales page so that if people want to learn more, they could sign up and register for this webinar, and then we can promote our products to them. So let's get into it. The first thing you have to do is click on webinars here on the left-hand side. So we're just going to click here. I already have a webinar, so let me just go ahead and delete it and we'll just start from scratch. So you'll see something that looks like this. You can click on create webinar. So let's enter a name. Let's say we want to create a Google Ads webinar for our Google Ads course, right? So we want to show our Google Ads expertise. We want to answer some questions, some frequently asked questions about Google Ads, for example. So we'll say Google Ads course webinar. We'll click next. And then you have this basic configuration, which basically is just one small page where you fill in some blanks and your webinar will be ready. Or you have this advanced configuration. I'm, of course, going to go with the advanced so you see all the options, and why not take advantage of me while you can to help guide you with that. So we're going to click here, we'll click next. And then you have these options where you can have the webinar right now. You have it available immediately as soon as somebody signs up. You have this other option here, 24 hours. So your webinar will always be active. And then as soon as you're ready, you can go in there and log in and offer your presentation. Or you have the scheduled, which is generally the most common webinar type where people can select their times and then they'll be able to meet with you. So I'm going to select the scheduled one because it's the most common one usually. And I'm going to click on create. And now we're going to go from left to right, top to bottom again. So for the webinar title, we can name it Google Ads, let's say, frequently asked, let's see if there's space, questions, perfect. And then we have a description. In this webinar, I cover the most common Google Ads questions, for example. And then again, we're going to quickly add our logo here. It's going to be, let's use this darker one. We'll click confirm. And then we're going to hit save for this part. And then presenters. So the full name, so that's going to be me. So if you have any other presenters, you can add them here, or you can just click on edit and then you can edit the existing one. So in our case, let's suppose I want to add a picture, a photo. I'm going to click change. And we've uploaded this photo for our membership site. So let's use the same one. Crop it up a little bit like that, and there you go. And now this part looks good. So that's going to be the presenter. We're going to hit save and next. And then here we have the scheduling type. So do you only want people to be able to register for one session at a time? And as you can see, here's an image of what it's going to look like. Or people can select multiple sessions at a time. So they can join many different ones, especially if you have, for example, like a Google Ads FAQ 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, things like that. You also have a recurring series of events. So if you're going to have this webinar every single day, for example, or every Saturday at 9 p.m., you can do that here. I'm just going to select one single session, right? That's the standard, the status quo. And we're going to enter dates that we're going to add. So when do you want to host your webinar? So let's suppose, so today's the 17th. Let's suppose we have one tomorrow, the 18th at 9 a.m. And then let's suppose we have one on Saturday as well, the 20th at 9 a.m. And let's suppose we have one on Monday, the 22nd at 9 a.m. Okay, so every 2 days we have this webinar, and that's our schedule. We're going to hit save. And then you can let the users choose their time zone, or you can set your own. I definitely recommend users being able to select the time zone because people might not be familiar with where you are, right? So we'll click with that one and we'll click save and next. And then here, your registration, do you want to make it free or paid? So with this one, you're going to need to create it as a product. So you're going to need to make another, let's say in this case, Google Ads webinar product. And then you would come in here and you would select it. In our case, we do have a Google Ads course, right? So that's why I can select it, but you would create your own webinar. So it's going to be totally separate than the product that you've already created, this course. So in our case, let's suppose we want to give webinars away for free, which is, again, that's generally the standard, because on the webinars, when you actually pitch usually your high ticket products, right? And then over here, you can set what you want people to add. So their first name, last name, email, anything else you want to add, their middle name maybe, their address, their postal code, their city, country, Instagram, LinkedIn account, anything like that, you can do that. Again, you can create a custom field, same as with when we set up our form, we had these exact same options. So you can enter any custom value. So drop down menu, you can enter a question and then some options for them to choose from. So you can do that. So actually, let's just do this one right here. So let's say, how did you hear about us, right? And then you can make it mandatory if you like, that's fine. And then we could say Google, we could say friend, we could say social media, for example, okay? And then that's how this would work. You have these other cool options here, play around with those. Now we need to enter the field identifier. This is more so for your reference so that you can identify this specific field. So this is gonna be, how did you hear? There's no spaces or anything like that. You can't do that. So again, it's just for your reference. So how did you hear? and we can hit save, and that's going to be the name of the field that we have here, right? And then this is the registration message. So when somebody is about to register, what do you want it to say? So at the top here, we had the headline, and then we had the subheadline, right? So this is basically taking all the information you put in your basic info. So we're going to hit save for that one. That one's good. We're going to hit save for this one. And then after they register for the webinar, what do you want it to say? So you can send them this general confirmation message, which you can change over here, or you can redirect them to another page. So if you created a separate webinar thank you page, custom made here within Kartra, you can do that. We don't have a special webinar thank you page, so we're just gonna use this one right here. This one's fine. So we can say, congrats on registering, or thank you for registering. Actually, thank you for registering. Your seat to the webinar has been registered. And then there should also be a link. So on this success message, there will also be a link to where people can go, and they should also get an email as well so that they know where exactly to go. So we'll get through that. I'll show you what that's going to look like as we fill in these steps. And then over here, so email confirmation and reminder. So this is one of the reasons why we integrated our Kartra mail and verified and authenticated our email in one of the previous videos just for this, so that we'll be able to email them, to communicate to them, to get not only an instant confirmation message, but also access URL to the event so they know where to go. So because we have it set up, we can select this option. I highly recommend you to communicate with your users, otherwise they'll be lost and you have to say everything on your thank you page. So it's just much easier to have everything for them via email. So we're gonna hit save. And then you can choose what exactly you want to send to them. So you can send a booking confirmation, so a confirmation that they registered, which you can edit over here. Congratulations, your webinar is registered. So it's going to be the event hosted by me, date, time, right? And then here's going to be the link. So that's what they're going to get. And you can edit that. So that one looks good. And then you have before and after reminders. So if you want to set another specific reminder to them before the event, you can do so here, or another one after the event. So if I'm going to mention to them my Google Ads course, I can send them a reminder afterwards. And I can say, hey, here is that Google Ads course that I was talking about. So in this case, I would select this option. I would say after the scheduled session. So let's say we want to do it maybe 5 hours. And we can either do like, here's the replay video, or we can say, here are the links mentioned, right? And then we can copy it into this optional field. And then we could say, we have recorded the event for you, sure. So we can do that. And then we can have all these. And then we can also say, additionally, here are the links that we provided during the call. Right, and then we can have, Google Ads training course, and then we can select it, and then we can take people to our sales page. So we're gonna highlight it, and then we're gonna look for our URL. I believe it was adnetworkexpert.com, right? So it was adnetworkexpert.com. That was the URL, yeah. So we can take people here and click OK. And so now after the webinar, right, 5 hours after it, they're going to get this reminder with the replay as well as access to the link. So what we want to do here as well is maybe not outline, but maybe make this like bluish, right, like the standard. And then that looks good. So we're going to hit save. And so, yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, guys. You just go from left to right, follow in whatever Kartra tells you to do as the next step. Pretty intuitive. You can also add different polls and quizzes and all of these options here so that you're ready for your presentation. So if you want to create a certain poll, you can do so here. If you want to sell a certain product, which in this case we do want to add it here. So we're going to say Google Ads, let's say mastery course. So that's the name of the offer. That's for your reference, but then it's the same thing. Offer image. I don't believe we actually set an image for the course, but we selected like a template here. Text above the button. So learn everything you need about Google Ads. And then text inside the button, yeah, you can say get started. And then if you have the link to your Kartra page that we've created, right? So we've created our Google Ads course main sales page. Boom, people can click on here during the webinar and they'll be able to get access. And then you can add the scarcity. So you can say, okay, there's only 10 copies left available, 10 available units, which obviously doesn't make sense in our case because it's a digital course, but you could do that. You could also add urgency. So you could say, hey, you know what? It's only going for this certain price for another 5 hours, okay? So you have to get it right now. So that's basically what it is. So you can even change the text here and say, get your discount now, something like that, right? And then this offer is going to be available in the live room. And whenever you're ready, you'll be able to activate it. So it's not going to be available right away, but it says here, you'll be able to pop them in front of the audience with the click of a button. Okay, so you'll have everything available there, all the resources, all the polls and quizzes, the products, offers, everything. And with the click of a button, you choose what you want to add and it's going to be popped up on the screen. So maybe after half an hour, maybe after an hour, or however long your webinar is, you want to pop this course, right, as you talk about it. Then you have the videos, so you can add a new video as well. So we do have this video here in our Kartra library. So let's just use this as an example. Let's suppose you do want to show them this video here. And the cool thing about this one is that this video will play actually on the webinar screen, right? So you can have the webinar and then as soon as you're ready, the video will play. So really cool stuff. File handouts. So I am offering a free affiliate marketing guide, right? If people sign up to our list. So if you, for example, want to include some sort of guide, you can do that as well. And then again, you can choose to add it. So we're going to click save for all of these. If you have a slide presentation, so if you have like a PowerPoint presentation or anything like that that you want to add, this is pretty cool too. So once you're ready to talk about whatever is on this presentation, you can go in and add that as well. So pretty cool. I'm really happy with just how easy Kartra makes all this and how easy it integrates everything together. Then we're going to hit save and next. And then you can allow people to have access to the replay room. You can not allow people to have access to the replay room, or you can have them be able to have access again afterwards. So up to you. It makes it a little more unique if you say no. However, I have seen cases of when people do allow replay. So this is totally up to you and how you plan on having your own webinar. I'm going to say yes over here and we'll click save. And then you can have the exact same replica. You can have a custom video. So if you want to have like a little shortcut instead, or a summary, or if you want to edit your webinar, if it's not perfect, then you can send them this better webinar, right? So, or you can redirect them to, again, another page. So if you have another webinar page with another video or something like that, you could do that. We're going to say replica, exact replica. We will give the users replay controls. There will be no expiration on the replay page. And you can activate the question box, which you will get via email. And this is the email, or you can make it your the email that we've created, which is yvonne@adnetworkexpert.com. And people, once they submit questions, you will get them via email. So these look good. We're going to hit save. I'm going to hit save here. Click save and next. Oops. Okay, and then here you can assign tags again. So I strongly recommend that you add tags for every single one of these options that we set in the course, just because it's so useful that you'll be able to send out emails to specific people, which is really, really cool, guys. So for this one, right, so people that register for the webinar, we want to come in here, and these are the tags we have, but we want to create a new tag, and this one's going to be, for example, webinar attendees. Did I spell that right? I think it's 2 T's, right? Yeah, 2 T's. And then tag description, let's say Google Ads webinar attendees. Category is going to be under affiliate marketing, and there's no expiration date. We'll click create. And so now, again, we'll be able to actually send out emails to just these people, right? Which is really, really cool. If we have a list, so we can also create a list for them. So these are the lists that we have, but we can create another one. We can do the same thing. So webinar attendees. And then here, Google Ads, webinar attendees, same thing. So that's the public description that people see. That's for your reference. And you might even want to name it as well. So GA, if you want to be more specific. So people that specifically attended your Google Ads webinar attendees. And then if you have another course, you could create another list for that. But this is really cool too. And then if you have any sequences already set up, you can add them to a certain sequence, or you can create them, click change, subscribe to a sequence. But for this part, normally I like it much better to do it under communications. So under the automation, under there. I don't really like to do sequences or basic automations here because I think it's easier to keep track of entire kind of groups that you're going to be targeting. So I like to do it under communications. So that looks good. We're going to hit save. And that is it. Okay, so this is going to be our webinar registration page. And this is the page for us to go in there and start presenting. So let me change this to adnetworkexpert.com/webinar. We're going to hit next. And let's see what this is going to look like. So that's the registration page. And so when somebody goes here, they'll be able to choose the times, right? These are the times that we have. When you click on register now, you can choose the times from the drop down. So people are going to select all these options. So let's register just to show you what it's going to look like. How did you hear about us? Google, and I'll click on register now. And then let me show you what it's going to look like via email. So that's the link that people are going to go to, this one right here. They come here. So right now it's going to start soon in 1 day. Okay, so it's got this nice little message here. I don't know why it's Dublin time when I'm not in Dublin, Ireland, but that's okay. So that's the page that people go to, and then people can set themselves a reminder, right? So they get everything here, but then they also get everything via email. So let me go ahead and log into my email just to show you what it's going to look like when they actually receive the email as well. And so here in my email, you will receive these two emails. So the first is the confirmation webinar link. So it just confirms that you registered, has the webinar room. And then this one is for you. So because my account, my main account here has my email, ivan@ivanmana.com. That's the email of my account. That's why I'm getting this. So it's telling me that another person has registered. Okay, so this is the email that the customer is going to get right here. Okay, congratulations, right? Coming from Ivan Mana at adnetworkexpert.com to me. So the person that registered. And then, yeah, it's got the link. So people can click here when it's time and get started. Now, for the actual user, for you, right, you will use this link here. And first, Kartra is going to check everything, make sure everything's good. Let me see if it'll work here. Yeah, so it can't work just because I already have I'm already using this audio program. But once everything is checked, okay, assuming you're not recording a video, once everything is checked, you'll be taken to your page where you can start the live webinar. So it's going to have the camera, it's going to have the audio set up. You'll be able to see people who joined, you'll be able to see the conversation, and then you'll also have the option to select what resources you want to add at which point, right? So the files, the video, the course, everything like that, you'll be able to choose. So don't worry about that for now. So let's close out of that. So that's pretty much it for this, but let's go into pages and let me show you how you can actually add this page as well. So if we edit our Google Ads course sales page, let's suppose we want to add a webinar invitation here as well somewhere, right? So if we go back to our sales page and we add a section, so this was our sales page that we've created. So let's say we want to add another section maybe over here. So we're going to click on sections. Let's say empty section, and we're just going to drag it over here. Oh, there you go. And then over here, let's suppose we want to say, right, like if we click on components, right, we need to drag a column here first. Click on columns over here, and we just want it to be full here. Oops. I just want to show you what it's going to look like. And then now we can add, let's go back to components, text. Here we can say want to learn more, sign up for our webinar. I know that you can't see that, but something like this, and then we can center it, we can make it bold, we can make it bigger. Let's say, okay, that's a little too big. Say 1.2, right? And then here, we can actually add that button now, right here. And add the button, and then here, we can say, so this button, we want to center it again. Let's go down here, click center, and then we'll go into text and we'll say, register for your webinar now. Okay, and then we're going to click on apply. Sorry, we should click apply here as well. We're going to go to link, and then for this one, we're going to select link to Kartra webinar. Right, and then we're going to select our webinar, and then you can choose whether you want to take people to another page, which is going to look like this, or if you want to do a pop-up. I think pop-up looks good. keeps people on the same page, and we want people to buy here, right? So we don't want to take them away to another page. So we're going to click here, and there's that. So now let me save, and let me show you now what that's going to look like here. It's been saved. We're going to publish live. And yeah, so we already have the page link, so let's just refresh this one. We're going to scroll down. And then here, want to learn more, sign up for our webinar. People click here, people will be able to sign up. They click on register, and then boom, they select their time, okay? So very, very intuitive, flows very, very smoothly. I love it. And yeah, that's how you set up a webinar here in Kartra. If you guys haven't signed up for Kartra yet, and you haven't taken advantage of my exclusive offer, I do highly recommend that you do. I offer you a free 30-day trial and 20% off on your first payment after the trial. Simply head over to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra to take advantage of the offer. And that said, that is all for this part. In the next section, I want to go over how to set up calendars, how to set up funnels, campaigns, all that. All right, I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan. And in this video, I want to show you how to set up a calendar here in Kartra so that if you want to hold consultations, group events, training sessions, anything like that, you can create a nice calendar integrated with your Kartra page so that people can sign up and register to book a time with you. All right, so let's get into it. So you just want to go on calendars. So you want to click on calendars over here, and I already created one. Let me go ahead and delete this one. And we'll just click on calendars over here. And you have different models, right? So you have the consultant model, which is basically like this one-on-one session that people can book with you. You have the recurrent class model where people can book for a specific time for every day of the week, for example. So weekly, bi-weekly, monthly sessions. You have the gym model where basically you have specific times that are already set. You're going to be there. And people can just choose what sort of class they want to take, for example. And then you have the live event model, where you just have these one-time live events that people can sign up to and schedule a time. So we're going to go with consultant model. Let's suppose we want to offer a paid consultation, right? Like a one-on-one Google Ads consultation, for example, in our case. We'll click on create. We're going to give it a name, and we'll say, let's say one-on-one consultation. So that's the name of our calendar for our reference in case we have many different ones. And then again, we're just going to go from left to right. So let's add our logo. So our logo shows up at the top again. Click the little check mark here, click on continue. And then this is going to be the template for your calendar, right? For what it's going to look like. So it looks pretty cool. Honestly, you can't change the color, but you can change what it's going to look like. So look at your theme, right? Look at your website theme and see what makes sense the most. I think this first one actually fits us the best. So we're going to hit save. We're going to hit save and next. And then you can create multiple classes with the same calendar if you like. So you just click on yes, I understand. And then over here, this is where you would select your availability. So when can you offer your consultations? So the class title, it's going to be the one-on-one consultation. And then for the description, we can say, I can help you with any questions related to online and affiliate marketing or Google Ads. And then it's going to be 1 hour consultation per each. And then the trainer is going to be me. So we're going to add. So that's going to be the host. And then you would select your days, right? So when do you want to do it? So let's say today is what? Today is Wednesday. So let's suppose tomorrow I have an opening at, let's say, 9. Let's say 10, right? Because it's in 1 hour long increments. 11, 12, 1, 14, 15, let's say something like that. And then, well, you could have selected it right away. You could have said like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for example, but you could also do it this way. So Wednesday, but Wednesday I have it, let's say only from 2, right? So they're different times. So Wednesday, I have it a little bit later on. And so now there's going to be all these times that are available. Number of sessions, so how many sessions are required. So if you have a training program, right, that has a minimum of 4 sessions, you would write 4 here. In this case, just 1 is enough. The minimum booking notice, so when is the minimum time that people would be able to register for your webinar? So for example, if you say don't allow bookings within the next 2 days, then that means that you need at least 2 days to prepare, basically, right? So you can not allow same-day booking, which means people can only book for tomorrow. Don't allow bookings for today or tomorrow or for the next 2 days, or no minimum booking notice. So people can book whenever they want to. So generally you do want to give some time, right? So like don't allow same day booking, for example, because you don't want somebody to book a call with you for something 10 minutes later because you might be busy. You might look at your schedule and say, well, I have nobody. I'm going to go out and have lunch. And then boom, somebody books 2 minutes before, for example, right? So you can say, for example, don't allow same day booking, I think is pretty fair. And then you have the maximum booking restrictions. So can people book for 2 months in advance is the question. So if people can book whenever, you can say no booking. So if you don't want to plan too far ahead, if you're not sure exactly what you're going to be doing, you can say only bookings for example, for this month. Because next month, you don't know what you're going to be doing, right? So you can do that. You can also block specific dates if you want. So if it's somebody's birthday on the 19th, for example, okay, nobody can book anything on the 19th, okay? So that's how that works. Once you're ready with that, you'll click save. And then if you have many different calendars and many different events within a calendar that you set up, you can choose to not sync anything at all. So generally, if you're running your sessions with many other coaches or trainers or people as part of your organization, then it's not going to matter, right? Many people can book appointments for the same time for 9 o'clock, for example, because you'll have many different people attending them. Alternatively, if you have many different classes, you can say, okay, well, if somebody books it for 9 o'clock for this class, then that means I can't make it for my other class for 9 o'clock, right? So it's going to book it for the same class. Alternatively, if you have many different calendars, so if you have many different projects, many different events, but maybe you're the only one who is offering these consultations for all these different appointments, then you want to make sure that you say, hey, if somebody books it for 9 o'clock for my health calendar, health and fitness, I want to, people from my online marketing courses can't book it for that same time. So even though they're different calendars and different classes, you want to make sure they sync, right? So again, these two are mainly important if you're the only person, or maybe you don't have too many people that are helping you. But if you have a lot of different hosts and coaches, that shouldn't matter. I'm going to hit save. And by the way, I didn't show you that here you can select different classes, right? So you have here, let's say you can even do, for example, Google Ads one-on-one consultation. Whereas for this one, you can do Microsoft Ads consultation, things like that. So that's how these different classes would work, but we're okay with just the one consultation. You can sync with your Google Calendar, so you will need an integration for this. So if you set up your Google integration, you can simply select it here. And then whenever somebody books something on your calendar in Kartra, they will also see it in Google. So we don't have the integration now. We'll click save. And if you have an integration with Zoom, for example, or Google Meet, you can do so here. But again, you will need to integrate the two, right? So we don't have any meeting room. That's fine. We'll click save. But it is a good practice. So if you're offering consultations, it is definitely a good practice for you to integrate with either Google Meet or Zoom, because you do need to connect with people live, right? So I would definitely do that. And then for registration, you can either do free or paid. So of course, if you are offering like a one-on-one paid private consultation, you should make it paid, right? Now, the only thing is that you will need to create a different product for it. So you can't just say, okay, pay $400 for this presentation. You will need to go into products and follow the exact same steps that we did when we created our Google Ads course product. Follow the exact same steps and just make this other product for a consultation. And then you would just come in here and add it right there, okay? So we'll just click on free for now, but definitely for these types of paid consultations, you want to make them paid. You can also add fields, right? So if it's free, then users will be able to just sign in an opt-in form so that at least you get them as leads. So you can choose what other fields you want to add them. And then we've already added a field, right, that said, how did you find out about us? So if we just scroll down over here, we gave it a name. What was the name? How did you hear? So you can click here and you can add this one as well, for example, if you like. And then again, time zone. So you can have your own time zone, or you can let users select their time zone. I definitely recommend this one because people obviously have to be in their own time zone. They don't know about yours, right? So you'll click save here. We'll click save here. We'll click next. You have your success message. So you can send them this confirmation message after they signed up for your calendar. You can give them a message. Hey, your appointment has been booked. Here's this, dial our number. You can change it here. So change all these details here. And congratulations on booking a call with me, for example. Congratulations. Let's say booking a call, the maximum is 40 characters. And yeah, so you can leave it at that. If you want to have a button, you can also highlight the button and then send people. Where do you want to send people to, right? So we don't have that right now, but this is what it's going to look like. So when somebody books, it's going to say this. So you can change the message. You can also say if you want to redirect them to another page. So if you created another separate page in Kartra that has this calendar confirmation page, you can do so. But I think this is more than enough. This is really, really good. You can send email confirmation and reminder. So this is also pretty important as well. So you want to select your email gateway, and then here you can edit what you want to send. So you want to send a booking confirmation for sure. You can click on edit here, and this is what that's going to say, right? So very, very important. It's going to have the login email, the calendar page, the login password, and then you can add the meeting room, right? So if you integrated with Zoom or Google Meets, you can add this, and you can say also, hey, let's say here, meeting room. So you would add this. Here you would add check mark and boom, add that, and then you can just bold this, right? So that's if you integrated with Google Meet or Zoom, because otherwise it's not going to make sense. So let's suppose we want to do that. Your booking is confirmed. That looks good. And then you can email them reminder as well. So we'll send up to 5 reminders to your registrants prior to the session event. So if they booked for, I don't know, let's say next week, you can send them this reminder, let's say 1 hour before or 2 hours before, however you want to do it. And it's just going to say when. And again, you want to add this meeting room link here, right? Probably in the reminder. So you're going to hit save. And then if you want to add another one, you want to add another reminder, let's say 1 day. Let's say 1 day and 0 hours before the session starts. You can also send them something after the session ends. So let me show you what that's going to look like. So you can also say, hey, after the session, let's say 2 hours after the session, you'll say, thank you for the call. And then you say, hey, hey, and then you say first name. So you use the first name tag. So it replaces that with their actual first name. Thank you for the call. If you have any more questions, you can sign up for another call on this link. And then you can link it to your calendar link again. Talk soon, Yvonne, for example, right? And then you would say on this link, you would highlight it. You would go to link, and then you would say HTTPS, and then you would say, right? adnetworkexpert.com/calendar or something, right? And then that's what we're going to name our link once it's ready, but that's what's going to be like, right? So basically a reminder telling people, hey, you can sign up also after if you have any questions. Something like that, whatever you want to say. And that looks good. We'll click save. And now we have permissions. So do you want to allow cancellations or not? So people can log in and cancel their reserved bookings. So you can keep this on so people can cancel so you know in advance. We'll click save. And then as soon as somebody registers, you can choose to either instantly approve them or manually approve them. So you're going to get your notifications that somebody registered, and then you'll be able to approve them if they meet your criteria. But I'm going to go with instant approval here. Click save and next. And then again, you have the basic automation. So this is really cool. So again, as you know, I do like to add tags. So we're going to create a new tag, and this one's going to be calendar bookers. Something like that. People who scheduled a consultation via the calendar. And then here we can actually say paid consultation users or something like that. Category, we can say affiliate marketing. No expiration, and so that's our tag, right? And so these are all the tags that we have, and so later on you can actually send communications. You can send emails to these paid consultation users only. So that's why I like to add tags for everything, just because it allows you to email and contact them later on. You can also add them to a list, so you can create a new list. So these are the lists that we have, right? Webinar attendees, Google Ad course members, customers who bought, affiliate guide signups. So you can create a new list, and this one could be called paid consultation. And then if you signed up for a paid consultation. So this is the public description. Everybody sees it. This is just for your reference. So let's say paid consultation users or something like that. Click create. And now we have this list as well. We're going to click add, we're going to click save. And then I don't want to add sequences. I don't want to add automations here. I prefer to do it under communications, under email automation, which if you haven't seen that section, make sure to check that out. I will link it in the description. And so that looks good. As long as everything looks good, we're good. We'll click save, and that is it. So they can give you a JavaScript code if you want, and then if you have your own website, you can add this code on your website and it's going to show up your calendar, or of course a Kartra hosted page where you can click edit URL. Let's name this to calendar. Now we'll be able to have a little pop-up. So this is going to be our calendar, and then we can actually integrate it with our page. So we can come in here, and this is what the calendar is going to look like, and people will be able to book, right? So it's going to be the ones that are in black are the ones that are available. And then you would select your time, click next, register. How did you hear about us, right? Click next. And then there you go. It's been booked, right? So if we come back here, if you go into communications and you go into leads, you should see the leads here. So if I click on Ivan Mana, you should see me now part of paid consultation users right over here, right? So obviously this is an email that I've already been using and have been adding for a while, but you're going to see the source here as calendar. So you'll be able to see your leads that way. And then if we go back into calendars here, let me show you. So you also have agenda, so you can see and kind of plan everything out. So you can see when people booked your consultations. And so if we go to next week, you will see that somebody booked it here, right? And then this is where you'll be able to approve them. So you'll see scheduled, pending, and completed, because we said that everybody can book. People can book here, but if we selected the pending option, then you would see that over here as well, right? So it's going to say pending. And by the way, I don't like the fact that there's no face here. So let me just quickly change that. If we go to profile, let me just change the image here. Make sure you go to profile to change the image so it looks nicer. And then let's say we want to select this one, click confirm, drag it up, click confirm, click save. And so there you go, that's been added. So now if we come back in here to refresh the page, we should see our face there. So it looks a little nicer. And so now if we go to pages, let's go back to our Google Ads training course. Let's come back in here. Let's click on edit. Let me show you how you can actually add this calendar now to your site. So add this little consultation here. Give it a second to load. So if we scroll down here, so we had the webinar here, right? But now let's suppose we're going to duplicate this section. We're going to clone it. And then we say, looking for one-on-one consultations. I got you covered. And then here we can say, click edit here and give it a second to load. Click on text, click on book a consultation now. And then we can go to link, and then we can say pop a Kartra calendar over here. And then we can select the calendar, and then you can select if you want to show it in a different page like this, or if you want to show it as a pop-up. And I like to do it as a pop-up. So I'm just going to do it like this so that people stay on this page. We're going to click on apply, and there you go, right? And so now if we save progress, you should see it all on the page. So it's been saved successfully, but we have to publish it live. And let's go back to our page. So adnetworkexpert.com. Let's come back here. So if we scroll down, so this is the webinar, right? People can register, and then you have the consultations. People click here, and then boom, people can choose the date and time. And notice how on the 25th, the 15 o'clock is no longer available because it's already been booked because we selected that sync option, right? And then these people, they can click on my appointments as well. They can enter their email address and password that was emailed to them, and they'll be able to log in and see their appointments. And then for the email, let me show you what that's going to look like. So in the actual email, you're going to see something that looks like this. Your booking is confirmed, right? It says here's a quick summary. And then here are the login details. So the login email, the login password. So if you log in with these details, then people will be able to see their own, all of their appointments that they've already set. And so that's pretty much it. So we can go back. That pretty much does it for all of that. And that is how you create a calendar here in Kartra and how you integrate it into your sales page and make it look nice and dandy. If you guys haven't taken advantage of my exclusive Kartra offer, I do suggest that you do. If you just go over to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, I give you a 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first payment. So a cool exclusive offer you cannot get just by going to Kartra.com. So as long as you enter this coupon code and use the link go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, you should be eligible. All right. So that is all for this video. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up guys, it's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up a survey here in Kartra, which is a really awesome way for you to be able to get insight and feedback from your customers to know exactly what they want, what they're interested in, and things like that. So let's get straight into it. So we're just going to click on surveys here on the left hand side, and we're going to click on add survey at the bottom. And you have different types of surveys. So you have the traditional survey where you ask them a question and they're just going to answer, right? And this is just going to be for your information. You have a scored quiz. So if you, for example, if you have a membership site, for example, and you want to test somebody's knowledge, if you want to have a quiz at the end of every section that's going to be rated, you would select this scored quiz option. And then you have the personality quiz, which is kind of like a scored quiz in that there is a score attached to it, as you can see here in the picture. So with every answer that somebody gives, you can give them a certain number of points plus or a certain number of points minus so that you'll be able to gauge where they are. So again, this one I would say is better more so for if you're doing a course or something like that, so you can assess where somebody stands, right? So in our case, I think for the most of us, we're going to be using just a standard traditional survey to try to get feedback from our customers, see what they like, what they don't like, and we're going to click on create. So we're going to give the survey a name. So let's say affiliate marketing survey. Let's say you want to ask them questions about affiliate marketing. We're gonna say no category, or we can manage my categories here, and you can choose what you want. So let's remove the standard one, and let's say we have an affiliate marketing category here for our survey. We'll click done, and now we'll select affiliate marketing. We'll click create. And now again, we're going to go from left to right in creating the survey. So let me first add my logo again. Click plus, click confirm, and then survey description. So let's suppose we want to ask people about their affiliate marketing experience. Let's suppose that's the point of this survey. So we can say, tell us about your affiliate marketing experience so that we can help you. Something like that. We'll click on save. We'll click save and next, and then this is where we'll actually build out the survey. So let's get into it. Same as with any other membership site or page, you can click on start tutorial. You're kind of forced to look at it. So you have the questions, you have the identification form, success page, how you want it to be. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So first of all, you have the layouts here. So you have the horizontal scroll where the content will go from left to right, which is the standard. And then you have the vertical scroll where people can just scroll down to see all the other questions. I like the horizontal scroll because people can then click a button to be able to go to the next page. It looks a little more smooth, I think. You can also adjust the color. So you will see where this color makes sense here in a second as we start adding questions. So the first option here on the left-hand side says intro cover. So if you enable this, this is just the kind of banner that shows up at the top, the very first thing people see before they start the survey. So like the first page of the survey, think of it like that, the introduction. So you can have only text, you can have text and image, you can have text and image, so image on the left as opposed to the top, and the text on the right. You have the text and video, text and background image, however you want to do it. I like this one, I think it looks pretty cool. And then you can click here, you can select your image. So let's say this one as an example. And over here, let's say affiliate marketing survey. We want to find out more about your affiliate marketing experience so that we can help you, for example. And then when people click the button, they'll be taken to the start of the survey, which is going to be this next part here. And before we get started with the questions, let me go over these two options here real quick. So if you choose this as off, then the survey will be completely anonymous. Users will not have to enter any details, and they'll feel a little safer, especially if you have more personal questions, things like that. But if you do select it, then people will need to enter some sort of details, right? Like a login form, an opt-in form. And so you can have, let's say, only text to keep it simple. And people, if you click edit here, you'll be able to choose what fields you want. So let's say you want the first name, you'll click save. Let's say you want the, let's say company, right? You'll click save. And then these are the details that are going to be here. So if you click on apply, before users submit the survey, they will need to fill in these details. So this is something if you want to get people as a lead, maybe people that submitted a survey, or you want to get more details, you can do so. So that's what this form is. And then over here, you can say, tell us your details so we can reach out. And then here we can say, we want to help everyone individually. So enter your details so we can send you an email and help, for example, right? And then that's what that's going to be like. So that's that identification page, right? Next, you have the success. So after somebody fills in this form, do you want to take them to a different page, maybe another Kartra page that you've created, or just a regular display message, which honestly I think looks pretty good. So you can have something that looks like well done, or you can have a text and image, or again, image on the left-hand side and then text, or a video. So I like this one, text and image. You'll click save. Then we have to add an image. Actually, I think that one's okay. So we can keep that. Congratulations. Thanks for filling in the survey. It'll help us make a big difference and help you, for example. And then here you can enable to have social media, and you can choose what you want to add. So they just have Facebook and Twitter here, so that's fine. And then you have the redirect button. So if you want the call to action to say, hey, let's after you finish the survey, why don't you go in to our, for example, affiliate marketing guide page and sign up for a free guide, get started, right? So here we can say, learn more about affiliate marketing. Or we could say, get your free affiliate marketing guide, which is what I do offer on my site at ivanmena.com and on this landing page that we've created. So we can do that. And I'm a little perfectionist, so I'm just going to title case all of these to make it look a little nicer. And there you go. That looks nice. So we'll click on apply. Unfortunately, you don't have too many customization options when it comes to surveys. So you can't make the button bigger, smaller, things like that. It's mainly just take it the way it is, right? But that's okay because it looks good. Social media, yeah, so we're going to keep it off. I wish they had more options for social media, and there's no way to remove it, but it's just not going to show up here, right? So don't worry about that. So that looks good. So let's go ahead and just save our progress. And now we're actually going to get started with the questions, right? So we see the success page, we see the ID form before the success page, and the questions. So you have many different types. You can have only text, you can have text and image, or again, image on the left-hand side, text on the right. All of these look good. I actually like the text and image, so we're going to select this option here. Makes it a little more colorful, and then you can choose how you want to do it. So you have the single text option, the multi-text option. People can actually enter the answer. If it's a longer answer, long text answer, single image, multi-image, binary, or a rating score. So for example, rate your feelings, right? Rate how you feel about this on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the most, 1 being the least, and then you can do that. So in our case, I think we can do something like text single option. We can click save, and now we can go in and start customizing it. So question 1, let's say, how long ago did you start affiliate marketing, right? So maybe we want to use this image here, and we want to say, how long ago have you started affiliate marketing? So that's, for example, question 1. I don't think we really need a description for this, so we can just delete it, but we can come in here, and now we can edit all these text options. So we can say text 1, we can say, let's say greater than, or let's say just started, or let's say, let's say less than 3 months, right? I think that's less than 3 months. We can say greater than 3 months ago. And for this one, let's say 3 months ago as well. Greater than 3 months ago, let's say greater than 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago. Or we could say more than 5 years ago, right? You can add more options if you like, as you can see right here. And you can make this a mandatory question if you like, so people have to answer it before they proceed. And you can also choose new versus existing questions. So if this is new, you'll be able to set the question here. If it's toggled off, then any custom field that you created before, like a custom questionnaire, if you remember when we were completing our form and we were creating our custom fields, you will be able to set that here, okay? So I'm not gonna change it because we've already filled all this in, but that's what this is. So if you click on this little question mark here, it even tells you that any custom forms that you've created before, you'll be able to add them here. And then you can add question to the lead's profile. So when somebody signs up as a lead, right, this will be added to their profile as details. So you could say custom identifier, you could say experience, and then you could say custom field question. So how many years have you been doing aff marketing? So that's, both of them are for your reference, and this experience is going to be the custom field. Okay, so you're going to see what all this looks like. I'm going to show you later on after we finish this. So we'll click on apply, and that looks pretty good. The only thing I don't like actually is the less than sign. I don't think it looks nice. So let's say less than 3 months ago. And then we're going to say these, we'll say more than 3 months ago. So I'm just going to go ahead and change those. There you go. I think that looks a little neater. So we'll click on apply here. Close out of this one. How long ago have you started affiliate marketing? Boom, right? And people can click next, or they can click skip, but they cannot skip because this was a mandatory question, right? We set this as mandatory, so people can't actually skip this question. You can also edit the button and the skip button here, so you can edit the text. But I think that looks good as is. So that looks good. Let's click on add question here. And again, we can do the same thing, text and image. And we could say again, single text opt-in, but any of these are viable options. Even these images I really like. So it totally depends on your niche, what you're doing, right? So this is question 2. And for this one, let's suppose we want to ask, have you seen any results, right? So let's go to royalty images and let's type in money. And let's have an image of like money, right? Success. So we can say, hey, if you've seen results, have you seen any money with affiliate marketing? All right, so nothing's coming up. So let's just go to pixabay.com, and this is a free royalty-free images. Let's type in money here, and be careful with these sponsored ones. But let's say, you know, something like that. That's okay. We're just gonna come in here and download maybe this one, and that's there. So let's come in here. Let's look at it. And then we can drag this file here, money, and use that one, click next, and there you go. And then we can say, how much money have you made with affiliate marketing, for example? And then we're gonna close this one out. And then here we can say this, and we would also make this mandatory, and then we would say 0, right? We can say more than $1,000. We're going to copy that. Say more than $5,000. We're going to say more than $10,000, and then we're going to add another answer. Let's say more than $50,000, right? So we can gauge how experienced these users are. And again, we want to add them to here. We want to say money earned. That's our identifier. You can't have spaces, by the way. But you can have, I believe, underscores. So if we say money earned, it makes it a little easier to read. How much money they have made. Click on apply. We'll close out of that, and that looks pretty good. It looks pretty neat. Again, same thing. We can click on add question. Let's do maybe one more, and then we're gonna check some things, right? We're gonna make some deviations. If you answered yes to this, then we're gonna take you to this page, for example. So let's actually maybe do 2 more. So have you made any money? Let's come here and let's add an image. Let's say for this question, we want to say, who has been your greatest, for example, influence, something like that, right? So let's see, influencer, see what we get here. Yeah. So let's take this one. I think this one's more accurate to what we're looking for. Let's click done. And then we're going to drag this file here. Podcast, and we're going to select it. We can say, who has been your greatest influence so far? And we could find out what people think. So maybe we can give some options. So some popular online marketing figures, right, are Neil Patel, for example. We can say Russell Brunson. Right, Russell Brunson. It just sounded so weird when I said that, right? Who else? Mr. Cardone. Gary Vaynerchuk, I think that's how you spell it, right? And then for this one, we can leave it off. Yeah, let's keep it on. But then we don't want to add this to the lead's profile, right? But we do want to add, for our reference, greatest influence, but we don't want to add this question to the lead's profile. This isn't very important, right? I don't need to know who the greatest influence has been of my lead. That's not something I need to know, so I'm going to keep that off. So I'm just going to click on apply over here. But I do want the question to be mandatory. Let's do one more question, and then people can, I like it how they can go back, go forward, right? Let's do one more. Let's say the most important question, right, is that, for example, if you could learn one thing, what would it be? So if you could learn one thing in affiliate marketing, what would it be, right? So this is like the most important question in the survey, that how can we help, right? How can we help these people? And by the way, you can change the name of the question over here. The name of the, like what it's called, question 4. So you can say step 4, step 3, or you can name it your experiences, your wealth, your whatever you want, right? But this is where you'd name it. So we're going to come back here, and then how can I help you? So what would be a good image for help? Let's say help, or maybe teacher, maybe like that. So let's say teacher, and maybe this one. Maybe that one, just at least as an example. So I'm going to drag this here as well. We're going to select it. And then, so if you could learn one thing, what would it be? And then for this one, actually, you know what? Hold up. We don't want to make it as a question format, for example, right? We don't want to do that. So we're going to delete this question, actually. We're going to add a question, but we want a text and image. But we want it to be a, let's say, a short answer, right? So we want people to type in what it is they want. So let's select this image again. Let's say, if you could learn any one thing in affiliate marketing, what would it be? If you could learn, I don't know if that makes sense. Let me see. If you could learn any one thing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So that's pretty much it. And then you can click here, you can click type. Again, you can enter it to the lead's profile. So that could make sense. Definitely mandatory question, but we do want to add it here. So interests, right? Interest in learning. That's our unique identifier. What people want to learn, so that we can provide that, right? We can maybe teach that. And there you go, okay? So that is it for our survey. Let me go ahead and click Save Progress, but there is one more caveat and thing we can do. If we click on Questions, Configure Branch, we can create branched paths. So what this means is, if you have a big questionnaire, you can say, hey, if somebody answers A or B to my question number 1, then I want to take them to question 3, right? That's what you would do. You can also display a progress bar. So the progress bar is, let me show you what that looks like. That's the one right here, okay? So this branch progression, you can say for question 1, if somebody answers this question, then I want to take them straight away to the ID form. That's it. You know, they shouldn't do anything else. If they answered more than 3 months ago, I want to take them to question 3, for example. So that's how this would work. That's how you would set this up. So if we think about it, let's see if any of these make sense. Like if somebody doesn't have any experience with affiliate marketing, they have less than 3 months, they probably haven't made much, they probably haven't been influenced by many people. So for example, for this one, we want to take them to the success page. You know, we don't want, like, we're done. We don't want to learn anything about them anymore. More than 3 months ago, that's okay. We can take them to these questions. But then let's suppose if they've made $0, we're done, right? We're going to take them to the success page 1, the name of that one. But if they have made some money, then we want to take them to the next questions, right? And then for any of these are fine. We can take them to question 4, right? Which is the default, really. So you don't, if you haven't selected branched, if it's linear, then you don't have to write anything out. So we'll click on apply. And then for this success, let's just change this name real quick. So it's not success 1. Let's name it thank you page or success page, right? So I think that is it for the survey. I don't think there's anything else for intro cover. I want to change that to, let's say, introduction. I don't think there's much else for me to show you here with this. So let's go ahead and save it and let's preview it and see what this is actually going to look like and what the leads are going to look like inside of your communications tab, right? So we're going to click save and preview. And we can go ahead and open preview. And by the way, we can add this also to our page as well, right? So people can click on start survey. And let's say they say less than 3 months ago, we'll click next, boom, right? That's it, we're done. So people are gonna enter their email. So I thought that they could go straight away to the thank you page. Like we don't need your details, but it does make you do that. But let's suppose they select more than 3 months ago. They're gonna click here, they're gonna click here, they're gonna click here, and then Google ads, right? Or let's suppose Facebook ads or something. And then you can make a course on that. We're gonna click next. Company, that's the field that we've set. I don't remember if we set it mandatory or not. So let's click finish and see if that works. Yeah, there you go. And then if they click here, they'll be taken to this guide. Okay, so a few steps, a few things. Let me show you what that's gonna look like in your communications, and let me show you what that's gonna look like in your page. So if we can integrate it. So let's go back to Kartra, let's go to pages, and let me just show you this other cool thing. So let's suppose on this affiliate, well, yeah, let's suppose over here on our sales page. And so we're going to scroll down, and then over here we have our webinar, our consultations. So let's just go ahead and duplicate it again. And we're going to say, let's say, we'd love to hear what you think. Fill out the survey and we'll help you as much as we can, for example. And then you can change the line height over here, but I'm thinking instead we can just make it a little bit smaller, maybe like that. Okay, and then for this one, we can edit the button. And then click edit again. Oops. For text, we can say start the survey now. And then for the link here, we can click on link. We go to Kartra survey, right? And then we select our survey. So it's under the affiliate marketing category. What survey? Affiliate marketing survey. And then again, we can use the default survey page so people will be taken to. All right, so my apologies, I kind of jumped the gun. We didn't finish the actual survey configuration. So go back into my surveys, click on edit. I totally forgot about that part. So we just have to go again. We have to go from the left to right, right? So we did that. We did the contents. So the launch builder is done, but now we need to do all this. So we can choose to send a confirmation email or not. So when somebody submits and finishes the survey, we probably want to send them a message saying thank you. So we'll say thank you for completing the survey. We can leave this blank and we can say, hey, first name. And we can say, thank you for completing the survey. We'll get back to you with any updates in regards to what you would like to learn. Talk soon, Yvonne, for example, right? And then we'll click save. Click save, and then here we want to assign tags, so we're going to click here. Like I said, I always like to assign the tags, so anybody that completes the surveys, we do want to do that. We're going to click on create new tag, and we're going to say survey fillers. I don't even know what to say. Survey completed, let's just say that. We'll say people who completed the survey. We'll give it a category, marketing, and then we'll click on create. And so that's the survey. We can also subscribe them to a list. So we can create another list for survey completed. And then here, that's the public description. If you filled in the survey, click on create, click on add, click on save over here. And we don't want to add them to sequences. We don't want to add them to any automations. Like I said, I like to do that in the communications tab alone. We'll click save, and there you go. So now it's done. So you can either get a code that you would embed on your page, or it's going to be a Kartra page. So we're going to come in here. We're going to say survey, and now we can actually go back to our page builder and add this, right? So this is what our survey is going to look like. This one right here. So now if we go back to our page builder, now if we click here and we click on link, Link to a Kartra survey. Now if we click preview, now it should work. There you go, right? So let's click on, you can pop it like that, or you can make it on a different page. I'm thinking if it makes more sense to put it on a different page, but it's up to you. So let's click on apply, click on save progress, and we'll close out of that. So let's publish live, and then let me show you what that's going to look like. So now that that survey is done, so that's our home page. So let's come in here. We're going to scroll down, right? We have all these things set up. We have the help desk set up. If you haven't seen how to set every single thing that I'm showing you here, I have covered it in previous videos. So make sure to check those out. I will link them in the description. But for the survey here, we're going to click on Start Survey. And let's fill something in. Let me show you what it's going to look like here. So what do you want to learn? I want to learn Microsoft ads here. We'll click Next. And then we'll click Finish Survey. And so that's that. And then if you go here, we'll be taken to this page, right? So people will now, so me, Ivan at ivanmana.com, the email that I've used here, I should now get an email confirmation, right? The thank you email that we've set. So let me show you what that's going to look like. So for the user that fills in your form, they're going to get this page, right? This email, the one that we've set up, the thank you for completing the survey, whatnot, right? Unsubscribe, all that. And then for you as the owner of this account, so this is my account email, Ivan at ivanmana.com. That's the email that I signed up with and registered with for Kartra. So to that email, I'm getting a notification that, hey, somebody filled in the form, right? So that's what that is. And so now if we go back into communications and we go into leads now, that was this one. As you can see here now, I'm part of 4 lists and 6 different tags, right? Because we've been signing up with this email to everything that we've been testing. So if you come over here now, let me show you the cool fields, right, that you'll see. So if you click on profile, you see the tags, you see the username, that's the default, you see the name, and then if you scroll down to the bottom here, you're gonna see these custom fields, and you will know about this person, right? So because you've selected that, hey, I want to add these specific questions to the information about the customer, that's why you see it here. Notice that you don't see any information about what person influenced you the most because we said no to that question, right? So you see everything over here, really cool, money earned, you know about the customer. Now, of course, you can change it. So if you talk to a customer 2 years later and they now made more than $10,000, that's what I wanted to show you. So it's really cool that you just get to see absolutely everything about the customer, what leads they're on, you know, what webinars, membership sites they're on, everything like that. Lots of cool stuff. So here they booked the consultation, things like that. And that is it for this video on how to create the survey. I hope this was helpful. If you haven't taken advantage of my Kartra exclusive offer, I do invite you to do so. If you head over to go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, I give you a 30-day free trial and then a 20% off on your first payment after the trial. So if you just use this code, you will be eligible for the discount. And that is all. In the next few sections, I want to tie up and cover anything else that we haven't yet. So that's funnels and campaigns and agency, all these small things. But congratulations, we've pretty much covered everything there is to know about Kartra, right? Let me know in the comments below if I missed something, if you want to see a video on something, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up your funnel here in Kartra. Now don't confuse a funnel with a landing page, thank you page, sales page, that entire funnel. The funnel here in Kartra is more so a bird's eye view for you of the whole process so that you can map it out, play around with the numbers, and then see roughly how many leads or how many sales or how much traffic you need to make whatever goal you have work. So that's what a funnel is, and I'm going to show you how to set it up with all these pages and all these different components that we've set up here in Kartra. So the first thing we're going to do, of course, is click on funnels over here, and you will see the funnels tab and the simulations, right? So the first thing we need to do is set up a funnel, and then we're going to simulate it. That's the main point, is the simulation, so we can plug in the numbers and see what they look like. So the name of the funnel is going to be our affiliate marketing funnel. We can just say like that. Short description, everyone from the affiliate marketing guide to the Google Ads sales, right? So everything all the way from our funnel to from our landing page all the way to our sales page, our webinar page, so on and so forth. So this is going to be the builder. So you're going to have the builder. Once you publish it and save it, you'll be able to simulate it. You'll be able to see the analytics, the actual stats, zoom in, out, undo, redo. Multiple select allows you to select multiple elements, okay? Then you have the assets, you have the actions, you have the traffic. So let's start with the traffic source. So what sort of traffic source do we want to send to our landing page, right? That's the first part. So you have generic ads, you have Bing ads, Google ads, you have the Facebook ads, right? So let's suppose the more common are, let's say, Google ads we have. So we're going to name it. So we're going to name it Google ads. Let's say we have Facebook ads are pretty common too. Facebook ads, and let's say we have Bing ads, right? And it's called Microsoft, actually, but we'll say Bing for those of us that have started a long time ago and are familiar with that. So this is our traffic source, okay? So let's go ahead and drag it a little bit more here on the left, more on the left, more on the left, and try to make it nice and even. So then you have the assets, right? So these are going to be your pages, and then you have the actions. So whether it's a purchase or anything like that. So the assets, right? The first thing is we have our squeeze page. So we're going to drag our squeeze page here, and it is an existing page. So it is this page right here. So we're just going to select it. We'll click save. And so now we want to drag all of these. We want to say, okay, we're taking all these traffic sources to our landing page, right? And that looks a little bit messy. Let me see if we can make it look a little bit nicer. So I'm just gonna drag it via this way right here. And then this one I'm gonna drag via this way. It's all about the looks, right? For this, the looks here are important for this one, right? Because it's a bird's eye view. You want to make it look nice and neat. So after people go on your page, what action do you want them to take? So you want them to submit the form. So we're gonna go ahead and submit the form over here. And it is an existing form. It is this form. We're going to hit save. And then again, we're going to connect the dots. So we're going to select this element. We're going to drag it right here. Okay. And we can zoom out a little bit, and then we can move it around. So it might be pretty lengthy because we have a long funnel. And then from here, after they submit the form, where do they go? Well, they go on our thank you page. So we're going to go ahead and drag this thank you page here. And then we're going to select our thank you page, which we created. If all of this looks totally new to you, you have no idea what I'm talking about, I highly suggest you go through the previous videos or the previous sections in this course, and so you can see how to create all this, right? It's a very, very detailed, comprehensive course. I go over everything. So if you're at this stage, you should not be confused. So this is going to be our thank you page for the guide, right? Not the purchase page. So we're going to select that here. We're going to hit save, and again, we're going to connect it. Boom. Okay, so let's just take a look at what we have so far. It looks nice and pretty. Okay, I like it. I'm happy with it. So I'm gonna save progress for now. So what do we have so far? Well, we're gonna be sending traffic from these sources to our squeeze page that people will register on, and then they're gonna go on our thank you page, right? And so now on this thank you page, we want people to click that button, right? That's how they're gonna download that free guide. So that's what we want to track as well. So we're gonna click button here. We're gonna add it here. And we're going to say affiliate marketing guide. We're going to hit save. Now, one thing to note is that this is an untraceable action. So this isn't something that you can actively track and trace, because this isn't like a purchase, a form registration, appointment, or a survey, okay? So this is just for our reference. So we're going to drag it here. Now, after they download the guide, they get an email, or there's going to be a little link below the button that's going to take them to our sales page. Right, so we're going to drag the sales page now. And the sales page we have is this Google Ads course main sales page. We're going to hit next. And we're going to connect the two. And so they're going to land on this page. And then from this page, there are different options, right? So they can either land on the, they can either create an appointment, they can either create a survey or a webinar. They can land on the survey, or they can do a webinar registration. So if we go to actions here, we can set appointment here. We have an existing appointment here, the consultation. That's what they could do on the sales page. They could purchase the product, an existing product that we have. This Google Ads one at any price point. It doesn't matter as long as they purchase it. or they could set, they could do the survey, right? So we have that existing survey. And we can select the survey. So they have all these options that from this sales page, this is where they can go. Okay. So we're just going to connect them and we're going to do this. So people have all these different options. Now, after they purchased specifically, they're going to land on the thank you page after they purchase, which we already have, which is the thank you purchase page. We're going to select that. And we're going to drag it a little bit more so like that. No. There you go. So it's nice and neat, right? Drag like so. And that looks pretty good so far. So they can either book a consultation, they can purchase the course, they can fill in the survey. Now there is one more thing here that is not under actions, and that is the webinar, right? So the webinar registration. So for that one, we're going to select assets and we're going to select webinar registration right here. And there's also other things here, such as membership portal. But the membership portal would be the Google Ads course. So that's fine. So they're going to go there. And then, yeah, if you have upsells or downsells, you would add them here as well. But we don't in this case. So we are going to select this membership here and we're going to add it here. And then we do have a webinar that we've already created. So for this option, your webinar page will not show up here. Just existing pages will show up here. So we didn't create a special webinar page, right? It's just the webinar registration. So what we can do instead is come over here and say webinar registration, and then we can pull up our webinar page. And so this is just for our reference, right? So we can come in here and drag this. Oops. Let's drag it over here. There you go, right? So these are the different options people have when they land on our sales page. So that, I think, is pretty much it as far as options we have. If you go to traffic, you can take a look at all the different traffic options you have, all the different actions. You have the true action as well. So if somebody buys your Google Ads course, for example, buys, then they'll be taken to this page. If somebody doesn't buy, then they'll be sent this email, something like that. So that's how that option works. I'm going to remove that. But that looks pretty good for now. That looks pretty accurate as to our entire funnel that we have set up together here in Kartra over the course of this course. So I'm going to click Save Progress. And then we're going to come in here. We're going to click Save and Exit. And then we need to actually go into simulations, right? So now that that's done, now we can click on simulations. And we're going to click on simulation here. We have to create it now. So our business, right? So like affiliate marketing course sales maybe, or let's just say sales, because we have many different ways of getting the sale. And then we'll click on affiliate marketing funnel, click on create. And now this is the whole point of the funnel, right? Is to be able to plug in these numbers and then see all these details here. And the way we do that is we select each option, anyone we want. So we select simulation, and then you select a specific option, click on top of it, and then say, let's say from Google, we get 30 visitors per day, cost per click of, let's say, 50 cents. Okay. So now it's going to tell you, how much you spent and then how much we made. So total traffic cost, I believe this would be then, it tells you per month. And then for Facebook ads, I'm going to select that, click on traffic. Let's suppose we're sending 50 visitors a day at an average of, let's say, 40 cents, right? And then Microsoft ads is going to be a little cheaper, but also less traffic. So 20 per day, but 20 cents. Okay, so then here we have 100 people visiting this page, if you do the math, per day, right? Because that's what we said is daily. Now, how many form submits are there? So this funnels feature is currently under development. So you're not able to come in here and edit your signups, but you should be able to. So I've contacted support. This is something that I've reached out to them about, and they tell me that they're working on it. So generally what you would do is you would be able to click on this and enter how many people sign up. And then you would come over here, for example, to your sales, and you would say how many people have purchased your course. You'd be able to enter the sales, enter the percentage, right? An average conversion rate, and then you'll be able to see all the numbers here. And then you can do the same thing for all of these, right? So out of all these people, out of all these 100 people that enter your site, let's say 50 sign up. So you'll have 50 here, you'll have 50 here. And then how many people click on the button? Let's say 30. So you'll be able to click here and you should be able to select it again. So that's one of the bugs, one of the issues here that they're working on. But once this works, this is how this is going to work. You'll be able to click on here and then you'll be able to set how many people clicked on the button. And then out of those people that clicked, how many people, so all the people that clicked will land on this page. And then from here, how many people normally would book your appointments? How many people would book your course? How many people would go to your survey? Things like that, right? And then you're going to see all the numbers here. So at a glance, you'll be able to see. It's a very, very, very cool, useful feature because you'll be able to see everything right over here, how much your cost is, what your sales are, right? So you'll be able to know exactly how many people you need in your funnel with an average sales rate of, let's say, 2% of an average sales rate. How many people do you need? How much traffic do you need to break even? That's what this is going to be like. And then if you go to analytics, you're actually going to see real data. So you'll be able to actually see what is going on in reality, right? So you have the simulation versus reality. So this simulation is, again, like I said, a little bit under construction. I have contacted support several times about this and they are working on it. But once it does, that's how this works. That's how you set up this funnel. You'll be able to click on every individual element and specify, hey, how many people would normally sign up for an appointment via this page, right? And then you'll be able to see everything here. So that is it. That is how you create this funnel. I think it's pretty neat, pretty cool. Allows you to see everything at a glance. And if you guys haven't taken advantage of Kartra yet, I do invite you to use my affiliate link at go.ivanmana.com/Kartra because I give you an exclusive offer, a 30-day free trial, and 20% off on your first payment. So a cool deal that you can't find by just going to Kartra.com. So that is pretty much it for this funnel video here. In the next section, I want to show you just the remaining few things here with Kartra because otherwise we've covered absolutely everything there is to do with Kartra. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hey, what's up guys? It's Ivan, and in this video I want to show you how to set up a campaign in Kartra, which is basically a collection of all the assets that we have created here in this course, all combined into one. So you can send it to somebody else as a bundle, if you have anybody else that you want to share this with. And as an added bonus, I'm going to share everything we have done in this course thus far with you as part of this campaign link, all right? So what you want to do first, of course, is click on campaigns right over here, and you have these three options. So the first option here, the first tab is the marketplace. This is where you can buy ready-made campaigns. So again, a campaign is a bundle of every single thing that we've done so far. So it could be pages, it could be autoresponders associated with those pages, membership site, webinar, surveys, help desks, potentially, right? Whatever the people want to include, that's what's going to be included. So for example, for this one, for $157, if you click on it, if you scroll down, you will see what's included. So it's going to be one landing page, one thank you page, one form, one video. So it's a nice looking kind of design and layout that was built within Kartra that you can upload into your own account and you can use yourself. So that's what these are, right? So you can look through something that you like. If you look at something else, let me show you. I'm trying to show you all the different other options. This one doesn't show it on this page what's included here. So this one includes 2 professionally designed pages, 1 email sequence, 6 tags, 5 tracking links, form automation, right? And you have the bonuses. So all of that. So let's go back. So that's that. Then you have available campaigns. Now these are free that include different assets as well. So this one includes 61 assets. So if you click on the campaign you want, you click on view assets, you will see what's included. 19 pages, 17 tags, 15 surveys, right? And what you can do is you can click on deploy campaign, you can enter a name, and then everything will be uploaded into your campaign. Now that said, of course, you do want to go in and customize it, right? So you want to make it customized to you and your business, but the default and the bases will be there. So you can come in here. Now, these are done for you campaigns, right? So the campaign that we're going to create here, that I'm going to send for you, all you're going to do is click on import over here and enter the code that I'm going to provide to you right here, okay? So let me show you how to get that code and how to create this campaign. So you're going to click on my campaign over here, and we're going to delete this other campaign I had as a placeholder. We want to just delete the campaign, but not the assets. So there you go. So we're going to click on create new campaign over here. We're going to give it a name. So affiliate marketing campaign, which is this, everything that we've done, right? So everything we have done in this affiliate marketing campaign, in this process. The campaign author is me, or just you can say Ivan Mana. Create. And so now you'll be able to choose what do you want to add, right? So first you have the basic info, like the thumbnail. So let's add a nice looking thumbnail. Let's say, again, we'll just use something basic like this. We'll use that. We'll click save. display image, save and next. So here we can choose the assets. What exactly do we want to add? So in order for the campaign to be effective, of course, you want to include all the assets, right? Otherwise, some parts might be broken. So you want to click on new, like for example, buttons, right? If you have a button to a webinar, but you didn't include the webinar, the button won't work. So that's what that is. So you can click on lists, for example, and you can say, okay, I want to add this list. I want to add this list. I want to add this list. I want to add this list, for example. This one. So you're just going to go in here and you're just going to add everything that you've added. Well, in this case that I've added, right? Products, we have the one product we're going to add. Tags, we have a lot of different tags here. So I wish there was a way to just add everything at once, but unfortunately there isn't. So I'm just going to come in here and just kind of do this real quick. All right, so that's for the tags. Let's go into pages. So this is our site. And then again, we want to select everything. All right, and that's it for the pages. We'll go into sequences. We do have two sequences, one for people that signed up for our guide and the other one for purchase people, right? People that purchased our course. We do have one form, which we'll add here as well. We don't have any advanced automations. We do have a membership site. We don't have any portals, which is like a collection of membership sites. We did create a calendar. We did create a survey. We didn't, oops, did this not add? Hold up. There you go. Make sure there's the little one there, right? We didn't create any tracking links. So the tracking link is for the product, right? So you've been given this link to put into the body section of your page. So if we want to add that, we want to also track people that visited our site. So we can add that here. Tracking pages, don't have any of those. Broadcasts are the individual emails. We don't have any of those. Videos, I did include this video. I'm not going to include that. That's just a video of me asking Kartra for help. So we don't need that, but we did create a help desk. We'll click here, click help desk. Funnels, we did create that in the previous section. We'll add that. And then simulations, that was part of the funnel, which we can add as well here. And that looks pretty good. So that's everything that we have created in this course that I'm going to give to you here. And then you can list it on the marketplace, or you can only make it visible to people that you share this with. And that's what I'm going to do here. I don't want to list it on the marketplace. But if I do, though, I could make it, let's say this is going to be like membership templates. I could make it paid, right? So I could make people pay for it. So if I hit save, I can make it paid. And I could add my funnel that I've created here for a price. But I'm not going to do that, actually. I'm going to say free, or I'm going to change this, actually. I'm going to keep it private and just allow you guys to use it, nobody else. Click save, and that is it, right? So we'll go to my campaigns now. So this is the campaign. And then if we want to share it, we're going to click share. And then basically this says that you're not going to be spamming this to everybody, right? This is only people that actually want it that will receive it. So I'm going to click next. And then you can transfer campaigns. So if you have another Kartra user, you can add that here, or you can generate a code, which is what I'm going to do. So if you have a code that you want to give to just one person specifically, you would do that, right? So that the code isn't kind of all over the place. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this code right over here, and I'm going to give you guys this code. I'll put it in the description of the video that you can use, and you can get absolutely everything that we've created here in this course, right? All of the 32 assets that we have here. And then what you're going to do is click on available campaigns, click on import, click import, and then enter the code here, and then click next. And then this probably won't let me because I already have it. So I don't want to begin import. I don't want another campaign. Let me see if it'll let me. Okay, it did. And so once you import it, you can just go ahead and click on deploy campaign, and then you're going to give it a prefix. So this is for your reference, like Yvonne affiliate marketing campaign, for example, and you're going to get everything in your account. So pretty cool. I think a pretty good template for you to get started. If you don't already have a Kartra account, if you go to go.yvonnemana.com/Kartra, I do give you a 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first payment after the trial. So you can take advantage of this offer, get absolutely everything that we've done here imported into your account, and then play around with the settings there, use everything we've done as a template, all right? And that is pretty much it. This is how you create a campaign, how you import a campaign, how you look at other available campaigns. We've pretty much covered absolutely everything there is here with Kartra. And so if you want to see how to set up surveys, calendars, memberships, anything like that, make sure to check out my playlist or my full complete course where I go over absolutely everything you see in Kartra in very thorough detail, all right? And that is all for this video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. All right, so that is pretty much everything there is in Kartra. In this last very short section, I just want to cover the last two parts that we didn't, which is agency and affiliate promos, super quickly just to give you an idea. But then after that, you know absolutely everything there is to know about Kartra, all right? So this agency feature is basically if you want to help manage other people's Kartra accounts, you'll be able to click on Add Account. You can either create a new account, and then of course you would have to pay for it, or you can connect an existing account. Now, if you use this option, you get a 40% discount, right? So if you, as the agency, if you want to manage many different clients' accounts, you get a discount. So it's pretty cool. It's a win-win for you and the client. The client gets a nice service. You get 40% off on any other accounts. So really cool. Or you can connect an existing account. So if somebody has an account, you enter the email and then you'll be able to manage everything here, right? So really cool. You have this kind of like a Facebook ad manager, so to speak, where you can manage all your clients' accounts over here. So really cool stuff. And then of course, analytics. You can come in here and you can see all the data associated with all these accounts, client retention, active clients, profit, so on and so forth. And then you have affiliate promotion. So if you want to promote Kartra and make affiliate commissions, you have all these different options that you can promote with Kartra. So Kartra Diamond, I believe, is actually no longer active. So if you click on my link, you click on your affiliate link, nothing will show up, right? So what you want to do if you do want to promote Kartra is you can promote any of these products, or if you come in here, you can promote, for example, Kartra Gold. And then if you click on my link over here, maybe they don't have Kartra Gold as well. Click on this little arrow to go through, right? So I believe actually they have, here's all their products. You can also select this way. I believe actually Kartra Growth or Kartra Professional are the only ones they have. So for this one, if you click on my link, click on my affiliate link, you will get the links. So you'll get the 30-day free trial without the 20% off that I offer you, or you'll get this. So if you click here, you'll just be able to see the pages. So click on the comparison. So this is actually pretty cool. If you click on ClickFunnels, I'm curious what the difference is. Yeah, so this is kind of cool. I like that they have all these different comparisons for the different products here. So this is your link, right? So if you sell and you make a commission, you will get a specific percentage depending on your partnership with Kartra and what you've done in the past and things like that, all right? So you can go through all these different offers and take a look. And that is basically pretty much it. Now, if you go to payments, you click on payment settings, this is where you'll get paid. So I have PayPal selected, right? You can change that. Tax documentation, you can see your earnings, see how much you earned, depending on specific vendor, specific product, things like that. You have your analytics, so your affiliate sales, your JV broker sales, your transactions, all of that. And the other cool thing here is if you go to Marketplace, you can actually look at other products that other people have listed here, right? That they've created via Kartra and they have listed here as the portal. So you can take a look at their pages. You can visit sales page. You can see what it looks like. And then if you want to promote it, you can apply for it. You can click on become an affiliate. And it looks like this page isn't found, so maybe no longer available. So if you remember through the course of this course, as we created our product, we had the option to open the product as an affiliate, right? And that's exactly what this is. So you'll see all your products over here, or all products that others have listed that are available. So visit the sales page, for example, branding course for entrepreneurs. So you can take a look at this. If you like this, if you think it matches with your audience, you can come in here and you can click on become an affiliate. You can click on affiliate sign up and you can answer all these questions, right? And then this vendor might or might not approve you. And then once they do, you'll get your affiliate link. You can get started promoting all that cool stuff. And that is pretty much it, guys. That is all. We've covered so much here with Kartra. I was really excited, and I am really excited to be able to share this with you. So if you found value in this detailed, comprehensive training course, if you could please share it with anybody that needs this all-in-one marketing software, or anybody that needs help navigating Kartra, because I've covered absolutely everything, right? And again, my exclusive offer discount still stands. go.ivanmana.com/Kartra, where it's 30-day free trial and 20% off on your first payment. So an exclusive offer, take advantage of it if you haven't. And that is pretty much it, guys. Let me know in the comments below what you thought. If you have any questions, if there's anything I didn't cover, I am excited to hear your thoughts. And that is all for this course. I will see you in the next one.